I won't bless that guy, that son of a
that son of a that poor son, that poor son, that
son of a bitch.
All right, welcome to a canceled episode of the Pro Crastinators podcast. It is January 9th, 2022. It's the new second episode of the new year. Who do we have? Cybershell is here.
I'm back for my mandated yearly appearance. I'm only here because I know there's at least one guy in the PCP audience who probably like fucking hates me, and he's like, oh god, can't believe he's back. He's on another episode to ruin it. Yeah, I'm here just to ruin that one guy's day.
I want that guy to leave a comment and explain why. I'm curious.
Yeah, I want to see the yes Cybershell no watch guy.
Yeah, OblivionFall is here.
Hi, I've ruined everything.
Yeah, CC is here. The Tails Gets Trolled manager, Kaefenheimer.
Yeah.
And me, Ben Saint, and Give and Take.
Did you forget Simmsy?
Oh, I did forget Simmsy. Sorry.
I'm
Simmsy's
the background
here too.
presence. I'm only here because we thought Gib wasn't going to be here and we needed a British person to direct all the hate to.
Well, there's two people here that I wasn't expecting to be here, so there's too many, but that's okay.
Guys, we're bringing it back. We're bringing back the old episodes where people just talk over each other all the time and yell and
everybody likes them. We had everybody liked the one with Tisnaker, because it was just a lot of yelling. A lot of talking over each other, and it was good. That's what people liked it.
well, that's
okay,
good to know.
So Gib, do you want to explain? Why are you here? You weren't supposed to be here.
I wasn't supposed to be here. I was supposed to be in the air or at the airport, because I was gonna fly out to Boston to see Munchie and Ben and everyone, and it was gonna be a fun time. But yeah, it was going to be a fun time. But there's a COVID problem. And it came up at the exact last possible moment it could have come up this morning. The day I was supposed to be gone by now. But my dad tested positive. And because we can't be sure that I don't have it already, because it seems it's likely that if he was infectious earlier and not symptomatic, then everyone in the house is is infected, and I wouldn't have time to figure it out. So I'm probably gonna get COVID in a couple days, and I can't go and see my friends. But
Oof.
Sucks. That's all. Yeah. It just really sucks.
Yeah, I also got COVID.
I mean, I was looking
dad.
at. Oh, really?
Yeah. He probably got it from work, and yeah.
Just everyone's getting it.
I'm better now, mostly.
Who's had COVID? Simmsy, you have not had COVID. Cybershell, have you had COVID yet?
I've not had COVID apart from getting the shot and feeling shitty, if that sort of counts. But no, I haven't actually caught it because I've just been inside all the time, and I refuse to be social with anyone ever.
I literally never leave the house except for groceries, but I've still managed to get it twice. Amazing. I'm still recovering from it.
This is the penalties we'll pay for having things like friends and family. How dare you?
I lived in a tiny uni house. I don't even have those. I lived in a tiny university house with fucking 4 people and one bathroom, and my friend, she got it, and somehow none of the rest of us caught it. In the full 2 weeks that she was positive.
Impressive.
I don't understand how that happened. What, was she pissing in the garden or something? I don't understand. Women aren't even real, that's why. Oh, true. Okay.
Omicron is not extremely, but higher, transmission.
Contagion.
Easy transmission. No,
it's like twice as easy or something.
You just need to breathe near someone.
It's less
not even cough.
Lethal, so that's good, right? Question mark. I don't really know enough about this shit to be making a definitive statement.
They say that, but then I've seen other experts be like, no, probably not. It's probably just that people have more immunity now due to vaccinations and antibodies due to previous infections. That's probably the reason for the reduced hospitalizations and deaths.
Speaking of
I don't know.
reduced,
I've seen conflicting opinions.
I wanted to leave a comment on, I can't remember if it was the last episode, on like, hey, is Ben okay? His brain sounds a little shrunken lately. I don't know what that's about.
It is, but not necessarily due to COVID, but maybe due to COVID.
That might just be a natural thing happening to everybody.
I mean, that's a good point, because I've been vaccinated twice. Like, I got the booster and everything too, and I still got it. But the symptoms weren't.
I heard
that
it
bad.
here first, folks. Vaccines don't work. Don't get them.
We're
an anti-vax podcast now.
You're better off without them, actually. Okay, no. YouTube, please don't pretend I didn't say that, YouTube. The algorithm doesn't like it.
The management at Simmsy Corp does not support this message.
You know, if COVID does shrink your brain, if everyone gets COVID, it evens out, because then everyone will be stupider. So, like,
about it like this,
on balance.
Think about it like this: your brain, if it's smaller, the neurons will have less to travel to be fired from. Like the distance would be smaller, so you'd actually think even quicker.
You think your brain is gonna be. It actually just makes it. It actually just makes it more efficient, makes it more aerodynamic. Actually, the shrinking is
you can
superior.
Have enhanced reflexes, like Spider-Man.
Maybe it's like the racist part of your brain that gets shrunk, and this is like a good thing for society.
Well, Daredevil is blind, but because of that, he has super hearing and like proprioception.
Because of that, his brain
why
shrank.
not? You get
Ben, Daredevil's not real.
Like you get I don't care. You get COVID, you lose your sense of smell and taste, so, probably your other senses get more powerful to compensate.
So you're going to be COVID Daredevil.
It's logical.
You're going to be out there fighting crime with your like a bandana over your nose.
COVID Daredevil, he lost his sense of smell and taste, but now his sense of, I don't know, his sense of balance is really good.
Cum production has increased.
He's also blind, not because of COVID. He just happened to be blind anyway.
Lucky
so
bastard.
That one didn't get improved. But
he's blind because he's a fan of
super good.
Netflix's Daredevil, so he just wants to, go the full 9 yards and cosplay.
That's why. That's why he's blind. Just because he likes Daredevil. Anyway, I finally got a test. I was I used my last test on New Year's because I thought I would be negative and I would be able to party on New Year's. But alas, I was still positive. So I was like, fuck. So New Year's is ruined. But then I could not find any more tests. So even though I'm almost certainly was negative shortly after that, I was not able to confirm it. So it took me like a week until my friend Dwoob brought me over a test because he found one in a pharmacy. So now I am officially negative, finally. So that's good news, I guess. Took a while. Yeah, what a hassle. What a drag.
Yeah, this disease thing ain't so good. Get rid of it.
In my opinion, the coronavirus is bad.
Excuse me, I was informed COVID would be over by now. I'm done with this COVID shit. I'm done pretending that I'm going to care about it. I'm just going to pretend like it doesn't exist and go about my daily life and infect everyone.
I think at
that's least you're honest.
I think that's the way to do it. Also, the economy...
Oh, it's going to last for a couple more years.
Is
probably.
Good. Coronavirus, bad. The economy, good. No masks, no doctors, baby 2022.
Are you running for president?
Yeah. Well, I will be old enough I will be old enough by the next election cycle, so there we go.
Oh, it's scary. Scary Ben, dying of old age.
I know. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that out loud.
Ben's gonna be 78.
I'm as old as Jesus was when he was crucified. Think about that.
And you've done as much, if not more, with your life.
And I'm gonna be crucified.
Jesus didn't even have a podcast. I mean, he had a bunch of followers, sure, but like they didn't buy his shirts. They didn't do anything. Jesus was like the first podcaster. The Sermon on the Mount was a legendary podcast. I feel like I've made that exact joke before.
Now I say it, and I'm like, that sounds familiar.
Come on,
it was a good episode.
It's a great joke.
It was a good episode, but it could have done with a bit more editing. Should have got OblivionFall to sort that one out.
Oh yeah, I'm the only one who can edit good, clearly.
I know that there's PCP mega fans out there that are gonna like, anytime you reuse a joke, they're gonna have a comment like, didn't you know you actually used this joke back in episode 141? It's like, okay, thank you so much.
I don't, frankly, I don't think so. I don't think PCP viewers are that astute. I don't think they have what it takes to call me out on something like that. I think they're a bunch of dummies. I think they're a bunch of rubes.
Therefore, it's okay to just reuse jokes and content from years past.
I reused so many jokes in Clusterpunk Kitchen, and no one noticed. I had to like be self-aware about it, and still no one could even remember what the joke that was reused was.
I mean, you use them a certain amount of times, and it becomes and it's endearing. There's a sweet spot for reuse.
Like Clusterpunk Kitchen was you as well.
Yeah, it was all revealed yesterday.
Oh, that's right, Gib. Gib, you weren't on the last episode. We delved into. I
saw the thing, and it was like everything revealed, but I forgot about Clusterpunk Kitchen.
Was like half of them. I remember there was. Oh, wait, let me ask you. There was some confusion because there was some guy who would call in to say like racist shit, and he had a deep voice, and I occasionally confused him with Clusterpunk Kitchen. Did you ever get frustrated? Be like, no, that wasn't me.
I actually don't remember. I've never called him and said anything racist. I don't think.
There was a guy who I thought was the Clusterpunk Kitchen guy because he just happened to have a deep voice. But no, it was just a coincidence.
I don't think that would have been me. I don't think I've ever.
No, I don't. No, I know it wasn't you. I'm saying I thought it was you, and I said it. And
yeah. I know. I'm just like, huh? I don't know. I don't actually remember. There's so many.
It was. Okay. I remember the guy as well. We haven't shown a few of his voicemails on the show because they were just like
after a while
aggressively like
stop
anti-Black lives, sort of like, okay, this guy's fucked. He's like this very racist shit.
Wasn't even funny. It
wasn't funny.
I mean, if you're going to be racist, at least be funny about it. Yeah. I mean, kinda. Yeah.
It is strange to me, the thought that there's like a deranged, like racist person, but who's also still a PCP fan for some reason. It's like, I better submit my voicemails just so they know what's up.
Well, haven't heard from him in a while, so he may have finally been weeded out of the pack.
Wow. Turns out Ben figured out you just have to stop playing the bad voicemails if you don't want to get the bad voicemails.
Yeah, if I was going to say something racist, it'd be like, oh, black people have small toes, and I don't like it. It'd be like something stupid like that.
Clip that one.
No reason to live. I was a voicemail anarchy. Basically, there was like very rare exceptions for like, and it was only people who made like repeated attempts to make like deliberately shitty voicemails.
Right. Everyone gets one shitty voicemail. I would be like,
yeah, kinda. That was the only time I would be like, Eleazar, just edit this out and pretend we didn't do it because it's not even it's not even funny. It's not engaging. It sucks.
Yeah. So like occasionally we do have like somebody who has like a weirdo opinion about something that we address, and then it's not so bad. There's a discussion there. Otherwise, it could be funny, but it's only been like 2 or 3 times that someone's just been so like gross. Not even like in a gross like poo-poo way, because those ones annoyingly get played on the show, and I don't like it when somebody takes a shit and records it. But like,
that stays in. That's all content.
But like gross topic-wise and opinion-wise, it's only happened like 3 or 4 times.
Man, I don't like bad people. Anyone else with me? I don't like bad people.
You guys don't even understand.
You're coming out with all the best takes right now, Simmsy.
Wow. No, Simmsy, you can't say that. We have so many bad people in our audience. You can't say that. You'll offend them.
Fuck you all.
There's so many people that
I actually like bad people.
There's so many people that suck that listen to the PCP. It's our main demographic.
I hope you guys are ready for next week's voicemails.
Uh-oh.
I think every week from now they're going to be like 15 minutes long because you're not going to have all the good ones. It's just going to be the shitty low effort ones.
No way.
If you're longer than 2 minutes, you get auto deleted. I don't care. Actually, I think the time limit is 1:30, so I don't think they evenly. Yeah.
Oh, on the topic of bad people, I guess I can bring up I guess I can bring up the weird shit that happened on Curious Cat for me. I tweeted about it yesterday.
Oh, I saw you getting or tweeted something about it. Sure, go for it.
I've drawn like a few more like dark.
By the way, everyone follow Simmsy. Everyone follow Simmsy. Is it at Simmsy Fart on Twitter?
Yeah, Simmsy Fart because Art was taken and Boy was taken, so Fart whatever. And Simmsy was taken. But I have a Curious Cat page which is that like
Simmsy for big booby mommy milkers.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
There's that website Curious Cat, which is just basically a Q&A website where people can submit questions anonymously. And somebody noticed that I'd been drawing slightly more dark-skinned girls than usual recently, which is not like intentional or anything. How dare I? Exactly.
We got a problem here. Yeah.
And they sent me a bunch of fucking questions that weren't even questions. They were just saying like,
"Damn,
I don't want to say
that's
them.
hot."
They're just horrible racist shit." And it's like, no, well, fuck off. You know what I mean? I don't understand why someone would be so motivated just from seeing a drawing to do that. That's mind brain problem.
I also don't understand.
People bad. If you don't like
Cybershell, you understand. You're kind of like that. Why don't you explain why people do that?
What do you mean? Why I'm kind of like that?
I feel bad. I was making a joke, but now I feel bad.
I was just gonna say this is. First of all, you're right. There's a bunch of deranged lunatics out there. I'm not saying it's your fault, but like, this is why I don't even have a Curious Cat. I don't want people to be able to anonymously ask me things. Fuck you. If you want to ask me something, show me your identity, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I disavow Curious Cat. I support. I support the alternative service, Brony Curious. It's much better.
Like, did people send Cybershell weird enough shit on Twitter? Like, there was this guy who kept asking, or he kept replying to every post that Cybershell made, asking about like if Sonic is pregnant or something.
That guy, at least, those were annoying, but like that guy thought he was being funny. At least that guy thought he was being funny. Like there's a difference between those guys and people who will just go out of their way to send like deranged racist shit.
The attempt was
yeah,
made.
That's true. Yeah.
I remember remember Formspring? That was kind of like Curious Cat, right? Just a website where you could ask someone questions.
Yeah, right. It's like an Ask FM kind of type deal.
I mean, I understand the appeal of those sites. I wasn't completely shitting on them. I just personally am like, fuck you. I'm not answering any questions. Fuck you.
I remember Andrew Hussey had a lot of really good. A lot of people asked him like Homestuck lore questions, and a lot of info, a lot of great insight was gleaned from his Formspring answers about stuff back in the day, which was cool. I like those. I think Formspring is like dead now, or
wasn't there some shit where Curious Cat was dead a week ago, and everyone was like, "Oh,
yeah, it just came back out of nowhere."
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
And then there was like a bunch of people saying, "Oh, don't use it; it's like compromised." And then there was like a day later, people came out like, "It's not really compromised." I don't know why everyone was saying that, but
that's why I checked it. Is because it came out. I hadn't looked at it for like months, and I checked it, and it was just all this fucking horrible shit over months that someone had sent me. I think it was about like 10 messages. And it's like, what the fuck? Why?
People are mental, man.
Yeah, mental.
Do you get a lot of questions on?
And I would know. Trust me.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, really. Like that was like 90% of the stuff that had been sent to me over the last few months.
Oh, okay.
Because I haven't barely looked at it. I barely use it. I just checked it because I heard Curious Cat was back, and I was like, okay, wait, it was gone. What? And then I looked, and I was like, oh.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and it says it's under maintenance.
Never mind.
I don't know.
Speaking of stuff that I've been seeing recently, have you guys been playing Wordle? Have you guys been Wordling?
Oh yeah, I have seen that on my timeline. I
don't even know.
Is that a Pokemon?
It does sound like a Pokemon.
Wordle rules. I've played 3 now, and I'm 3 for 3. Here, I'll post the. Yeah, it's the if you've been seeing these little graphics, these little emoji graphics that people have been it shows like your score. Let me find one. I did one earlier today. I'll show my score from Wordle 204. Where is it? Here we go. Oh yeah, copy and paste in that. That looks good. That looks real good. There we go. Read them and weep.
Oh, okay. I've seen those.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it is though.
It's
Huh? How's this work? I'm on the page. Well,
it's a word guessing
didn't even
game.
make sense.
Yeah, you have to get. It's sort of like Mastermind, but with a word. You ever play Mastermind?
I know the TV show Mastermind.
It's simple. It'll just tell you if you get the letter in the right place, it'll be green, and if you get the letter that's the correct letter but in the wrong place, it'll be yellow. It's pretty much that simple.
So I got a blank thing, and I press like A, and it's wrong. So what do I do?
Mastermind is a game where your opponent chooses a sequence of 4 colors, and you basically have to like make a series of guesses of colors, a series of colors, and he has to tell you like, okay, you got one color right, but it was in the wrong place, or you got one color right and it was in the right place, and stuff like that. So Wordle is like that. You have to guess a 5-letter word, and you have like 5 or 6 guesses. So you have to type in a 5-letter word. And then it will tell you which of your letters in your word were correct but in the wrong place, or correct and in the right place. And because you have a series of guesses, it gives you this cute little emoji code. Your series of guesses forms a little pattern that makes for a nice little postable post here. Look how great it is,
because the question's the same for everyone each day, isn't it? So that's why they do it as emojis as opposed to people just screenshotting the results, because it would just spoil it for everybody.
Yeah.
I was about to screenshot.
So
don't.
No. It's the same. Everyone gets one word a day, and it's the same word for everybody. They do it in different languages too, which is kind of cool. If you speak multiple languages, you can play multiple games of Wordle.
Wait. What is the strategy? You just guess a random 5-letter word, and then from there you have some information with which to make more guesses that are more correct?
Yeah. Okay. See, my first guess, it gave me that one yellow square, so I knew that letter was in the final word, but it's not in the right place.
I got 2 greens on my first try, so that's pretty good.
Oh, lucky. That's super good.
Are all the letters 5 words? Or all
what?
Are all the words 5 letters?
Yeah.
Okay, if you guys enjoy Wordle, viewers right now, I'm not trying to hear to shit on you or whatever, but I instantly lost interest in this game once I realized you can just game the system by, if you just search the words O-read, hints, clump, and gawky. That's like 20 letters. You will guarantee to be able to figure out the word, basically, from just having inputted all those letters, you know what I mean? Like, there's systems you can do to basically guarantee that you're going to be able to figure it out.
I mean,
that means that's necessarily if you're just trying to figure it out. I guess if you're trying to get the best score, this is one of those games you have to use the honor system, right? Because I mean, obviously, you can just you can just cheat if you really cared that much, I guess, about score.
It's about how few guesses can you get it in, and then you brag and you post your results, and you hope that everyone else looks stupid.
Hey everyone, I'm really good at this guessing game over here, so I just want to brag about that.
I'm really good at tic-tac-toe. I win it almost every time against
I'm really good at hangman.
I'm trying so hard to think of a word that ends in this letter, but I don't. How do I?
It's impossible. This one confused me. This one was a little bit tricky.
I've got the
of
third
the
and the
3
last
that I've
letter.
played, this was the trickiest.
Today was going to be the first one I played, but I looked at someone's screenshot beforehand and I realized, oh shit, that was today's one.
Get fucked, loser. You can't even play a video game.
True.
I have to wait all the way until tomorrow.
Can't you do past? I guess there would be no reason to do past ones if you can just look up the answers.
I tried to look up if you could choose a different puzzle, but it looks like it's just the one for the day. I don't know. I didn't look at the website for too long.
It's weird. Why wouldn't they let you do old ones?
Because it's a big community Web 3.0 metaverse thing, Ben.
That doesn't explain. That doesn't explain anything.
Web 3.0. I'm just going to keep saying that until you accept it and move on.
Oh, fuck. It's like, oh yeah, this is all like we're all actually secretly like solving the human genome.
Yeah.
With all of this like computing power that we're putting in.
If this was like truly Web 3.0, I'd expect it to be like every time you finish a Wordle, it's like you completed a Wordle. Would you like to purchase your Wordle as an NFT?
I would.
The blockchain? Would you like some of the blockchain?
What
blockchain more like?
What blockchain shit did I see this week that sucked? Bitcoin is crashing a bit right now. It's not doing super great.
What's the point of crypto if crypto just crashes every time the stock market crashes? It doesn't free you from anything. It's completely tied to the bullshit fiat currency that everyone's like, oh, it frees us from this. No, it doesn't.
Did the stock market also crash? I didn't even know about that.
I haven't. I don't pay attention to money. I refuse to learn about any financial knowledge. I choose to live in ignorance and be stupid about money.
Cybershell, can I have your bank account details?
I love money. I love money so much.
Yes, you can. That's how stupid I am about money. I just give out my bank account details to anyone who will ask publicly on a podcast.
Password and credit card info, and just send me your credit card in the mail.
I'm going to read.
Is 3. Credit card number is 3.
Oh my god!
I just got the really overwhelming urge to. So the card I'm currently churning is my American Express Business Cash Blue. And I just got the overwhelming urge to read out the funny little numbers on it. But obviously, I must.
Every time you talk about card churning, I imagine you like dressed up like an Amish person churning butter, but like sitting there over your little cards.
It's like that. It's
exactly like that. You know,
I think I imagine it as like butter, one of those. oh no, I got COVID. One of those
Oh god, it might be true.
Those fucking satisfying to look at like metal crushing machines with 2 like cylinders that grab something and crush it. I guess that's what I imagine when you card churn. Is that you're throwing cards into
metal
flat roller?
Flat roller
crushing machine.
It's a crushing machine that's like with like interlocking teeth, 2 cylinders going inwards and people just throw shit onto it.
On like a conveyor belt?
No. In like a tub. There's like a funnel. And then there's things at the bottom.
But the rollers have like ridges on them, and the ridges like interlock with each other, right?
And you grab things, and they rip.
You can throw like animal carcasses into them.
You can throw animals. You can throw like steel beams. You can throw anything.
Or you can throw the robot dog from Wallace and Gromit a close shave.
You can.
And you get stuck.
Oh yeah. That's right. I
had a little toy of that guy. He was scary.
Oh yeah, Preston the cyber dog. What a legend. I watched all of those with my dad on Christmas. That was great.
Last Christmas, me and my dad watched Flushed. We watched Flushed Away. We talked about. My dad's a big Aardman fan. We watched Flushed Away, and I loved it.
Flushed Away's cool. It's really weird.
It was really good. I think I talked about it last year, but I was like, wow. I was like, what a great little flick. What a great little, like, you know, clean and satisfying little 3-act hero's journey that was. I was very compelled by it. It was I loved it.
I've never seen it, but didn't they like imitate the stop motion?
Yeah,
with like animation.
They just did
3D animation.
It was animated by DreamWorks, but in the style of Aardman, like in their character design style, and like with the limited frame rate stuff on the faces. I think the bodies were completely smooth, but yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it was a pretty good.
I think that's interesting.
You got Hugh Grant as the guy, right? As the main man.
Yeah,
that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right.
And you got Ian McKellen as the funny frog, and he goes, "Aha, a man of quality."
Right.
It's a good movie.
This is a good movie. This year I didn't get to watch anything with my family for Christmas because I was quarantined with coronavirus. I'm still fucking pissed off about it. I'm fucking mad. In
terms of festivities for New Year's, I went round a friend's house and I got very, very drunk. I was the only person who drank more than one beer.
That's what I wanted to do. But I was still positive!
My dad drove me home, and I was almost sick on the way home, so I had to step out, and I just took a piss behind a bus stop, and I was like, damn, I'm still doing this. I'm 22, and I'm still doing this. And then I got home.
Wait till you're 33 and still doing it. It'll be even better.
I got home. I vomited like 6 times and put on Trailer Park Boys on my phone. And then I suddenly was conscious again, and it had been 2 hours, and I can tell because 6 episodes had gone by, and I was like, damn, I've passed out on the toilet for 2 hours.
Ugh,
great.
Sounds very uncomfortable.
Oh, I was fine. I'm a grown boy. I can still do it.
You're only 22. You're just a baby.
I know. I feel old because my back always hurts from work, which is great because I have to haul potatoes all night because I have a night job at a supermarket.
Maybe you should put the potatoes down.
No, but you got to put them on the shelf, Give. Did you know that?
Did you know that you got to put potatoes on the shelf in the store?
Interesting.
Potatoes are frequently found on shelves.
Interesting grocery store fact. You know all the shit you're supposed to keep cold? During the night when you're doing delivery, it just sits in the middle of the aisle for hours, not in the fridge, because it takes so long to like put it on the shelf. So all that chicken you're eating has just been sat there for at least 4 hours every night, not refrigerated. Which is
mean,
delicious.
I would do that in my own home. So whatever.
Health recommendation is that you need to chuck anything that's been out for like 2 hours, Vo.
So that's already what makes you think I would follow a health recommendation?
Well, guess what? Every single piece of fucking poultry in the shop that I work at has been left out for at least 4 hours, so that's cool.
Hope I don't shop there.
That opens my eyes a little bit.
It's more efficient that way.
I'm not going to say the name.
It's called chicken churning.
Exactly.
Oh, about Wordle, when you put a letter, and it's grey, that means it's not anywhere in the word, right?
Correct.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
So it's eliminated. It snowed here the other day. It actually, just like 2 days ago, it snowed like a lot. There's like 1.5 feet of snow on the ground. Or it might be starting to melt, finally. First serious snow of the winter.
Every time there's snow, I'm just so happy because it looks so pretty. But then I have to remember, I'm not a kid. I don't get school days of school off because of snow. It just makes my life worse and harder.
Yeah, fortunately, I'm blessed to be a renter. You know, I'm blessed not to own property, so I'm not responsible for shoveling anything.
You know, that's interesting because when I was a kid, I was like, oh, I wish I lived somewhere where there was snow so I could have school off. But now that I'm old, I'm like, oh, I'm glad I don't fucking have to deal with that shit.
Dude, I did.
Well, if you live in like Virginia or something, if you even get like 1/4 of an inch of snow, like everything shuts. You don't have to shovel it, but everything just shuts down instantly because the infrastructure is simply not prepared for it.
I got it in 4.
And that happens once every like 5. Oh, very good.
Well, now you're addicted.
Oh,
now you know the addicting rush of figuring out a word.
Yeah, you know, Wordle seems like a thing. Seems like a kind of Gib core.
It definitely did.
Game.
I love it.
I like it. I like it. I've played it 3 days straight now, and we'll see how long I keep my streak up. I was enticed. I was enticed by the little emoji cubes. I was just like,
who made this? How are they making money off of this? I need to know. I'm not comfortable using this until I know how it's monetized.
It's not about the money. It's about sending a fun word puzzle to everyone. It's
about the mitts.
Gib, how did you get it like that? How did you get no yellows?
I thought, I got lucky on the first one, and then I got lucky on the second one, and then I figured.
Got lucky on the fourth one.
Well, there was only you know what the word is, right?
I'll tell you how she got it, Ben. She thought, unlike you brainless twit.
I got the second letter on the first try, and then nothing for the entire thing, except for the last one where I accidentally got the last letter, so I got fucked.
I realize.
I got it first
because
try.
You can nobody plays it on hard mode, but there is a hard mode, and what hard mode does is it means that you can't. Once you guess a letter, you can't change the letter. Like that letter is locked in. And I was like, huh? And then I realized, oh, well, that's because if you didn't have them locked in, you could just, guess an entirely
that little system I had doesn't work on hard mode. I just found out about that.
Yeah.
My foolproof system. No, I have to actually think about the stupid word.
I tend to basically play as though I'm on hard mode.
Wait, what's the... I put the word in, right? And I pressed enter. Yeah. And then the second one, I put a word in, and then I could go back. I could delete letters and put them in again.
You could... Well, okay, you entered a word that had the green letters in the right place. On hard mode, you have to do that.
Like, the yellow doesn't count? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, on regular mode, if you could have put any word.
Once you've correctly guessed a letter, you can't not guess the letter. You can't, guess something else that you know is going to cover a lot of bases, you know what I mean? Like, you have to, make honest attempts is sort of how it works.
Oh, you mean on the second one?
You can't farm. You can't
put a bunch of random. Letters. You can't put a bunch of vowels on your second attempt if you got a green one on your first.
You have to use that green letter again
to see how many yellows you could have. Be like, okay, these ones are in, and these ones are
right.
Yeah, okay.
We have to type a real word. You can't just type random letters.
It should have just been hard mode by default. They should have just done that.
But... I might start playing on hard mode actually because, I always do it anyway, so, fuck it. I might as well get cred. I might as well earn my props.
There better be a special thing on the tweet that you tweet out that's by the way, this was on hard mode, so it's more important than all you other idiots.
It should have a little, star, a little, shining star emoji.
Or instead of making it green, they could make it red. But maybe people would get confused and think it was wrong instead of
I'm just going to start posting posting 5... green boxes in a row and saying I got on the first try, every single day.
Make it purple.
Yeah, every day, just Wordle 204, 1 out of 6. Wordle 204,
but I refuse to acknowledge that I'm cheating. Just be like, wow, #blessed, I'm so lucky.
Yeah, everyone's asking, how'd you do this? And just refuse to elaborate. It's I don't know.
I'm the world champion, bitch. I'm the best at Wordle in the world.
I'm just, if you were as smart as me, you would also get it in 1 every time, but you're not, so fuck off.
This sounds like another video game, clout swindle that somebody make a YouTube video about.
Yeah, this is the new, dream cheating situation that's going to blow up, is a guy who's, cheating at Wordle. Funny too, because it's the easiest game you could possibly cheat at. It's
just Google the answer.
You just have to not do that if you care.
Is that Planet of the Apes?
No, it's a human, man. It's not an ape.
Oh. There's in the sequels to the original Planet of the Apes, there's a cult of humans underground that worship an atom bomb.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and they stole that for Fallout 3.
That's the anti-Hideo Kojima.
Okay, Star Trek, of course.
Sorry.
Star Trek is banned. You're not allowed to talk about it on the PCP.
Can we get Ben off of this podcast and get Nate back on so we can talk about Star Trek, please?
Anything but that.
Finally, somebody had to say it.
Why didn't Picard care about the Kurlan Nesco when it was destroyed? I don't understand.
What the fuck? It's a plot hole.
I'm not a big Trek guy. I've seen some Trek. I guess it's all right.
I'm not a big Trek guy.
That's my opinion.
But TNG's good. DS9's good.
TNG is the only one I've really watched, even a significant amount.
It's the only one that interests me in the slightest.
I'm a big fan.
I would occasionally catch a Deep Space Nine or Voyager, on TV when I was a kid. But TNG was the one that I mostly... I've probably seen a dozen or
TNG's very
so,
serialized. You can
episodes.
just catch random ones and enjoy it. Or excuse me, TNG's very much just random. They're isolated episodes. They stand on their own. Whereas Deep Space Nine was more whoa, it's a continuing serialized story that there's season long arcs.
Right?
Believe it or not, there was a time in TV history when the idea of a season long arc was whoa, this is really interesting and exciting. Wow, there's continuity.
Okay, when I was a kid. And I caught an episode of the fucking X-Men cartoon, and I realized oh, this is a whole arc. This is a season-long arc. It's not just an episode. This I have to watch the whole thing to understand what's going on. I was blown away. I was whoa, that's so cool. And then I saw the first 3 episodes, and then I missed the 4th one, and then I never.
That's just how TV used to be. Yeah, you'd have to catch it every week, and you miss one, then you're left out of the conversation. you imagine that shit with like, you imagine like Game of Thrones, but in like the 90s, like everyone's constantly talking about that stupid fucking show, but if you missed an episode, you're just fucked.
If Game of Thrones had come out like back then, everybody would have had to watch it. Like they would have made so much money on ad revenue because everybody would have had to tune in to the network at the time.
Yeah, there is something really weird about that. Like TV used to be like a real like you knew you were watching it at the same time as like all these other people. Whereas now it's just like, oh, we released on Netflix, everyone go binge it at your own leisure. Which I'm not even saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's different.
Man, you guys,
I am.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I've always liked binging.
Is a thing you can do afterwards. After, it's a fun way to watch something.
I miss the JoJo Fridays.
Seen,
I gotta say, I miss it. It was more communal. It was fun. It was just a whole thing.
Yeah,
if you do it for the first time.
Yeah, I used to do JoJo Fridays. I used to do that, but I mean, you know, streaming existed.
There's no reason
then.
Netflix couldn't have released JoJo Part 6 like on a week. I don't know. They just don't like doing it weekly. I guess I'm grateful they're doing batches of episodes rather than just releasing the entire thing at once. But it's still kind of weird.
I think I have lost a lot of interest in like media in general. There's like very few like shows or games or anything that I'm like, yeah, I really want to check that out. I think one of the few things that could get me to want to watch the show would be the feeling of like everybody else is watching it, my friends are watching it, I want to be a part of the thing.
Yeah.
So that like community, like everybody's watching it at the same night on the week, right? We're all going to talk about it the next day. That I think that would be a big pull for me. I think that would be one of the biggest pulls that they could use to exert their power over me to get me to watch their stupid fucking show. And they've given it up. They've given it up because like there's so many shows and they're all on streaming and I can watch them anytime I want, but like fuck it.
Hey,
you know what? Why? Yeah.
Well, wasn't Squid Game like that?
Have you heard of a serialized manga called One Piece that you can catch up with and talk to people about once a week?
I could.
You could even go in the comment section of Talking Pirates on twitch.tv.
Damn. 2 years ago at RadCon 4, I almost caught up on one.
And you're still riding off the coattails of almost catching up one time 2 years ago.
And that was then. Yeah, and that was then, and now I'm like, well, shit. I've been almost caught up for 2 years. I guess I'm not anymore.
My friend is watching it. He's not reading it. He's watching the whole thing, and I'm like,
wow, that's
a lot.
You're a psychopath, episodes. Dude.
Yeah,
that's like that would take so long to do. I mean, not that there's anything.
Yeah,
I watched the whole thing.
Jeez,
I watched the first
the One Piece
700
anime have filler? It must.
I think.
I can't remember
it has
when
really
it
bad
was.
Pacing.
It just has bad pacing.
It was up to like
I know there's a lot of chapters.
Okay. It does have some filler, but some of the filler is actually really good. Like there's that one arc like when they come down from from Skypiea, they land in that prison island, and that's a whole filler arc in the anime. Yeah, but that's filler, but it's really good.
That's a great.
Yeah, mostly the episodes are just really badly paced and like slow.
It's because after the time skip, they go to one chapter per episode, which is terrible.
They're badly paced.
They should just make the episodes half as long.
They tried.
Just do 15-minute episodes.
They tried. Have you seen how fucking long the intros and outros are now? And the recap.
Like, it's crazy how long recaps can get on
6
some
minutes
shows.
At the start.
It's insane.
2
when
minutes.
There's like 15 minutes of new animation on a show because most of it's recap and intro.
I guess.
Crazy. The intro is like a full 3 minutes long. Then you have 2 minutes of fucking recap, and then like the outro is a full like 4 minutes or something like that. It's crazy. They're saving as much time as possible.
So One Piece is a weekly strip. Is it still going weekly? Is that just it's a weekly strip? Huh?
They have an outro,
strip, but it's a comic. That's just crazy to be honest. Like that's so much.
Yes.
Yeah. Oda is a little less consistent than he used to be, but it's mostly every week.
He's got some good
true.
What do you call it?
Some manga I think is good to read like weekly. Some of it like trying to read as it comes out is torturous. Like I really like Kaiji, but I just have to like deliberately forget about it for a year and then like catch up on it. You know what I mean?
Hold on. You mean Ultimate Survivor Kaiji?
Yeah, Kaiji's still going.
Is that still going?
It's still going.
Are you joking?
No. He's on this crazy arc right now. It's like you don't even understand. It's
how long has that been going for?
Since the 90s. The thing is, it's not like every week or anything. That's why I was like, is One Piece every week? Because like that's crazy to me that you can be that consistent. Kaiji's not every week. I think it's either monthly now, or I actually have no idea what the schedule is. I'm only catching like the English pages as they're chapters as they're translated, so I don't really know the actual release date. But yeah, it's still going. It's literally still going. Kaiji's still having his little fun adventures. I used to not even read the manga, but just like knowing that, I was like,
his fun adventures, the lighthearted romp,
getting his like ear cut off,
Kaiji Ultimate Survivor,
like slave jail underground.
See, it's so good though. It's so good. Did they keep making the anime, or do they?
No, the anime is stuck on. We're never gonna get a season 3, unfortunately. I mean, at least that's my guess. Which is it is unfortunate because I really like. But you know, it's one of those things where for years I was like, when are we gonna get season 3? When are we gonna get season 3? Oh, I'll give up.
And then eventually,
I'll just read the fucking manga.
I'll read the manga. Yeah.
It's
like the Attack on Titan effect. It's like, well, it's gotta fucking read the manga, I guess.
It's extra hard when you know it's just there. It's waiting for you. Like spoilers are like you could go spoil the whole show for yourself if you wanted.
I could spoil the show by reading it, by going and reading it as intended. In its original format.
Exactly.
The ultimate spoiler.
I'm so excited for the next season of Attack on Titan to see all the discourse around that. It's going to be very fun to re-experience it after the manga.
I'm gonna be honest. I watched the first season of Attack on Titan, and I was like, "Oh, this is pretty interesting." Oh, maybe I actually watched like the second season too, but whatever. And at points, I dropped it, and then I was like, I didn't even hate it, but I just sort of was like, whatever. I dropped it, and then now the only thing I hear about people is like bitching about how horrible the ending was, and now I'm like morbidly curious. So I think I might get back into it just to hear people bitch about the ending.
I watched the first season, and I liked it. I thought it was cool, but then. There was a long wait, I think, for season 2.
Yes,
and then I was like, okay, and people were like, oh, you can just read the manga. And then I heard like some of the stuff that is later in the manga, and I was like, that sounds dumb. I don't know.
So I dropped the show, and I didn't hate it, but I was like, this kind of feels like The Walking Dead, but like for weebs, because like main characters are constantly introduced just to get killed off in a shocking way. It's a little cringe. I sort of fell off. But then, like, I heard it gets incredibly weird and, like, political later, which is why everyone hates it, and it's not, like, the problems I had with it are not, like, problems, like, that people bring up when they're like, this is why it's a bad show, you know what I mean? So, I'm curious. I'm curious as to how it got bad.
I've read the whole manga.
Is that what people think the problem is? Is that it went smart? And it wasn't just people
it's smart.
No, like just heard a bunch of like weird complaining about like the political aspects of it, and like something about characters, like Aaron's character got assassinated or something.
The main politics is genocide bad, and if people are complaining about that, that's a red flag, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I've read the manga. I've seen the whole show so far. It's one of the few things I have actually caught up on. I don't know. If you've only seen the first season, there's at least 2 more seasons of good animation, but the good animators are no longer working on it after they switched studios, which is a shame.
It's so fucking annoying, dude, when it's like you watch a show like One Punch Man, you're like, holy shit, this is great animation, and then the next season.
Well, here's the thing. One Punch Man also had the best scenes in One Punch Man season 1 were done by the same animator who did all the best scenes in Attack on Titan. His name's Arifumi Imai. He's
there was great animation, I remember.
Action animation god. He's a crazy man.
Attack on Titan's over, right? Like the manga ended a while back, but they just haven't ended
the show. There's
one
more season coming. The manga's over, yeah.
Yes.
Technically, it's part 2 of season 4, I think they're calling it.
Of course.
I don't know why they do that.
You gotta break the last season into 2 parts. That's just like a time-honored tradition of milking shit.
They did that with season 3 too. There was season 3 part 1 and then season 3 part 2.
That's dumb. Just call it next season.
It should be actually season 4, and then season 4 should be called season 5, and then season 4 part 2 should be called season 6.
That would make more sense to me.
They should go away with you calling things seasons.
Part 6.
I don't see it being
6,
set in autumn or winter or summer. It's just doesn't make any sense.
It is weird. Season is a weird term, and they don't even use it in like England, right? Like they call it like series. Like we had a series like of a show or something.
Yeah, that's so confusing.
It's inconsistent. It's weird.
Yes.
It's like shit that's made in England, they say series. And then in everything,
it
like
is inconsistent.
Stuff, they call seasons.
So, well, yeah, most of the time. But then other times it's like they'll adopt the word season for a show made in Britain. And other times they'll use series for a show imported from other countries. It just doesn't. It sucks.
Why does it have to be so confusing?
Just call it
like the
show.
fact you're absolutely right. The
Watch
season
the
moniker
show.
makes
Here
even less
is.
sense now that everything gets dumped in one day. Like it's not even like it airs across the season anymore. Like it just all the episodes are dumped in one day on Netflix.
Oh, that's why they were called seasons?
Yeah,
that's funny.
Right.
Like seasonal anime or whatever. It comes out during a season, and it's like, oh, it's the winter set of shows. It's the this or that. I get it. But it really just doesn't reflect reality at all when you use season for everything, regardless of when it comes out.
It's
and
a
I don't
weird
really
word.
have a problem
like the
with
fact
it.
we
I
use
just
season
think
to refer to
words,
like a series of
silly.
episodes made in a time frame. Like what the hell? English. Come on.
They used to have like there was a series, which means like one after the other of like episodes that could be watched in any order, and then there's a serial, which is used to refer to a show that has a narrative that goes from one episode to the other. You need to watch all of them. I think either that it's like one way or the other. Like a series show is like, I don't know, like a Doug. And then a serial would be Game of Thrones.
Yeah, we could have better terminology.
But we call everything season.
I'm okay with season because it makes discussion easier with when you're like saying, remember in season blah
it's
when
fine.
this happened.
Yeah, I'm just so used to it. I'll never not call things seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those like languages change and season now just means that when it refers to a television show or whatever. But I don't care about Attack on Titan. I just wanted to speak about something. I just wanted to be pedantic.
What about...
Neither do I now that it ended.
I'm the opposite. I care a lot about Attack on Titan, but I didn't talk about it.
Hey, what about this series? Huh? What do we think? What do we think? It's a math joke.
That's like googly eyes with an E and an A and an I and a dash and an I and a dash and a 1.
That's exactly it. That's exactly what it is. Yes. I'm glad you understood.
What'd that mean, Mr. Sane?
Because that's the summation. That's the summation sign. It's when you do a series, you add up. That means the A starts with the I, and then it's a sum, and it goes -1, and then
wow. Everybody laughed at this fucking nerd for trying to tell us about math. Shut up!
Boring. That's boring. Remember when the female Titan screamed and all the Titans ran up and started fighting? That shit was cool. Fuck math.
Yeah, I dropped out of school, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Ben got a degree in physics or some worthless nonsense that that's not even real.
Yeah. No, it wasn't worthless because now when I have Game Maker open, I can tell my little guy to jump in an arc, and I go okay, square, and then and I'll make a fade out, and I make a fade out, and I'll use a little square root, and I'll just think, okay, yeah, that's a nice little gentle curve, for my little video game character, man. Haha, yeah.
You should have tracked down and emailed some old professors
$40,000 to go to college
and be like, this is what I did with my degree. Look at the pony game I made.
No, I don't want to tell James.
I mean, you joke about that.
He'd be ashamed.
You joke about that, but it is a cool skill to be math knowledgeable that you can put a formula into a thing to make a pretty thing happen.
I can't fucking do that.
It actually is.
I wouldn't know the first thing about making a cool arc. I would just need to look up what to do.
The math that I learned was way more advanced. The stuff that I use is fucking freshman year bullshit. But for what it is useful to know about the equations for a parabolic arc or whatever. It's good and shit.
Just
it's
Google
helpful.
it. Just Google it.
If I'm ever in a situation where I need to know the radius or a tangent, I'd rather die. I'd rather just be dead.
Sine, cosine, tangent. You ever play The World Ends With You?
No.
No.
Is that one guy?
The World Ends With Cosine.
Is that one guy that goes sine, cosine, tangent?
I was gonna play the new one.
He's the best guy. There's a new one. The old one was awesome. The old one ruled. I don't know. I haven't seen the new one.
I heard the Switch port of the old one was really bad, so I wasn't going to buy that, and I was just going to buy the new one. But I don't know.
Why was it bad?
It's like a full 3D remake, and they ruined the combat. The combat doesn't work without the DS system, kind of thing, going or something.
Yeah, I was skeptical about that. So
I don't know. Apparently, the new one.
I mean, the original one was made. The original one was very specifically designed for the DS. Yeah. So, you know, I can understand how it's just totally fucked if you try to play it on anything else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Should have done a Wii U port when they when they had the chance.
Wii U was the perfect fucking console for a World Ends With You sequel. Yeah.
It was actually the perfect console for like a lot of types of games, but like it died, and they didn't really use the
World Ends With You is actually like one of the coolest games I've ever played. It's actually like it might be like top 10 like games that I remember like the most fondly. Like I love it.
That means a lot coming from noted media hater Ben Saint.
I used to like things. There was a time when I liked video games, and at that time World Ends With You was pretty up there. I was like, yeah, pretty cool.
That game's been on my list for a while, but I have a friend who's like obsessed with Twooey, so I'm like, I gotta play it. I'm gonna play it at some point. It's got the Nomura character designs. Like, how can you resist?
Yeah.
Weren't they making?
I thought Twooey was like an anime
DS game.
No,
they made an anime of it recently.
Oh, is there an anime of it? I wouldn't know.
Yeah. I was gonna ask about that.
You might think it's like a visual novel if you saw like screenshots of it, but no, it has combat. It has
Oh no, I thought this was like a combination of like Jet Set Radio and Kingdom Hearts when I first saw it.
Aesthetically, that's not even that far off of a descriptor. Honestly,
the characters do show up in Kingdom Hearts.
Right, Dream Drop Distance.
It looks weird as like a cartoon.
Yeah.
That guy is that he's not putting that cup to his lips. He's putting it to his nose, and he's sniffing it.
Yeah, he doesn't
hard.
have lips.
Yeah, he'd have to like pull his thing down.
He's just pouring
I like the idea
shirt.
that he pours directly into the scarf, and he's just like slurping it up, and it's like dribbling all over his shirt.
Yeah.
It looks a little stupid in motion in the game, in like the limited assets of the dialogue of the game and the characters moving around on the battlefield. It looks great. It's beautiful. It's a masterpiece.
Yeah, it seems like a really stylish game.
I believe you.
It is.
Speaking of stylish masterpieces,
one of the words I would use for it.
I got into Devil May Cry recently, and that series is fucking awesome. And everybody on Earth should play it.
I put those off for so long.
I do want to play.
I kept hearing Matthew Matosis like suck that series' dick, and like all these other people that I respect. And like in my mind, I like character action games. Like that makes sense. Like, oh, that seems like a really cool genre. But then whenever I play them, I'm like, oh, I'm not instantly good at the game. Like I suck, and I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. But but if you really, I'm actually not like the DMC expert. I haven't even played 5 yet, which is very shameful. But I did play through the original 3, and then I got through 4 as well at some point. And yeah, they're a really good series. Well, I mean, apart from 2, obviously, but 1 and 3 are great games, and 4 was also fun.
Much like with Digimon, I bounced off of DMC Part 2. My friend in high school was like the biggest DMC fan, and I was like, okay, cool. And then I decided to get 2.
So unfortunate, unfortunate, dude.
And I was like, well, this isn't very fun.
It's a legitimately bad game.
My time with this game.
It sucks. It's fucking. It's horrible. Like there aren't even like DMC fans that defend it. There's not even like a contingent. Like, oh, it's actually pretty good. Like everyone just, oh yeah, it sucks. We all know it sucks. It's a piece of shit.
How weird. How weird that they could just do that. That they could just fuck one up real bad. And it's
the fact
bad.
that they were able to like
awesome.
make another one at 3,
awesome.
and then that one was actually amazing. Like that was a big surprise.
3 was like the best one.
Yeah.
I mean, making a video game is hard. Maybe they like, all right, we made one, let's make another one. But let's do it.
It was the Dark Souls 2 thing with it.
And then they just made all of the wrong choices.
Sorry.
It was the Dark Souls 2 problem of having a different team, and then the guy who directed 3 came in at the very end of development and tried to save it. Where it's like, oh shit, you guys
you came in on the last day. So, how's that game you're doing? What
there was some famous, infamous story where it was like the only thing they had done was like the stinger attack. Like that was like the only useful thing that they had done at that point in development. It's like they basically had to start from scratch when he came into the project.
Jesus. My God.
Yeah, game development is hard though. Like it's easy to just be like, oh, how did they make? Why did they make it shitty? Why did they choose to make it shitty? But like, yeah, you know, it's complicated. It's hard.
Speak for
they
yourself.
Just love poo.
Speak for yourself. I have been cranking it. This week I have added. This week I have upgraded. I have basically finished making Phantom's Revenge beta version 3. I have successfully added weapon marriage and stock trading to the game. These are
better add a fishing game now.
It's
just all this bullshit.
That's. Cetal last episode asked if you could fish and if there was fishing and farming, and I was like, oh, maybe no, I have to stop.
No, don't.
I have to stop at some point.
Save that for when you make like a fuller, larger
stock trading. I think
game.
Stock trading is the perfect addition, and that's where I'm like, okay, game's perfect now. Game's perfect.
Add a style rank system like Devil May Cry.
You know, I might, because I mean the game does sort of like judge you at the end. Like the game gives you results. It's sort of, you can sort of interpret them in like a how did you do.
Have a bit crushed voice go, cool, badass.
Awesome. I mean, Phantom will
not great.
There are circumstances which will make Phantom look different at the end. You can make him cry. You can make Phantom cry at the end if you are a bad person.
I always wish that if I took like 50 hours to beat Metroid, that Samus would like cry at the end. Be like, how could you?
I was so bored running backwards and forwards between two places that I knew what to do, but someone was controlling me, making me do stupid shit.
This was the big edition of version 2. I'm not going to say what it was, but I added something that would let you beat, if you're bad at the game, it would let you beat it anyway. But if you beat it that way, Phantom cries at the end, and you feel like a fucking monster.
Hell
and
yeah.
you better go back and do it right, you idiot.
I'm gonna speedrun for that ending.
If it's faster, that's the only route people are gonna speedrun. Sorry.
That's true. Kill the animals. Well, you know. All right. It's actually not faster. It's actually not faster. It's just easier.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it would actually be interesting point. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I think it would actually be faster to play it well and not do that. So, you know, I thought of everything. Don't worry. Game's a masterpiece. Yeah. And those jump arcs. Hoo boy. Parabolic AF.
I can't wait to see Jeff Keighley on stage next year at the Game Awards, and he goes, "The best indie game goes to Phantom's Revenge."
It is the best indie game. Phantom's Revenge.
Do you sound like that?
He kind of sounds like that.
He's involved with games. Everyone sounds like that.
Keighley?
Game Awards.
Hosts the Game Awards.
He was the Dorito Pope.
Okay, but there's got to be something else to him than that, right?
Yeah, he was fuck, I forgot what he did before. He was like a journalist. He worked for Game Trailer. I don't think so. He worked for something.
Some one of those. Gamescom, GameSpot.
May have seen
Games Dweeb. I don't know.
Familiar, but... All right. Okay.
He's okay. I don't hate him as much as I thought I should hate him. He made Angry Joe look like like an idiot once, and that was pretty funny. So Jeff Keighley gets the seal of approval.
That fucking face.
Funny.
Oh, I was right.
There's this infamous interview.
Oh, he fucking blew Angry Joe the fuck out. He fucking
that
interview. I almost forgot about that.
I think. Wait, was that entirely broadcast by Angry Joe to say Jeff Keighley fucking sucks? Look at how he manipulated me, and then he just shows him
owned.
like talking normally, and Angry Joe was just being a complete spaz.
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but can you fill me in on?
It was an interview that Angry Joe recorded with Jeff Keighley at the Game Awards, and he was like complaining about about Jeff's like picks for like each category and stuff, and he was saying like, "Oh, you haven't even nominated any MMOs for the RPG thing," and he's like, Jeff Keighley just shuts him down on every
Mhm.
single point and proves him wrong on every single one. And because it's a video made by
Wow,
Angry
okay.
Joe, he has like he like pauses the video and then he comes on screen, green screen. He goes, "See, he's fucking with me," even though Jeff Keighley's just completely proved him wrong. It's one of the most hilarious videos ever made.
Wow.
Angry Joe's just screaming like an idiot, and he's completely wrong about everything.
Wow.
That was so
I mean, it
funny,
sounds
dude.
like
The lack of
Angry
self-awareness
Joe
is
owned
amazing.
himself.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a
Basically.
legendary cell
Yeah.
phone on his part. I just realized that
unfortunate.
self-own actually sounds exactly the same as cell phone when you say it really fast.
Cell phone.
Wow.
Men posting their L's.
That's why we just say
It
phone.
makes
That's
you
why we had to
think.
get rid of. We had to drop the cell.
Gaming.
It says a lot. It says a lot about society.
Perfect cell phone.
You know, I want to go back to like how David Lynch called them telephones, even though they were cell phones.
That is good.
I mean,
You know
they still tell
Well, they are telephones.
Yeah, we should just
Cell
go
phone
back
is
to
just a
calling them that.
They're
subcategory.
telephones.
You know, I was adding stock
Telephones.
trading. I was a bit sad because I was adding stock trading, and I was like, okay, you're gonna do stock trading through your gel phone, right? Because that's how you do it in Endless War. You have a gel phone, and you can call up the remote stock exchange. You call up your slime broker, and you trade stocks on the slime stock exchange. So I wanted to make the like command subcategory ! Gel phone, but it was just a little bit too long, and it was like it stuck out a little bit further than like the menu, and I was like, if I change the menu, I would have to like change every other menu option. I would have to move everything, every subcategory option individually. I have to move them. I was like, no, it's boring. That's dumb. I'm just gonna shorten it to phone. But I was like, but phone is lame. It's not just a phone. It's a gel phone. This is a piece of lore. I made an artistic compromise, and I will never
Can you just
forgive
do
myself.
like gel-ph?
It's a cell phone.
Gel
telephone.
phone.
Or JJ phone.
No, those ideas suck. This is why you guys are not game guys.
Well,
I'm the
actually-
game guy.
Actually, you could have made the font smaller.
Shut the fuck up!
You could've
no,
made your dick
you
smaller.
don't understand. You don't understand
It's
anything.
already
You
the
fool.
smallest size.
Just change
That
the
would be a
text size,
nightmare.
dingus. Duh.
That
Yeah,
would
obviously.
imagine if one text option is just a smaller font than all the other ones. You would be
Just
a
close your
disaster.
eyes. You don't have
Ben,
to
I
look at it.
guarantee this
No, I
game
know,
has
I
been
know.
played in your life.
Close
Making
your
you never
eyes.
noticed.
Does it almost feel like nothing changed at all?
You gotta change the text size.
Let me just say personally,
If-
I'm looking forward to this game, and almost as much as looking forward to just playing the game. I'm looking forward to watching Ben try to have to explain this game to people who don't know anything about it and try to pitch them to play it when they're going to be beyond confused. It's like, no, there's a pony comic you got to read first, and it's related to Sonichu, but it's also
No,
like this, and it's like that.
My plan is to make the game funny and approachable and cool so that people will play it on their own and I won't have to explain it. And if they want to, they can follow up and be like, what's the comic this is linked to? Let me go check that out.
The whole thing was
Plan
just
Make it
a
as-
trick to get people to read your old Brony comic.
I mean, sure. Why
can't
not?
argue.
The thing
The whole
I'm
thing was
excited for
Here's
is
the whole thing was just a trip to get more views on TBAP. TBAP was struggling for years now. It wasn't getting views, so we had to put the word out there.
the thing I'm excited to see is Ben's Discord trying to convince him that the game is done while he's trying to add more shit. I can't wait for that to happen.
You were saying something last
I-
week about how you've basically done the main game and you're just adding the extraneous type of bullshit on top. But I just want to go on the record and say
Yes,
that's the most important shit is the extraneous bullshit because that's
It
what
was-
really gives the game a soul. You know what I mean?
Genuinely, version 1, beta version 1 sucked. I realized, I thought it was good. I thought it was great. It was done. But then I was like, okay, version 2, there's something I want to add. I added it. And now I realize version 1 was garbage. Version 2 is the actual complete version of the game. The game was not complete. Version 3, it didn't need the features. It didn't need weapon marriage. It didn't need stock trading. But I do think it is better for having them. And I think version 3 is... Version 2 was essentially done. Version 3 is just an improvement. But now I'm like, okay, it would not be that much improved by anymore. So I think I'm actually I'm actually calling it. This is No more major additions.
You can always add
only
shit after
fixes.
it comes out if you really want to.
That's I have maybe you've heard me mention that maybe in the future it would be funny to go back and add in keg mode.
Right.
Would be
funny.
Very silly. It would be funny. It would be a lot of work and probably not worth it. Actually, I said it would be easy, but it wouldn't be.
You have to make a bunch of sprites and shit,
easy.
right? Like, I mean, I know you could maybe model them or like modify existing ones, but it would still be a lot of work.
I would have to make a. I would. Yeah. I honestly, I was thinking, I would want it to play differently because, like, Keg would have to function mechanically differently.
Not just a
from
reskin.
Phantom because Phantom is a slime pony. And is immune to the electric attacks of Sonichus, and it can only be defeated through the use of bicarbonate soda water. Keg would be... He would have no reaction... He would have no response at all to bicarbonate soda water, but he would be, like, easily defeated by Sonichu using some sort of move, for example, Thunderbolt, or Thunder, or Volt Tackle, or etc., etc. So he would have to. There would have to be something. And I thought it would be really funny if what if Keg just like has a gun? Like he's just like, hey, good thing I found this gun outside. And he just goes in and like, I don't know. Maybe it's like a speed. It's like, okay, here it is. Keg mode is this instead of a turn-based RPG like with Phantom. Keg mode is like typing of the dead, where he just gets to a new room, and he just has to type a word fast enough so that he just shoots every Sonichu before they can shoot him, and then he's like, well, okay, next room.
I love it, but I'm biased. I love typing in the dead, so I think that's hilarious.
So that would just be like an entirely new game, basically.
Yeah, just make a new game on top of your old game. Just fucking do it, you baby.
Just spend another year making a game.
That's what a sequel is, basically.
That's what the Virgil DLC is and all the Devil May Cry games.
Hell yeah. You'd be surprised how much like a different playable character can
I guess
add
there are
to a game.
Worse things. I'm trying to think. I feel like Zero from Mega Man X. When you could summon Zero in like Mega Man X3, I think. And you get a sword. Oh. Zero didn't even have a sword in the original Mega Man X. Like, at no point in Mega Man X did Zero have a sword.
Is that right?
But then, like, in every other game...
I'm not a Mega Man
mega
fan. I like the series, but I wouldn't have been able to tell you that.
I'm a Mega fan.
I've only played X.
I'm a Mega fan.
1.
Yeah.
I forgot when he got the sword. Was it in 2?
I think it's in number 2.
Or 3?
Or, like... I don't think you can play as him in 2, but you can play as him in 3, and he definitely has the sword in 3. I don't know if he has the sword in 2, but he definitely does not in 1. But it's funny because like him being the sword guy is sort of like kind of his whole thing. Like that's the one thing people know about him.
That's how I know him.
He's like the sword
from
guy
Marvel
from
vs.
Mega Man.
Capcom 3. He's a sword guy. He's a little cool. It's a laser story. It's cool.
But they just added that later because it was cool. They were like, well, Zero's a cool guy, so we should give him something cool like a sword.
From what I remember,
and they did.
The sword wasn't his main weapon until 4. In 3, he could still use the arm cannon. From what I remember.
Yeah, in 3.
Then in 4, he. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. In 3, he could charge, and like he still uses the Buster, but like one of his like charged moves is like a sword slash. So
and then in 4, he just stopped using the Buster.
That was after after the graphics change, right?
Yeah, it went from SNES to PS1.
I hate the way that it looks. I hate the way that those games look after the graphical change after X3. I just think it's so much worse.
Why?
It's like the sprites are like too big. They're not bigger, but like, you know, they're more detailed, and like, I don't know, they're too detailed. I hate it. I really, really hate the way that X4 and on look. I think that the game looks perfect in the X style, and it was made worse by being made better by the enhanced fidelity.
This is another one of those Pokemon moving situations where you can't properly articulate what you don't like about it. Kinda only Mega Man was great when it made the move to 3D.
I don't like because everybody likes Mega Man Legends.
Like I just said, I'm not a huge Mega Man lore expert, but I sort of know what you mean. Honestly.
I actually have not played. I actually have not played that much Legends, but it looks awesome. Everybody likes how it looks, including me.
I love low poly 3D Mega Man. Yeah, those games look dope as fuck.
What about the 3DX games? Those ones are really ugly.
It's aged really well.
The
Mega Man Legends.
There's one of the X games. I think it's like X6 or 7 or whatever. You actually have like playable 3D sections where it's like a hallway. It's really bad.
Yeah.
Are there? I don't know. I
remember hearing people bitch about like X6. Like those games apparently get kind of bad. But again, I'm not speaking from firsthand experience. Just from watching YouTube videos, essays about this is why Mega Man games get bad at the end.
I mean, in the Mega Man 0 games, I guess he's I mean, his sword is his most iconic weapon, but it's not. He is equally able. I mean, he has all kinds of different. He has a whole arsenal. He has a gun. He has a sword. He has the boomerang shield. He's got the like arm jabby things. He's got the like extendo spear.
Who?
Zero. Mega Man Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got all kind of like the whole. Oh man, and then I think is it in Z4? Is it in 04 that he has the glove that he can like rip like weapons out of other enemies' hands and like use them? What fucking amazing. Genius. The greatest game ever made.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a stock market simulation, so I mean, how good is it really?
No, he can't trade stocks on his gel phone, and he can't. Sure, he's got all these weapons, but he can't marry a single one of them. So what's even the point?
I just want to give a shout out to Cruelty Squad for being another game with an in-game stock market where you can just like buy stocks in the middle of a mission. But you know what you really need to add to your game to make it stand head and shoulders above is you need to add like a credit card churning system.
Video.fr.
You already gamified it. You know how it's fun. You know how to do it.
Yeah, I have not gotten around to playing Cruelty Squad, but a lot of people have mentioned like Cruelty Squad is very endless war. And it is in so many levels because like one, it's got like it's like slime aesthetic, and two, it's like all about like a hyper capitalist like corporate nightmare world, which is thematically like so endless war is also. It's just like it's a little less in your face about it. And it's like it really is. I could see someone, maybe they stumble upon Phantom's Revenge, they play it, they realize like there's stocks in it, and like they think like is this like a Cruelty Squad spinoff? Because like it's talking about slime and you could trade stocks. Like,
don't worry,
I could genuinely see someone.
There's no ponies in Cruelty Squad. People won't get confused.
Oh.
Guess what? Guess what? I just found out. Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 2 is airing today. The first episode.
Oh wow!
Wait, actually,
timing.
No.
If only this went up today, so the people like because if you're listening to this now, you missed it. If you didn't watch it, I mean, you can go watch the first episode.
It's too late.
You can't watch it live. You can't watch it the day it came out unless you already did.
Go watch episode 2 in a few days.
Yeah, exactly.
Simmsy's lying to me.
Set yourself up for disappointment. Anyway, moving on.
It's fine.
Wait, I'm gonna
get
grab
any worse than it already
a drink.
was.
I'm gonna grab a sparkling water. I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay, finally, now we can talk shit about Ben all we want, and he will never know. Because he's not going to, like, listen to the episode back and be like, I better listen to that part I wasn't there for. You think he's going to do that? 0% chance.
I mean, we can talk shit about Ben to his face.
Yeah, but
That's
actually you're right,
fun.
it is funnier to do it that way. Let's just... Okay, everyone hold your Ben shit talk until he gets back. I know it's hard to resist.
Huh?
He's really smelly. He's just generally quite a smelly person. Don't like him.
You've never sniffed him.
Ah, that's what you think.
You got to have receipts if you want to destroy Ben's scene.
I can tell he's smelly because I open up my package of the vapors and it just reeks.
There's vapor in there.
Yeah, it's a bunch of vapor. I open the box, it's like a big cloud comes out.
A big vape cloud, and it says, haha, fuck you, and it dissipates.
My copy of fucking Road to Radcon fucking reeked. I know he pissed on it. I know he did. I know he doesn't like me. I know he pissed on my copy of Road to Radcon just to piss me off. Little bastard. Fuck him.
He would never piss you off.
Let
It's
it
too
dry
literal.
out.
It's all yellow.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask him about the Pleeb the Weeb stuff, but I guess I will when he gets back. Overall, I gotta say, I'm glad I never bothered being like, Ben, you gotta chill out with your like Trixie hate, because it led us here. It led us to this moment. It all worked out in the end. All the people are like trying to get him to calm down. You were anti-progress. You were gonna stand in the way of this.
It's worth it.
It's like an objective fact that his hatred of Trixie has caused more good in the world than bad. So
look, if I buy a Pleeb,
it is like some weird Dark Souls thing where it's like fueling him to keep going, even though he's definitely hollow at this point.
I'm gonna buy a Pleeb in the Weeb Blu-ray, and I'm gonna pledge an equal amount to Jesse's Patreon that month. But not to Trixie. Trixie gets nothing.
Who's gonna be the first viewer to buy the Pleeb and the Weeb and then like take it to a live Yig show and get it signed?
Oh god. Oh god.
Who's going to be the first viewer to
sign the sign the back of the box where Ben takes a fat shit on Trixie on the back of the box.
There are live Yig shows.
I don't even think that's a thing anymore, to be honest, but like it was a thing.
There were.
There was a technically
there was like one or two.
One that was run by Wiley. One that they just like came into at the end, and then like another one.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh my god,
Riley
it's
Coyote.
A great mental image.
I can just imagine those going like Low Tax's party at his office, where only one person showed up and he was on the couch passed out.
It's a classic moment. Oh yeah, I was gonna at some point take a moment to shill my new video that I did with my pal Bedhead Bernie.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that too. That was my favorite part.
It's a funny moment.
I knew a lot about the history of SA, but that was one thing I didn't know about.
It's real.
So it was good to
internet boomer hours over here trying to educate people about internet history, which is one of those things where it's like intellectually, like, is internet history like important? No, not really, but like at the same time, like I kind of think it is. I don't really know how to explain it, and like it's
nice. I wouldn't say it's important,
right.
but like
it's
so
just
much of what we enjoy.
It's easy for that stuff to get lost at time. You know, like a lot of contemporary like tweets, just like things like news articles with cite from around you know, Low Tax's death and stuff. Like those tweets are just deleted, and like those news articles have like broken links. Like internet history is just very easy. People just assume someone else will like document it and archive it, but you know, it doesn't really happen.
Are we talking about the Bernie vids low tax?
Yeah, I mentioned
video?
I was shilling my Low Tax video that I had worked on with my pal.
Yeah,
Bernie.
I saw that. I saw Bernie tweet it, and I started it, and then I was like, oh hey, it's Cybershell is in this. Neat.
Indeed. Yeah, we wrote it and researched it together, but he did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. We basically made it together, but he edited and voiced it because he's just better at editing than me. And I also didn't want to do it because I'm lazy. But yeah, we basically made it together. There is a lot of people, like, unless you watch to the end and also don't, or read the description, then you probably, like, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm glad he got Cybershell for a voice cameo. And I'm like, I did a lot more than a voice cameo, but it's okay.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought you were just a voice cameo.
No, there are a lot of just voice cameos, so it's a little, like, I get why people are like that. Yeah. Like, I really don't care. It's just one of those situations where I just wanted to make a good video. I didn't care so much about, oh, I hope it gets X amount of, like, views. Like, I want people to see it, but, like, it's just, like, I'm just happy that it's done type situation, you know what I mean?
The video for us.
Do people even read the video descriptions anymore? Because it didn't say that like you wrote it.
Nobody reads video descriptions.
No,
of course not.
No, answer no. Nobody reads the video description.
Of course not.
Damn. I guess I'm the only one.
You're right. You're the last remaining video description reader out there.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'm the last person who exists who reads them.
About like internet archiving, where you were saying. Somebody asked in a voicemail, like I think a week or two ago, about the digiclips. Yeah, the digiclip stuff. It was the archives are just gone. Like those forums have been deleted, and like all the fallout of the Something Awful raid on the Real Digimon Believers forums. A lot of it just doesn't exist anymore, and it's sad because. A lot of funny shit went down there, and a lot of it is just
There's
gone.
a lot of funny shit from like 2015, 2016 that's like gone forever, let alone trying to do research on like websites from like 2003. Yeah. Thank God for like archive.org and the Wayback Machine. You can't even imagine how barren and empty the internet would seem if just like it was constantly like all these major sites just gone forever, you know what I mean? Like I'm not like, I mean, I like Lost Media as much as the next guy because I just like think it's interesting that like a million people could have seen this, but like 0 remaining copies exist. You know what I mean? So something weird about that.
Right. But if it's truly lost, like gone forever, then there's nothing interesting about that because there's nothing to even
and it's
talk
just
about.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if I could go back in time, I would have invested like millions of more dollars in the Internet Archive because, like, they were really ahead of their time. That shit started like in the late '90s. Like, he like knew how important the internet was gonna become. The guy who started it,
just like Hideo Kojima. That's what Metal Gear Solid 2 is
yeah,
about.
obvious. Yeah.
I love the part in Metal Gear Solid 2 where Raiden turns to the camera and he goes, "Please, just archive the things on the internet and don't believe everything you read."
I need my re-uploads of Digibros videos.
Don't delete your save file.
I like the part
Snake.
where Raiden is like, "Chief, I need some information. I need a download," and Chief is like, "No, you can't have it because I've put it on the blockchain, and it's the Web 3.0 is the future. This internet shit, these memes of today are stupid. The Bitcoin, Raiden, you didn't invest in Bitcoin.
I can't verify your hash. I'm gonna have to sell your NFT.
Your NFTs end here, Colonel."
You know, what's really interesting is that Metal Gear was like one of the first places to like, use the actual definition of the word meme.
Yeah, but meme with a soul.
I am aware.
Before memes actually like became...
It is funny that meme is just like a Richard... First of all, it's weird that Richard Dawkins, of like all people, is like the guy that like I think he coined it, and it's just like it's just a gene, but with information. It's just mimetic transfer of information. That's all it means. Like,
did he make up?
Yeah, I believe it.
He invented the word.
Just like Shakespeare, he just made up a word, and everyone was like, "Okay,
right,
sure."
It's like yeah. We just like I don't know. I don't think. I mean, I understand English is an evolving language, and people like make up words all the time, but like in a more of a slang way. You know what I mean? And that's where it just becomes normalized. Where it feels weird, just be like, "This is going to be a real word I'm making right now," and it's going to go in dictionaries and stuff.
Well, I don't think he realized people were going to use
exquisite.
That way.
Yeah, he probably didn't. He probably didn't expect it to enter the lexicon.
Right.
How could he have? He was describing what I'm sure he considered a very hyper niche,
a very specific type of information transfer. Whereas the average person, you say meme, and they're like, "Oh, you mean an image macro?" It's like, yeah, that's what I meant.
You mean TikTok? I mean, it's
come to mean something else.
You know, I don't know if any of you other guys were on YTMND, but they used to call them fads on there.
Yes, I remember before meme was widespread, people calling internet memes fads. That's a factoid. I remember.
I don't even remember that.
Damn, you people.
I remember that from GameFAQs more than YTMND.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew what the word fad meant. But I never heard anyone use it about like a specific image or a phrase or anything. Maybe. I mean, I wasn't on YTMND, and I wasn't even really on GameFAQs that much. I was on 4chan. I wasn't really on 4chan until college.
I was on GameFAQs, but I got banned.
Based.
Have I mentioned that a lot of my old
Twice.
roommates that I was living with until recently were people from a forum called it was called the TLDR. The forum was called the TLDR, and it was where like people that were banned from the World of Warcraft forums would congregate.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I knew that there were splinter sites
they had
like
lore.
that.
Like Gabe Newell posted one time on their forum one time, and that was like a big.
And then
one of the mods banned him. Yes,
was
and one of the mods
banned from World of Warcraft.
No, I don't think so. But he was banned from the TLDR, which was. That was like a cataclysmic event, I think, in their history. Yeah.
Does it still exist? Is what you mean? Like they're still actively posting on there? Because like
I believe the forum does still exist, but I think it has mostly become like a Discord.
Yeah, I was gonna say almost every fucking forum has just gotten evaporated into Discords and stuff and social media in general.
That's when I went back to look at.
That's kind of annoying.
When I went back to look at the Gaming Steve forums, I think I mentioned this a few months ago. I just went back to look at Gaming Steve because I used to go there when I was waiting for Will Wright's Spore to come out. I would go there to check up on the latest Spore. Yeah, to check up on the latest Spore news.
Dude, I remember the Spore hype. People were hyped.
Dude, That was like your first YouTube videos that are still up.
Yeah, I have some Spore Creature Creator videos up from like, remember the Creature Creator came out and everyone was like, oh, this is so pog. The game's going to be even better.
I talked about that shit for years. I annoyed my girlfriend in college by talking too much about it. And then it came out, and oops. Yeah, I went back to check those forums, and there was like one guy. Still posting threads like fairly often, just being like, "Hey guys, I played this new game. I thought it was pretty good. This part annoyed me. You
just can't let it go. What do you think? Can't move on to the afterlife."
Yeah, and he would just post. He would just make some threads every now and then, and then like I was just looking at all these threads he was making, and one guy was like, "Hey man, like we're all on Discord now. Like you should join the Discord." And he's like, "No, fuck Discord. Discord's for groomers. Fuck that."
Hell yeah, based one forum poster guy.
Yeah,
he's literally like the guys in World War II who didn't realize the war was over and kept fighting for like years after.
The guys trying to populate forums still after the war has been lost to Discord.
What video did I see about that one guy? That one like Vietnam. No, he was a
Japanese guy who was like living on like in a jungle or something, and that's such a weird story. But like, yeah, it's crazy.
Weren't there like multiple guys?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were at least a couple, yeah.
I saw a video about one specific guy. It might have been an atrocity guide video, or I don't remember what channel it was on. I don't know, but yeah. There's at least
sounds like the kind of thing they'd cover on that channel.
Yeah.
I don't.
It sucks. You used to be able to have a question, and you could Google it, and then you find a forum. But now it's like, oh, you want to know the answer to this obscure game thing? You have to join our Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you got to join our Discord. It's just that the large Discords feel like you're walking around in a city and everybody's walking past you, and it's like impossible to start a conversation. And it just doesn't.
Yeah.
It's
also like really for
you to like
it's really inconvenient
get
to
into
find
anything.
information.
Well, it's like how I feel about like a Twitch chat. Once it gets too big, it's unusable.
I like. Yeah.
Like the thread thing is like a conversation about a specific thing. You click on the topic, you click on the thread, and you read about. But like in a Discord chat, nobody is like. There's a lot less I guess strict rules implored in Discords to keep things on topic. But it just I don't know. It's just a completely different feeling, and it's sort of if it gets to a certain size, the Discord is completely unusable for me. I have to just mute it completely, even though I want to.
I like lots of individual threads, lots of smaller conversations you can just go pick and choose and participate in, versus one like giant uninterrupted stream. Like I don't know, it's you got to find a Discord like that's the right size, but then it's like it's like some Goldilocks shit where it's either way too big, way too fast, or you join Discord and it's like 3 messages a day type situation.
I like Discord, but yeah, I do think it is a bit sad that it has largely displaced forums. I did used to like forums sometimes.
And in my experience, most of the forums I was on were kind of like dead for like a couple years, and then Discord sort of revived the community. That was more of the experience I had.
I don't want to be fully anti-Discord. I'm sure it has plenty of good things, like just intellectually, like the idea of a chat program. Like there's nothing wrong with that, but I don't know.
Like the pivot animation community was pretty dead before Discord revived it.
It's just on many.
That's actually a good point. There's probably a lot of communities that can't
survive on a forum. Maybe we're blaming the wrong thing. Maybe it's not.
Discord.
Yeah, you're right.
The move to Discord might be like a
dying.
symptom more than like a root cause.
It is.
It's not that I care about forums more. It's just that Discord sucks and I don't like it. It doesn't like it's just unwieldy. I can't get into anything. I can't make new friends on Discords. It just doesn't feel like
I can't make new friends. Period. But that's another topic. I didn't care that much about forums either, but the problem is that everything online is like owned by the same 3 corporations.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was about to say. It sort of feels like another step. God, I mean, I guess we're going to Web 3.0 now, which is even worse.
Somehow it's worse than Web 2.0.
Well, yeah, it feels like another step in the Web 2.0ization of like no like individual websites. Like everything is on like a few big platforms. Everything is on YouTube or on Facebook or on Discord or on everything is agglomerated into one.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not that I specifically miss forums and like if we all just went back to forums, the internet would be fixed. It's just like forums are emblematic of the old internet, which I miss as a whole, a lot more than I miss specifically for forums in general. Were just a den of like elitist pricks and a bunch of assholes circle jerking over power. I mean, I guess there's plenty of that on Discord too, but it's not that forums were this holy magical place. Trust me.
Yeah.
A lot of Discords.
I feel totally invisible in a giant Discord. But on a forum, I feel like you can start something and then somebody can call you an idiot.
A lot of Discords are dominated by regulars, so like trying to break into a new group of people, like as a new member, is very hard because it's just the same group of people talking to each other and just ignoring all the new people that join, which is a big issue, I think.
Yeah,
a lot. That's just a trend that I've noticed. That is strange.
Yeah, I mean forums are like that too, though. You would have your big posters.
I wouldn't.
You would have your.
There were some tighter forums, for sure. That could have been hard to like, vibe.
Dude, post count clout was like a big thing.
I think.
Yeah, I love the post count under your post.
I think that was just as much of a problem on forums as like if you're a newbie, like nobody wants to talk to you, and it's and like the threads are like dominated by the people with lots and lots.
On
of
something
posts.
awful in particular, there was a very big emphasis on like forum etiquette and like lurking before posting, and like if you like you pay $10 for an account and you like make some post that's like lowercase, all lowercase, and you use like you instead of typing out the full word you, and you're just banned instantly. You banned off the forum.
Jeez.
See, I'm genuinely too young and too normie to have ever used forums in like any extent. The only times I've looked at forums is just like looking up how to fix my computer and stuff and seeing posts from like 2002 and shit. Like
well, before Discord existed, that's where everyone was hanging out.
Dude, I was on the Dark Demon forums for pivot animation like all the fucking time in like 2009 to 2011. That community was pretty great. If it was all for animators, and if you were a good animator, like you would get noticed like instantly, and you'd get your animations posted into like the high quality sections of the website, which was pretty cool.
That's pretty base.
They had a ranking system. There was beginners, intermediates, veterans, and elites, and I moved all the way up to like the 10 people who are in the elite zone, doing that shit. The ranking system was very controversial later on, because how dare you rank people's artistic ability or something? Which I
hope you put that on your resume. Like I was elite on this forum.
Yeah,
on the Dark Demon forum,
on the fucking Dark Demon. But yeah, there was one guy who had like 30,000 posts. His name was Skype, and I don't know how the fuck he managed that, because he had like 3 times the post count of everyone else.
Some people were just forums hounds, they just spend all their time on forums, and I feel like those people in particular like had a hard transition to Discord.
Well, I mean, how many fucking tweets have I made since starting my account?
Too many.
Is there a counting?
Yeah, you can.
There used to be. I don't think it's public anymore, but there's probably still a way to check it.
Might be.
Just go to anyone's thing. You've made 17.3k tweets, Ben.
I have? Yeah. Wow. Every single one a gem. Worth the...
Wait, 17k? Yeah. What the fuck?
Wow.
I mean, my account's pretty old. My account is like 7 or 8 or 9 years old.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm liking that pinned tweet. Normal. Yeah, while you were in the bathroom, we had a brief discussion about the Pleeb and the Weeb Blu-ray. Anything you want to discuss or mention? Oh, I'm sad I missed the announcement, because it was very funny. I just want to say on the record... all the people trying to talk you down are like, Ben, you got to stop being so deranged with your Trixie hate. Like, no, it all led to this. It was all worth it.
No, I kind of thought like this is building to something. It's gonna be
hard to top this. Is all I'll say. Like just going back to shitting on Trixie in a few Snipes tweets. Like I mean, I'm not saying you're not allowed to do it. Just like it's gonna be hard to top this. I've
been gloating a little bit. I've been trying to gloat a little bit on Twitter, and they just are. The cowards are simply pretending they don't notice. They are pretending they pretend they do not see.
Right.
I know that they know. I know they're seeing the ads.
Well, yeah, you made a tweet to this effect. Like you did it. You got Trixie in a bind. Like she just can't acknowledge it. There's no win scenario for her.
It looks so bad. She looks so stupid. Like there's nothing she can say to be like, Ben's bullying me about this. Like there's no angle that she can take. So she's like, I'm sure she's told Riley, like, Riley don't answer. Just ignore it. Don't acknowledge it.
They'd at least want the complimentary free one.
They want, I'm trying to extend the olive branch and give them, their compliment. I'll give Riley one too. He can have one. I'll give one for Bird.
Not only is the Radcon 4 Kickstarter finally almost having all its shit fulfilled, but even Kickstarters you weren't personally a part of, you're fulfilling now.
Radcon, it's actually, I didn't really mention it, but like, yeah, Radcon 2, the documentary, is in there. It's one of the bonus features, and that is a thing that I think people might actually, like... Okay, the watch-alongs are not quality content. Like, they're long, and they're, some of them might be funny, but, like, they're pretty low quality.
It's content that exists. Like, they might as well go on there, right?
Yeah. It was bonus content for backers, so I put it on the disc. But like the Radcon 2 documentary, that was never uploaded like anywhere, I don't think. And it's like edited. It's got like interviews in it and stuff. It's like, Victor like filmed a bunch of us like behind the scenes at Radcon 2. Like that's like a good little piece of, I think it's like 40 minutes or something. It's like an actual little documentary of like what we were all doing behind the scenes at Radcon 2. And I think it's the only place you can see it. So that's like a quality little bit of exclusive content in there that I think is pretty neat. A Tectonic Improv provided me with the links to that.
So wait.
What's up?
So wait, how did Tectonic Improv?
Because he was a footage, backer.
Like
yeah, it was like backers somehow? Got a link to like a what do you call it? A Google Drive. Yeah, that had like Google bonus Drive content in it. Including all the watch-alongs and stuff. And then of course there's the exclusive message from Ben Saint as the first bonus feature.
Any real PCP
in which
head
I
out
give
there
my thoughts on the situation.
Has got to see the message from Ben Saint. That's like,
If you haven't heard the message from Ben Saint, what are you even doing? You're not a real Pleeb the Weeb head.
That's the final piece of Pleeb the Weeb related content that will ever be produced.
I think so. I think you should be called dweebs. I think the generic term should be dweebs. I was thinking, if I'm gonna make an NFT series based on like those character designs, they should be called dweebs.
Just take that design and run it through like a million different variations.
Oh,
I can see that.
Yes, just iterate it. Do like a Stone Toss style thing of like, oh, okay, just have a bunch of different eyes, a bunch of different mouths, a bunch of different whatevers. Okay, and randomize. Okay, here they are. Dweebs is the name. Yeah. Let's see. Do I have anything else to say about that? Trixie is too cowardly to acknowledge it. Haha. It's probably the last. This is probably my last hurrah. I can't.
It would be hard to top. Like what else is there to do? I mean, you'd have to really start from square one.
What else is there to say? What else is there to do?
It's a solid own.
Full album parody.
I hope people buy them. I have sold. I think I have sold exactly 50 of them, and
that's pretty good, honestly, dude.
Few,
like, I'm surprised. Like, I'm not. I don't know. I say like, I guess I'm not that surprised that there's like a market for it, but like, it's just I wouldn't have also been that surprised if a lot of people are just like, I don't want to buy a Blu-ray for this shit. I can just go watch it on YouTube if I care. They don't get the exclusive content though.
Okay. I'll break it down.
I guess I should ask, how many people buying are like actually people who pledge to the Kickstarter and actually want their thing versus how many people are just like, oh, that looks funny, I'll pay.
Very few. Only 9.
See, that's what I was curious about.
Of the
Interesting.
Yeah. It's most okay. Yeah, only 9 people are like, yeah, I pledged to the Kickstarter. Thanks for making it. Can I have my copy? And I'm like, yes. Yeah, the majority are just were like, yeah, I want one, I guess. I spent about, okay, I'll break it down a little bit. I paid Slobodan like $150 to make the files. The DVD 50 DVDs cost me like $100, or Blu-rays blank ones cost me $100. The cases cost me like $20 for 50, and then printing the labels cost me like $40. And then, okay, so Ctol got me a Blu-ray burner, but the one he got me broke, so I had to get another one. And I also needed a printer to print on the disc, which is a little bit hard to find. Like, I tried to get a printing company to do it, and no one would do it. So I had to get a printer capable of doing it. Fortunately, it wasn't that expensive. That printer ended up costing $200. And the Blu-ray burner costs a little less than $100 or about $100. So all in all, I probably spent maybe like, I don't know, it was maybe like $300 on materials, and then the burner and the printer were another $300, but like, I keep those. So I don't know if that really counts as an expense, because like now I have a new printer, and that's pretty cool. So selling the 50 copies has paid for all the materials. It has paid the cost of the printer and the burner, and I have made like a few $100 in addition to that on top of it.
Damn, I can't wait to get Phantom's Revenge printed onto a Blu-ray.
Yeah, you got to make a PS4 version so that you can put it on a Blu-ray and send it out.
I bought another batch of 50 DVDs and cases and labels. I'm hoping to sell most of them.
I'm definitely gonna buy one.
If I don't sell, thank you. I hope everybody will buy one.
I honestly I think you mentioned this somewhere. It's just like I am impressed that you went to the effort of making it like a real DVD instead of just throwing the files on a thing and like the autoplay when you throw them in a DVD player. Like, it has menus. It has a freaking menu, guys.
That's what Trixie was gonna do.
Right. At that point, it's like, why even bother having it on a Blu-ray? Because you can, if you're just gonna have the files, basically, just go watch them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was like, no, I want to make it like, I'm going to make this like a nice little collectible item, a nice little thing to put on your shelf.
This is going to be on someone's shelf out there, and someone will be like, what the fuck is this? And someone will be like, oh boy, okay, how do I even explain this? Okay, so there was a Kickstarter, and there's this guy, Ben Saint, and he was really mad about a lot of things.
That's yeah. I made the back of the label. I wrote the whole like, the back of the label is not about what Pleeb The Weeb is. The back of the label is about Ben Saint and why Ben hates Trixie.
I saw some people upset about that in Jesse's server.
Yeah.
They just wanted the label to just be about...
Wait, what? Say what?
I saw some people were upset about that being the back of the case. They just wanted it to just be about Pleeb The Weeb. Which I can
The Blu-ray would not exist without Ben Saint's furious anger. So, I think he earned the right to put it on the back. Like, it's not like he went into every episode
Trixie.
And like digitally inserted himself going, by the way, this is why these guys are dumb. You know what I mean?
Was a relevant blurb part of
Ben
the stretch goals?
appears on screen, green screen, points and says, these guys are fucking with me.
A relevant blurb wasn't part of the stretch goals, so the Blu-rays exist as promised.
Exactly.
So that's all that matters.
Neither was the coveted exclusive message from Ben Saint.
Wait, how much?
These are just above.
How much of the Kickstarter money did Jesse receive? Do you think?
That I don't.
I heard people saying that Trixie received like $7,000, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Oh my god!
No, the whole campaign raised $7,000.
Yeah, I was going to say like all of that went to Trixie.
$750. Is that true?
I said it's not like all of that went to Trixie.
Oh yeah. She said she paid Jesse something, and I don't know how much it was. So I don't know how it breaks down.
Some money.
Some money, right? Because Jesse had the whole like his house flooded or whatever.
I vaguely recall like the money was for editing all of the episodes.
Right.
and being in them, I guess. But I don't know what the number was.
Yeah, she didn't give a.
But the Kickstarter for Radcon 2 or Kickstarter for Pleeb The Weeb included like getting flights for people for Radcon 2.
Yeah. The stretch goals were basically plane tickets to fly us out there to be on Pleeb The Weeb episodes, and I think one of the stretch goals was like, when we get everyone out there, we'll have Radcon 2. I think it was mentioned somewhere, right? Let's see. I feel like there was maybe one other thing I wanted to mention about it. I don't know. It's just
money.
I might money. Give me money, please. Give me money. If I have some, I'll probably have a few left over, but that's okay. Whatever. Maybe like I'll just have. If I have like 20 or 30 copies left over, like it's fine. Whatever. It turned a profit. It's okay.
Give away to your patrons with the leftover ones.
Yeah.
I've always
been
interested in like home media releases for like internet shows. Like I have like the first quote unquote season of Angry Video Game Nerd on DVD, and I have a bunch of other stupid shit like Red vs. Blue and Mega 64 DVDs. So like I don't know. I've just always been fascinated.
The Red vs. Blue one.
By this.
And Tails Gets Trolled.
Oh yeah, Tails Gets Trolled comic. But like I've just been fascinated by that kind of stuff. And this is just like not only is this is like a physical release of like internet thing, but like it's way weirder than that because of all the shit that's gone down since then.
I love thinking about someone. It was the same with Road to Radcon. Like on the back of Road to Radcon, I had the little blurb explaining like what it was. I can't
imagine
like, how it's was
reading that like with no knowledge of the PCP. That would be so confusing.
Thinking about someone finding it and being like, "What is this book?" And then the back it explains. It's like, okay, so there was a thing called Radcon from like a podcast called the Pro Crastinators, and they wrote a book, but then like one of them quit, and then the other one like printed it, and like. Okay, I guess. It's great. It's great.
Comedy gold.
I'm hoping.
It's like what's the word for like environmental storytelling?
Yeah, but in
like,
real life,
different from that. Yeah. It's just sort of it's like a weird artifact that would puzzle someone. It's not just like it's a figure from an anime.
That's so exciting.
It's a book about some people on a podcast.
It's so exciting for me. I love that.
Who are these? It's a lesser known podcast as well. It's not like a big thing.
No. This isn't like you didn't find the fucking like D&D comics from the my brother and me thing. Like that's dumb. Everybody knows.
You need to print. You should have
like some weird shit that some weirdos
printed out a few extra Road to Radcons and just like leave them like Goodwills and just like random places. Like so, someone at some point will find it and just be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I have like 45 copies just sitting in a box, so I could spare a few. Why
it's one of those like I just imagine someone in 100 years being like, "What the fuck was going on in the past?"
In the past.
That's what all historians are like.
Imagine,
basically,
you're like, man, I'm curious. Like, what were things like in the past? And then you're like, and you're like just going through random, and you pick up Road to Radcon, and you read the back of the like Radcon, like. Digibro, like what the fuck, man? The past was fucked.
Just imagine someone picturing Radcon.
I don't even want to know.
Like 100 people, like they just think it's like a convention, like they don't understand.
In 50 years from now, someone will find it and be like, "Oh, what the fuck was going on in the past? Like this would have been an NFT today. This would be on the blockchain. Like I haven't seen a physical book in years."
They find a book like, what is this? Some kind of physical PDF NFT? I don't understand.
Wait, they pick it up and they're like, "Wait, I can't funge it. It's not fungible, but it's not on the blockchain. It's in physical space. It's in my hands.
How am I supposed to read this book if it hasn't been verified on the blockchain?" By that point, we'll be at Web 4.0, and I can't even imagine how horrible that'll be.
I wish
Web 4.0.
I wish they would just stop counting. I wish they would just stop incrementing the number. And then it would all be okay.
Once we get to Web 8.0, then the spiders will take over the earth. And they'll have a real World Wide Web.
Catch
us all in it.
Cute.
Gibbs thinking too far ahead.
That was pretty good.
I want everyone to buy. If we ever get that damn Dojin, if we ever get that damn Radcon Dojin done, so much merch, so much weird Radcon PCP
it's like,
shit
you've got like
to purchase.
Ben, I was like, you've got Road to Radcon,
in your own home for your shelf.
You've got the Road to Radcon, you've got the Pleeb the Weeb, and you've also got Phantom's Revenge you're working on, which again, as I already explained, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. It's like the weirdest, most hard to understand, confusing thing. Do you ever plan on like making something that like normal human beings can comprehend and understand without a million years of internet lore behind them? Like that's something good about the Vapors, which is like you can just pick it up and read it.
What's the point if there's not if you just understand it?
No, I'm with you, man. I like the weird internet shit, so don't take it as a criticism.
I don't know. I'll make normal shit at some point.
Disappointing.
I am gonna finish my fucking Winnie the Pooh retrospective.
Oh yeah, dude, Winnie the Pooh just became public domain. Yeah, it's perfect time for that.
Yeah.
You gotta do it.
Yeah, but only the shirtless kind.
Don't be drawing him with yellow with the red shirt. You will get sued.
Have you seen the Ned Flanders meme? If he's if he's red and yellow, that's Mickey's fellow. If he's shirtless and brown, you're in fair use town.
I love it. It's a good bit.
Yeah, it is. Excited to see. Man, imagine what the Twitter artist community can do now that Winnie the Pooh is fair use. The possibilities are endless.
So if you gave him like a blue shirt,
yes, I guess as long. Well, I mean, there's like little things like I think Tigger is a Disney character. Like you can't just use everything, but I think the rest of the cast should be okay. Just don't use. What? Oh, wait, I guess the original stories might be fair use now, huh?
Orange shirt.
They must be. Yeah. Anything that's Disney original and also like the specific like Disney character designs are not fair use. But I don't know.
So just draw badly and give him a blue shirt and you can just do the entire film.
So like Gopher, right? Gopher is a Disney original. He was not in the original books, I don't think. So tragically, artists, I'm sorry, you can't use Gopher. I know you were all like clamoring for the Gopher fandom is like heartbroken.
Fuck. The Gopher verse.
Gopher's awesome.
It kind of reminds me of how The Wizard of Oz is public domain, but not the red slippers because that was invented for the movie.
Wait, you mean what are you talking about?
The Wizard of Oz is public domain, but not the red slippers because that was invented for the movie.
Oh, right. They were like silver shoes.
Yeah,
they were the 7 Dragon Balls.
There's
the Wish Away
a million fucking Oz books. Like, there's a lot of weird shit in that whole. I guess I didn't realize it was public domain.
Right.
There's the Wizard of Oz, the Warlock of Oz, the Mage of Oz, the Fighter of Oz, the Thief of Oz,
the Paladin of Oz,
the Cleric of Oz.
A whole RPG party's worth of Oz books, I guess. Yeah, I've heard about those. I've never read.
Ben,
any of you ever read the Oz books? I haven't. I haven't read.
They actually did make a JRPG about the Wizard of Oz for the DS.
I believe
JRPG.
that. I believe that completely. That seems like the kind of thing that would be ripe for like a Tim. That would be ripe for like what's like a Tim Burton like grimdark reimagining.
I thought you were gonna say
they must have done those. Right?
I thought you were gonna say a Tim Rogers video essay about the Wizard of Oz JRPG.
Yeah. It's fucking I don't know. No, it's did they make Oz video games? Yeah, they probably did.
Yeah,
it seems like something someone would make. RPG Maker like survival. Yeah, like indie RPG Maker top down, ones like that. I could see it in my mind.
You make the Scarecrow scary. Ooh.
Yeah. Duh. Stupid.
What are you, fucking stupid, bro?
Wait a minute. We can't have dark themes in children's media. What was I making fun of? There was some like some post was going around that was like, oh, it was Animorphs. I'd be like, oh, I saw someone posting like, bro, like I just read this Animorphs book and it's about like child soldiers and like there's war. It's about how war is bad and like people die and they get killed.
War is bad. How dare
I was like,
they?
oh my god, this is so fucked up. How'd they get that one past the censors? I can't believe they made kids read these in school.
Yeah, they made them. They forced them to do it.
It's like,
anything that's like darker than Barney the dinosaur is like really amazing that kids could actually watch that.
Like I know, in the lecture, in the Animorphs lecture, we were a bit guilty of it as well. We also like clapped and cheered and we're like, whoa, and it was like, lol, child soldiers genocide.
There are some particularly weird shit in Animorphs, like beyond just like, child soldiers though, like body horror stuff. That one in particular, I'll say, is a little weird. But other than that, like I don't have anything against dark themes.
Body horror.
Scary.
You know what else? That annoyed me on Twitter. You know what else annoyed me on Twitter this week?
A lot of things annoy me on Twitter.
I'm going to throw one of our former guests under the bus and say I was very irritated by Mallory Eudicius's posts recently. You know her? She's the new guy. Girl.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They've been posting on their main account about like, I've decided Twitter is bad and I'm quitting. And then they've just kept posting about like, I'm quitting Twitter now. Oh, I can't believe more people are following. Oh, people are patroning me
quitting
because
Twitter is based,
I'm leaving
but
Twitter. Like
actually doing it is
funny.
based, not making a big deal of it. Right.
She may actually do it at some point, but it's annoying to be like, I'm totally leaving Twitter, guys. I'm really doing it.
You saw Lindsay Ellis announce she's like done with being a public internet person, and then like as soon as she announced she's like, I'm this Patreon will no longer be putting out things, and like it got like 3,000 new members.
Yes, it did. It went from like 8,000 to like 12,000.
That must have been intentional because she put her goodbye message behind a paywall.
Okay, people got mad at me because I said she paywalled the message, and people were like, "No, she didn't." But like, she definitely did. She definitely did.
Like the first few hours it was up, it wasn't paywalled, and then she made it paywalled.
Oh, interesting. Because I was gonna say, I think I remember seeing it, and it wasn't paywalled. And then that's weird that she would do it in that order because, like, once it's been out there, it's text. You just copy paste it. It's not even like hard to replicate.
I did not actually read the post, so I can't comment on what she actually said in it. All I know is that I heard
skimmed it.
She's quitting being a YouTuber or an internet person, and
it was an I'm not here to shit on her or anything. I don't want to start drama. Not that we're even on the same level, but like it was a very melodramatic post, and it was a little cringe. And she's mad. She's still butthurt that she got canceled over like some dumb Twitter take about freaking like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like nobody fucking cares.
It wasn't even a dumb take.
Whole thing.
It was people being dumb.
It was people getting mad at her for it, not like the take itself, like people calling her racist and stuff. Like I'm sure when you're a creator of that size, you just have to deal with a lot of bullshit. So like I get it. It's not like how dare she be fed up with Twitter.
Of course she have haters.
I didn't think her post was too melodramatic.
No, she can totally leave if she wants.
I thought it was very reasonable. It's just like being an internet creator has like a lot of stresses that I'm just not prepared for, and it's not for me. Which I think is fair.
That part, I honestly
that's okay.
I respect people who are like that. They realize
you don't.
Some people aren't cut out for being an internet person.
You can leave if you want.
Yeah.
You don't have to make YouTube videos if you don't want to make them. it's okay.
Oh yeah, that was basically it.
It's
well, she's
fine.
like, she like writes books and stuff too. She's like, I don't even know if I want to write books with my name because my name is like, you know, tainted or whatever.
It's been tarnished by people, by Zoomers calling me racist online.
J.K. Ellis.
You know,
call yourself.
I'm just
Bob
like, I guess I feel, you know, I feel a bit the same way. They're not on the same level, but I feel a bit the same about, like, you know, Lindsay Ellis. Yeah, some people hate on Lindsay Ellis. Some people, like, call her racist for, like, a stupid tweet she made. You know, people hate on her like that. And you're like, you know, Mallory, a lot of people hate her and be like, oh, she's a shoplift supporter. Like, she's a criminal. She's
that whole controversy was incredibly stupid.
Okay, that's the it still happens. There's people still make threads about, like, Mallory is bad because shoplifting, and, like, I can't believe she would support like, every time I lose my fucking mind every time. Like, there's literally nothing in the world that makes me madder than people making a thread about how, like, Mallory is bad because she made a comic where someone shoplifts.
It's insanely dumb
and that's,
to rehash
like, terrible
it at this point, like, for God's sake.
It's insane. I saw a thread about that, like, last week, and someone was like, the thread was like, guys, the worst thing about this comic about shoplifting is that she shoplifted from Bic. Or from Blick, which is family owned. It's a family owned company that she was stealing from. And someone responded in all seriousness, like, I can't, like, that's disgusting. Like, I can't believe from a family owned company. And I'm like,
I thought
she had some article, right? She put an article out about, like, this whole her dealing with the online harassment, and she was like, I wasn't making this comic to be like.
It was a bio.
I was gonna say, she's like, I wasn't making the comic to be like, this is, you should steal. Stealing is base, even though it is a little base. She was literally just like, I wanted just to, like, make a comic about a character who, like, had, like, you know, just like,
yeah, like, people
stuff.
thought
I don't know.
Yeah.
People thought it was a self-insert,
right.
I guess.
It was not meant to be a self-insert.
That's what she said when
apparently.
she was on. We had her as a guest, and that's what she said. She's like, it's literally just a, you know, it's a fiction. It's a comic about a character. I mean, she did say in a tweet that, like, she used to shoplift art supplies when she was, like, a teenager. You know, fucking the woe betide.
All the shit to get mad about on Twitter.
Okay,
people getting mad about that is just like, I can't even wrap my head around it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It makes me so mad.
What's even stupider is... Oh, sorry.
Well, but that's not the point. The point is, right, yes, obviously that all makes me mad. Nevertheless, like, I definitely don't feel bad for her. Because, like, ultimately the controversy has gotten her a lot of exposure and made her a lot more successful. I know that is the case.
Yeah, that's
and I feel the exact same way about... And I feel the same way about Lindsay. Like, I'm sorry you're upset that, like, many people on the internet don't like you. Maybe they harass you in various ways on, like, social media or whatever. They say mean things about you and you get hate on the internet. Like, I'm very sorry about that. But, like, fuck's sake, I could never in a million years feel bad for Lindsay Ellis.
It's
she's so fucking successful.
It is a little like,
she's got like sure, like, these bad things might happen to you, but, like, you've obviously gotten so much out of your internet celebrity and your position. Like, it's obviously been a massive net good for you. Like, I can't possibly be expected to feel sorry.
I'm empathetic in the sense that it must suck having a million people post dumb shit at you and say you're racist on Twitter when you're not. Like, that really probably does suck a lot, and, like, might take shit out of your mental health.
Absolutely.
And you don't have to be on Twitter if you don't want to or anything like that. But yeah, I absolutely agree. Which is like, I think I'm not like one of these, like, guys who gives a fuck and, like, rants and raves about cancel culture. But I think the, like, sort of accepted theory on why she's so butthurt about it is, like, because she was very instrumental in, like, this whole, like, Twitter, you know, going after someone when they have, like, the wrong take and, like, really going hard at them. And she just wasn't, like, mentally prepared for that to happen to her. You know what I mean?
Wait. You cut out. She was involved in what now?
people in general like are saying that she was involved with like going around like, you know, canceling people for being racist on Twitter. Like that's the kind of thing she would do, is like start like these mobs, like everyone, we need to dogpile on this person for having a bad take. So she just like couldn't believe that it happened to her. Like I thought everyone knew I was on the right side of history and like I would never be racist. So like all the people jump down my throat, all the people betray me. Like, you know, it must suck to have your friends like not stand up for you when you make a take that's not even racist at all, and people are like, oh, it's racist, and you know, people just like, oh, I just want to distance myself from that and not get involved. You know what I mean? So I do have empathy, but I'm just saying, like,
well, the only thing I want to say is that, like, I mean, yeah, if I were in her position, I feel like I'd handle it better, and I'd be able to like be like, well, the success is worth it. But everyone's brains work differently, and some people just can't handle that, and there's nothing to be held against them for it. So,
I don't hold it against I don't hold it against her.
Okay, fair.
But I also don't feel any pity for her, and I never will.
I think it's a pretty fair take. Like, you know, when you're making 6 figures a year, making like media analysis, and then, you know, the worst thing that happens to you is people are mean to you online, and it's just a little annoying. And it's not even, I can't even hold this against her, right? It's not that I'm like, she did something bad, like with her announcement, and then she got a bunch of support, and it's just annoying to see her be like, I quit, and the response, and to have like an overwhelming like, let's give her some more money. Like, it's like, why? It's like, just there were just really weird things in her posts, like oh, I employ a bunch of people, and like, you know, like I'm responsible for paying their salary, and I haven't even told them that I'm quitting making content. They're gonna find out when they read this post. I was just like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but that is also a point to
it's a bit
her
odd.
not having as much money as you might assume, because she is paying so many people.
That's true. She has employees. I don't know. It feels a bit like a sort of like. This is an unfair comparison, but you know that one Dar Man video.
Oh God, not
where
Dar
he's
Man.
like where that one Dar Man video where it's about the kid who worked as a Dar Man actor getting bullied by people who say he's in cringy videos, and basically the plot of the video is like, you know, you can hate me, I, Dar Man, can take it, but when you say mean things about my videos, you're actually hurting this adorable child star actor, this young boy who's just trying to get his career off the ground. Like, this kid who works for me, like, I can take it, but this kid, you're really hurting this kid. I don't know. It seems a little bit like, you know, like, Lindsay. Well, I'm responsible for paying a bunch of people's salaries, so, you know, I gotta keep the Patreon going, because otherwise, how would I continue to pay all these other people that I gotta pay their salaries for? And, like, kinda.
I mean, it's true.
Well,
though.
sure, but is that a reason for people to just, like, pour money into a Patreon that is now funding that is now funding nothing?
You can't get mad about people wasting their money and shit,
people
dude. Like,
have bleeding hearts. People fucking spend money stupidly all the time. I mean, debatably stupidly. If they enjoy the feeling of supporting someone, then whatever. It's not really any of my business what people do with their money. I can understand. I can understand that, like, Lindsay Ellis leaves, and then people show a lot of support, and that irks you because where's my support? God damn it, I'm still here.
Okay, well, there's a little. But, like, I would say it's a little more nuanced than that.
Well, there's a lot.
Sure. I just feel like the whole thing with Lindsay is and Mallory and stuff like this is that people either are super supportive with their money, or they're like saying things like, "Oh no, oh," and then there's the counteraction, the reaction to that is to, like, say, "No, don't be nice to them. Don't be. Why are you being so supportive? Fuck them. They're rich.
They're rich. They're rich, and they're quitting.
Sort of like,
they're rich and they're quitting, and everyone's like, "Oh, I love it. I love it, though."
Well, if I was rich, I wouldn't work either.
And there's those two sides of those two takes, and I just feel so exhausted hearing about either one of them. It's just,
you know,
It doesn't matter.
Other people.
It doesn't matter that
quit.
You're annoyed by people.
Other people
are supporting.
Well,
someone.
Nothing matters in the end. We're all gonna die, I guess.
I guess it's just. I guess I'm annoyed by the discourse about it. It really shouldn't. I didn't.
Other people quit posting on the internet all the time, and what happens with them? Nothing.
Because there's
Nobody
no parasocial.
Notices. They just leave.
Ties.
They just leave and they get a regular job.
Right.
Like
I'm not even saying this against Lindsay Ellis. I just mean in general, I always sort of have an issue when people like, if you just want to leave the internet or whatever, that's fine. Or I saw this more on forums too. People they would make a big deal, like, I'm leaving the forums. They make a big thread and they post like an essay, like, I'm leaving the forums and this is why and this is it. And then like a week later, they're still fucking there. You know what I mean? Like
it's a
classic. On forums that me and my friends owned, we made a rule that if you make a big post saying you're leaving, you get banned.
That's fair.
Because people would make those posts and then come back like a week later.
Dude, always literally me when I was a teenager.
You just want people to take you seriously.
I understand that stuff is annoying. I just feel like it's... Like, is there nothing interesting to talk about these days that this is such a big thing?
I don't...
Who fucking cares? People have been wasting money on stupid things.
I agree. You can't be getting mad at other people's Patreons. Like you just don't think about it. You just can't get upset when bad people make money. You want to know how much money Stone Toss made on his fucking schmorky parody NFTs?
Oh my god.
You don't.
Oh god.
Yeah. I saw someone posting. Someone posted about like, oh, Stone Toss made NFTs, and like the point was to be like cringe, right? Like,
yeah,
oh,
but all
cringe.
you're doing is
like,
amplifying him and like spreading that to more people.
Like, and dude, okay,
dude, I just want to say really quick, Stone Toss's detractors are like 90% of the reason why he's famous. It's so sad.
People like, oh, we're gonna own him by spreading the Among Us meme, and all that did was increase his notoriety and reach, and probably gain him a bunch of children fans.
People do the Among Us meme for that reason.
Yeah, he just leaned into it. But it's, I don't know. Someone was like, and I responded to that being like what's the point? And someone said like, it's cringe. It's cringe that he makes NFTs, and I was like, well, sure. I think so, but I know that he made a ton of money off of it. So like he got exactly what he wanted, and someone tried to tell me like, no, he's probably just lying. Like he's probably lying about how much money he made. He probably
the one thing about NFTs and Web 3.0 bullshit is like, okay, first of all, you can fake sales. I'll give you that. Like it's not like without the realm of possibility, but for the most part, this shit is out in the open. Like we know how much money he's making.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
That's what NFTs are for. They're for bilking money out of suckers. And I'm sure that that's exactly what they did. Like there's no reason to think that this is like a fraud. Like no.
Yeah, I'm officially at the point.
He made a bunch of shit and people paid him a ton of money.
It's so hard to resist making fun of NFTs.
We just have to live with it.
But they get more powerful every time you pay attention to them. They're like the monsters in that one episode of The Simpsons.
You know, the thing that's really annoying is like people making like intentionally like making NFTs on purpose to piss people off.
Yeah, the Etika Punk thing.
Take the bait.
That was bait. It was like, how could you get mad at this? Why would you quote this in front of your
that one I could tell.
That one was so transparently bait. I couldn't even get mad because it was so pathetically like scummy. It was like they want me to get mad at this. Like that would be winning for them.
Yeah, but people keep posting about it anyway. Like they don't. It's the same thing with the George Floyd one too.
Right.
Yeah.
At least all the video game ones are failing. Like the Ubisoft.
All these big companies just try to
jump in.
That's
so stupid.
But like they don't know how to do it. They're stupid.
Yeah, they fucked it up.
You mean like the in-game NFT transactions?
Ubisoft did something with Rainbow Six where they put NFTs in it and they sold like absolutely terribly, and like people worked out and the minting cost was like 800 times what they made. Really funny.
They just don't add anything.
And
nobody fucking wants this.
There's the game Stalker, and they were going to use NFTs to help fund the rest of the development of Stalker 2.
They had to walk that back, didn't
they? Yeah, everyone screamed at them and they walked it back, and it was like, yeah, good.
Turns out screaming at corporations works.
It was the guy who played Al Borland in Home Improvement. He announced he was going to do like audio NFTs, and then everyone screamed at him, and he was like, "Hey, sorry, I guess I won't. I didn't mean anything by it." and it was great.
I do feel a little bad for some of these boomers and
lovely.
people who just don't understand the internet, let alone NFTs. And someone was just like, "Hey, we can make a lot of money with this thing." You know,
he obviously didn't know. He obviously didn't know like what people were mad at him for.
Right.
Someone just came to him and said like, "Hey, what if you did some voice recordings and we'll do it on this thing called the blockchain and you'll get paid?" And he was like, sure. Why not?"
Some people like Meat Canyon
that's what happened.
did NFTs and sold them and made money, but like when they were like brand new, that was like immediate. Like as soon as I learned about NFTs, I saw those, and like now they're on record being like, yeah, we're not gonna do that again and stuff.
Yeah, Psychic Pebbles did that, and the other guy that's working on the TV show.
Right. Oh God, Smiling Friends. That's like today too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is that today?
I think so.
I think it's today. If it's not today, it's like this week.
I think
disregard Attack on Titan. Smiling Friends.
Exactly.
Is that like airing like for the first time like today?
Yeah.
The first like actual episode, not the pilot.
Oh right, yeah, I was gonna say. I don't know.
Go check that out.
Yeah, I've seen it like gifs of it around.
I liked
the
the pilot. I thought it was pretty good, and I was like, I had already coped with the fact that we wasn't gonna get picked up because it was like a year after the pilot before they announced it was picked up.
I had a feeling it was gonna get picked up the whole time.
It should like it didn't make sense for them not to because it was so popular online and it was really good. But you know, you never know what these fucking companies will do.
I don't really know what I think about Psychic Pebbles. I think I've seen like Hellbenders, and I was like, all right.
I'm gonna be honest.
Did he do
I didn't
think anything he ever made was funny.
I don't know anything about
the leaked
Only
pilot
Plays or Psychic Pebbles. I've never seen any of that shit. Smiling Friends was my first like introduction. I was like, hey, it's pretty good.
I mean, that was the only thing they.
There's a lot of funnier
I like,
Psychic Pebbles content.
That was the only
there.
thing they made that I enjoyed.
Psychic Pebbles he's a Newgrounds animator boy.
Yeah.
And he's got a very distinctive voice, and he's very.
Oh, I like his Trump impression.
I
think he's hilarious.
I recommend like
one of those guys. I forgot which.
I recommend like Only Plays compilations of just Psychic Pebbles saying funny shit because it is very very funny.
I was like, why do I even know about these guys at all? Because like I don't like watch any Oni Play stuff, but I always like Oni Plays animated. Like I love to see little animated clips of things. So I've seen like exposure from that, and I mean. I don't even know why or how Let's Plays are still a thing, but I guess there's a few people carrying on the torch. Because, I mean, Game Grumps is technically still going, but I don't know how many people are still watching that. Game Grumps is
10 years old.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Jesus Christ.
It's so funny to me how, like, John was on for, like, 1 year, but, like, that casts such a big shadow over the rest of the show. Like, it's been, like, Aaron and Danny for 9 years now, but people are still like, oh, remember fucking the original series? Remember the original episodes of Game Grumps?
That's the only time I ever watched it, so obviously that sticks out the most.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't stick with watching it, but like when I did watch it, it was like it was about like 1 year and 1 year, so it feels in my memory like it was like half John and half Danny.
Right?
Yeah, not even close.
Not even
anymore.
Oh now there are people who are born
and are watching it.
You said that can vote. Feel old
I
yet?
thought you were like saying that like people say that as like a joke, but like that could literally be true, which is fucked up.
Oh yeah, people.
Probably not that many
8-year-old
post John Game Grumps fans, but there's probably at least some.
You'd be surprised.
At least few.
I think we mentioned this before or something, but kids these days say, "Oh, I want to be a YouTuber when I grow up." That's so fucked up.
It is funny to just like
now
see
kids
that.
are going to be saying, "I want to be an NFT when I grow up." It's really sad.
Right? They've hired aspirations. I want to sell my NFTs on TikTok when I grow up. What the fuck is YouTube?
Go outside and play with sticks and stones.
Go outside, play with sticks and stones, and break your bones.
Live,
please.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you can't go outside. It's
no
got
choice
corona.
but to be on the Web 3.0.
We got to upload our consciousness to the blockchain.
What would it have been like if COVID happened when we were kids? That's weird to think about. I don't want to
just
talk
ask
about
it.
Everyone would have done so much reading.
I would
They're so literate right now.
God. I don't even want to think about it. Probably nothing would have changed for me.
Yeah, same.
Except I would have gotten COVID several times and my brain would have been shrunken.
I am very excited
more
for
than it is
being
now.
an old man and saying, I lived through the pandemic.
No, that's depressing. That I hate that. I hate that.
I'm
no,
I
don't want fucking. What?
I'm excited for that.
You're
I can't wait
waiting
to explain what life was like to my grandchildren.
I don't.
We didn't go outside.
And then they'll be like,
No.
"Nah, we know. We know the pandemic's still happening."
I don't want.
I'm gonna haunt your grandkids and be like, "I
future.
died during the pandemic. This is what it looks like when you're dead."
In the future, when I'm old and kids ask me, you know, as they so often do, they'll be like, "Tell us about like what was it like in 2015?" I'll be like, whatever, it sucked. Who cares? Let's just put on our fucking VR headsets and play some NFT games, whatever we're doing in Web 3.0. Who cares about the past? The past sucks.
No.
The past is
What's
boring.
gonna happen?
As soon as it's already happened, it's dumb.
2078, little grandkid saint will be like, Daddy, Grandpa, what's this book? And picks up Road to Radcon, and you just like, your face goes like red, and you're like, this fucking bitch Trixie. Let me fucking tell you about this.
Put the
A single tear of rage. fist clenched. My robot fist clench because I got
Snaps walking cane in half.
You do the Dragon Ball Z thing where you clench your fist so hard that your hand stops bleeding, and you're so fucking.
That'll
angry.
be in like 2 years from now. I'll be like, no, I'll snap my walking stick. I'll snap my crutches. I'll throw my crutches out the window.
It's like
my walker.
The fucking image of just like clenching your fists so hard that they both completely explode.
That's a great visual gag.
That your fingers go through.
That's what Trunks does.
Fingers go through your palms and out the back.
And it's just blood everywhere.
Delightful. I guess did we talk about the new episode of the Tales Gets Trolled audio?
Yeah, I was gonna say after I mentioned my low tax video, I was like, shilling successfully completed. But I was like, we should also talk about Tales Gets Trolled briefly, because we were both in that, weren't we, Ben?
I did not know you were in that. But
why do you think I put the voice of Tom from Tom and Jerry in my Twitter profile?
Wait, is it?
Yeah.
He was in the last episode too, which came out last year. They make one episode a year.
Did you? Oh, I didn't watch it.
Yeah,
oh,
it's a little
I didn't
slow,
care because I wasn't.
But Puke does a great job, or whatever his preferred nomenclature is. I guess I could call him Puke when I'm relating to the TGT stuff, because he still credits himself as that in the credits.
It was well edited, and it had some nice little voice like effects on there. Like my voice had a cool like reverb on it. I was like, that sounds great. It sounds lovely.
When he told me you were gonna be a voice in it, I thought you were just gonna use like your normal voice.
No, well, I mean, he didn't
like
specify.
You'd say, "Hello, my children. I am Ben Saint.
Yeah,
and I will give you satanic powers."
It's really funny. Like, I mean, Cybershell, you just talk normal, but like
I do.
But like you're voicing Tom, so like why wouldn't you just talk like a normal guy? Like Tom.
I thought sort of the joke is that Tom doesn't have a voice unless you count that the god awful movie or whatever. But does anyone really want me to like do an impression of Tom from the movie?
Well, actually, Puke showed me the normal voice actor tried voicing Tom at first, and it actually sounded like Cybershell's voice.
That's just. I'm sorry. I mean, I know there's actually some people in the comments who are like, what? It took me out of it just hearing Cybershell, because it's just like his voice, you know what I mean? And it's sort of a easy to recognize voice. But I'm like, I'm sorry, that's just what Tom sounds like. That's just what he canonically sounds like in every canon.
Yeah, I mean that's what the voice actor made him sound like. So
I was thinking
you should take it up with him.
I was thinking like darn, I wish I had more lines. And then I saw right, because I was the voice of Satan, who only appears basically in that one scene when they drink the blood in the ritual in the church.
Wow.
but then I saw the new page, and the new page features Satan's back. Satan comes back for a big fucking awesome scene, which rules.
Yeah, I feel bad. I forgot the artist's name, but that latest page is fucking awesome.
The artist is Roganot.
Yeah, they did a great job.
That one's so good. So I can't wait to 10 years from now voice that dialogue. That would be very
right.
exciting.
I was looking at some Tom lines from chapter 14 or 16. I can't remember, and being like, damn, someday I'll get to voice these. I can't wait.
I asked.
Yeah, that was pretty good shit. Oh, the porn argument.
Yeah, there's some funny lines. Tom only is relevant for the next 3 or 4 chapters, and then I don't know if he says anything after that. You know what I mean?
I'm not. Since I'm the TGT expert, I'll tell you. He appears until chapter 16,
right,
and then stops appearing until chapter 23.
I just don't even know if he said anything since Sylvester has died. Spoiler alert! But should read Tales Gets Trolled.
We're doing really well with releasing the new pages.
Yeah, you're actually on a pretty consistent schedule, which is just crazy for Tales Gets Trolled. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Aside from the 1 year when Laserbot was making a new page every day.
I asked the guy if he would if he had any more voices he needed. I told him I would totally voice another one. It would be funny if he just gave me a more normal character that I could just talk in my normal voice. I'm sure there's got to be. I'm sure more characters pop up later. I don't know.
There's plenty. If you just want a small character, they could just give you a troll, just some random troll who shows up. But I'm sure there's also other characters.
Be funny.
Yeah, I think the next chapter is when Knuckles goes to the troll camp and smokes weed with the random trolls.
Yeah.
There might be some good good voices in there.
Very funny. It's great. Yeah.
My plan was to get high, and I did.
And I voiced I was Satan, but I was also one of the cultists who has 2 lines. And I just did a stupid
That
voice
scene is so funny to me, the way Laserbot he names every character, but then they all just immediately die.
For no reason at all.
No point in giving them names.
I think the one I did was
so
Bob.
based.
He's just there to deliver one line about the church.
Is it Oh wait, no, that's Kevin. There's one of them who says, "What the gently caresses with that."
Yeah, that cracked me up because that's something awful.
But he doesn't say.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if Laserbot was making a something awful reference. He thought this will be cute because he knows that's where they found the comic, or he might have actually just thought that's something people say.
That's the thing people
was a
say.
Word filter. No, if you don't have a something awful account and you see someone say "fuck" in a post, it auto word filters to gently caress for non-account holders. So
yes,
he might have just thought people talked like that.
He might have, but he didn't say gently caress. He said gently cares, right? Because
he said gently cares.
I don't think gently. What the
I don't
gently
think he knows
cares?
what caress meant. It's so funny. I love all the little typos and little things like that. They add so much flavor and texture to the comic.
Yeah, it bothers me because the song, which is probably my favorite song, the one that J-Fly made for that chapter, he pronounces it as gently caress when it's gently cares.
Yeah,
he didn't know the correct lore.
I was disappointed to see that he correctly pronounced the word that was spelled differently. I think he should have rolled with it. I was delighted. What's the line?
Well, he usually does pronounce them incorrectly.
Bummer.
As they're written.
Sometimes I feel like you have to find a balance, and sometimes you do have to read out the funny typo. Sometimes I will if it's confusing or something, I'll try and just make it understandable at least,
Laserbot himself pronounced, because when they read his comic and he doesn't put an apostrophe in "il," they pronounce it as "ill." But Laserbot voiced his own comic. One of the comics, or one of the pages, was an animation that he did, and he pronounced everything correctly. So
yeah, it's an artistic debate to be had for sure.
The last line Satan says is, I will give you 1 day to require these requirements." That's so fucking funny.
Oh god.
Yeah. That was also the first instance of Laserbot ever using capital letters in the comic.
Really? That's funny. Yeah, wow. Historic.
I don't know why they just use that for that one line.
Satan.
Satan's
all about that
the
capital.
only one. So that was a
Untitled
highlight.
Chapter 16.
It was a highlight of my week.
Yeah.
What's everyone been up to?
I've been drawn this whole time.
I've been rewatching Game of Thrones.
I got COVID.
Ooh.
Which we talked about before.
COVID. That's not
Game of
good.
Thrones, huh? How far are you into Game of Thrones?
I've watched it all before, but I'm rewatching the first. I just finished the 3rd season,
Nice.
and
Those first 4 seasons are great. They really are great TV because they still have the books to work off. Oh, there's so many good little things in there.
There's
shame about how it ended.
Stuff.
But there's so much good stuff in those first 4 seasons. It's a shame to just throw the whole thing in the bin.
I fell off watching it at like.
You got lucky, my friend.
Game of Thrones is just. Game of Thrones is just like an anime because they had to make up retarded filler.
You're right.
Yeah, it's straight up a Full Metal Alchemist scenario where they just had to come up with their own shit. Except, unlike that, George R. R. Martin will never finish the books.
Yeah,
but
it's weird
unlike that, the filler they came up with for Full Metal Alchemist is just better than the actual source material. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, some people do think
My
that.
partner probably agrees with you.
I actually haven't seen
because I was looking at a few clips on YouTube before I decided to start rewatching the show, and there was that one where Charles Dance, Tywin Lannister, is gutting the stag on the table, and he's telling Jaime, "You're a fucking idiot for killing Ned Stark."
His first scene.
So awesome.
That's the first scene with Tywin Lannister. Whatever.
He was such a good character, dude, Tywin.
But like apparently that scene was written by D&D.
Interesting.
For the show, it wasn't in the books.
Yeah, there is actually, believe it or not, there's actually some good filler in the first 4 seasons, right?
That they made up, and it's like makes the ending of the show a little more strange. And I'm kind of curious to see how, because like so early on in like the march south to King's Landing, who, if you know Roose Bolton,
crazy guy.
like what happens with him and his bastard son. It's like, I know he's a villain, but he seems like just a regular who cares kind of guy in the background. And so rewatching it is like, they're actually doing things. They're actually like making little hints here and there. It's great. There's so much packed into even just the first episode. It's great for world building. It's great for character development.
I think there's like a line in the first episode
really well put
where it's
together.
like he's just like, oh yeah, you what's your name, Beric Dondarrion, you go do this, and he's like, okay, and then like that like comes up like 2-3 seasons later, you actually meet that guy, and he's like a kind of important character, and it's just like there's a lot of little things that, yeah, the first time watching it, not only did I watch Game of Thrones, not binge watch it, I watched it like basically as it came out year by year, so that's like a different way to experience a show versus like actually just going through it again.
Yeah,
because you can really notice all like the plot threads that they like lay down, and you can like notice the ones that are, like, oh, that doesn't go anywhere, they never brought that back up again, you know what I mean?
Man,
cracking telly.
Game of Thrones, the show, there's just not enough heraldry. There's not enough like the books like lay it on really thick that like all of these like different houses and stuff have like these very specific like color schemes and like animal motifs, and all of the characters are described in ways that like evoke the animals that like their houses are based on. And in the show, you just can't do a thing like that in the show. So they kind of don't.
I feel like it does. Like the
I feel like the main ones
have
are pretty
like
good.
the armor that looks like fish scales.
Yeah, a little bit.
The Lannisters have their lion like stuff, and
Ben, would you prefer if there was always a guy stood in the background holding their flag, like whenever a family was talking to another family?
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
100%, of course. Why would you even ask me that? Okay,
Ben
like,
saying himself.
Okay,
they have flags though.
It's just the fucking some of the shit, the heraldry and the armor that they wear in the books sounds like fucking mecha. Like I think Tywin Lannister has like one where he's like has like a full suit of armor where like he just has like his head is just like an entire like lion. He's like a fully like suited like golden man with like a full like lion head and stuff.
Ben is correct. There is some cooler shit that they just had to scale down for the show. Like even the Iron Throne is supposed to be like this massive giant thing. Or in the show, it's just a fucking chair.
It's so
they're making like a pretty cool show where they're gonna do the throne justice. It looks like, but I don't know if it's gonna be good.
I don't know who's gonna like watch the prequel shows. I feel like all the normies I know like have completely like I haven't heard anyone mention Game of Thrones in like fucking dog's age.
Seems like people who've read the books would mostly be interested, but it depends on if they got like actually good people to direct it who give a shit.
If it's a good show, then you're right. It'll be fine, and then we'll see. Yeah. I guess I shouldn't prejudge it. They
should do like a young Sheldon and make like one about like Ned Stark growing up with like old Nan.
No, it's like hundreds of years in the past. Like
then it's not even cool. It's not even.
No, it's stealing Paul the Dragon.
Is this like
incest? Bollocks.
Is it going to be like pre-Targaryen rule of Westeros?
I think it's stealing with the Targaryen stuff with all the dragons and shit. It seems like it could be cool if the
it's funny. Like in the show, I haven't read the books, but like the Targaryens is really just Daenerys, and her story is interesting in its way. But I really liked all of like the stupid house bullshit and bickering in King's Landing and the North. And all of the houses, and like marrying people off to certain people to get like land and stuff. That's the interesting
slice of
stuff.
life anime for Game of Thrones.
There's so much more. I still watch that YouTube channel, that Preston Jacobs guy. I haven't even read like half the books. I've only read like 3 of them, but I still watch that guy's channel and all his like he's sort of branched out into other stuff that I'm not as interested in, but his like.
You can't blame him for branching out once Game of Thrones is over. But I agree with you, though. I like the book analysis stuff, even as a non-book reader. There's some really interesting stuff in there.
There's so much like
Never
shit.
read a book
like,
in your life.
Yeah,
there's so much shit in the books that are like all these like minor characters have such like specific like heraldry associated with them, and Preston can take that and be like, oh, okay, so we can actually like this guy, if you think about it, you can actually be like, oh, we can like kind of figure out this guy's entire like parentage and like the whole like bloodline that he's from, and like therefore like how does he probably feel about like maesters and dragons, and like which side would he probably prefer in this is he a religious guy? Was he from a religious family? Does he support like the Ironwoods or the other guys from Dorne? Like which, like they've all got all these associations with them, and there's just a lot. There's a lot of that stuff, and I feel stupid even saying it. Like, it doesn't. They had cut it all from the show. Like of course it doesn't all make it into the show because the books are like 7 of them, and they're each like thousands of pages long. So like, yeah,
the books are so dense. There's so much going on in every page.
Genuinely,
there's so many words. There's so many wordles in there.
It's like a fucking. That reminds me. They're making a fucking Wheel of Time show. Oh, those books.
Wheel of Time.
Oh,
Wheel of Time. I remember those books.
I remember that. I used to read those books when I was in like 6th grade.
Yeah.
I loved that shit.
I read a couple of them. I don't know if I want to see a show. It just got too dense. The show looks kind of goofy. It looks kind of goofy, kind of a lot of CGI, magic, sparkly stuff, and I'm like, huh.
Oh, God.
That's not the vibe I remember from the books.
I'm a little curious. Wheel of Time show. Let me just find some screenshots here to okay. People in the woods, looks medieval, guys in white robes. I'm getting like nothing. I'm getting like no impression of anything from these pictures. I feel nothing. Okay, never mind. I've lost interest.
It's exactly. Look, the only adaptation of Wheel of Time that is worth anything is the song by Blind Guardian. That song slaps. It's good.
Is it about the books?
Yeah, it's a song. Blind Guardian are like this like symphonic metal band
I've
that
heard
like
Blind Guardian
make cool music.
Before.
They made a song about Wheel of Time, and it's probably their best song and one of the best metal songs I've heard ever. It's really good. Really good shit.
I used to get so excited about like TV adaptations of like things I had read. I'm like, oh, dude, I can't wait. This is gonna be the TV show. It's gonna be so epic. Now I'm like, right, I don't care, or I actively dislike it. Like recently, Why the Last Man is a comic series. I haven't read it in a long time. I remember really enjoying it back in the day, and I was like, oh, for years I remember, oh, I wish they'd make a show on this. Oh, that'd be so cool. Oh, I wish they'd make a show on this. And then like last year they made a show, and I was like, whatever. I didn't even watch it, and it got canceled after one season.
I was hype as a child when I heard they were making an Animorphs TV series, and I don't know if you've ever seen the Animorphs TV series. It's like legendarily shit.
I can only imagine. Just for
it would be so hard to make a good animated. I remember it would be so hard to make a good Animorphs show. I feel like
it didn't even look good as a kid. I don't even want to see it as an adult. I'm like afraid of what it would look like to my adult eyes. Because I was in like 3rd grade for that shit.
When was the first time you realized as a kid that movies can be bad? I remember.
Probably when I was like 3 years old.
Oh, it was the first time I watched the Nostalgia Critic.
Yeah, I liked everything I ever saw until I had him explain to me why it was bad.
It's unironically kind of true, because I didn't really pay too much attention.
Oh god.
What about
I saw like Harry Potter and Disney films, and that was about it. I wasn't really much into movies, so I hadn't been
raised on pure quality.
A terrible.
Have you guys seen Kick-Assia?
No.
Yeah, of course.
That's a great movie.
Of course.
I've not watched those.
Legitimately like one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
Well, how many movies have you made?
Not even.
That's what I thought.
The other ones are worse. Kick-Assy is the best one he made.
It's the first one, right? Because they get progressively worse.
The second one was Suburban Nights, which was
that's the one with the bull shot. That's the one where you can see his big fat balls.
Oh, Kick-Assia. I was thinking of Kick-Ass, like the like the luchador superhero kid. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the real life superhero comic.
No, this is the real shit.
This is way better than that.
Seen. Yeah.
The thing that sucks about it is it's not even bad in a funny way. It's just bad.
No, it's legitimately good, and I watch it every day.
Every day.
Yeah, that's true.
High five, Kib.
It's great insight. Just watch it like a documentary. Like this is like you're actually seeing all these internet creators. They were like they actually were like they did this. They were forced to do this by Doug at Gundam.
They were forced.
Now there's a compelling like cultural like artifact. A sort of proto Road to Radcon, I would call it. A sort of proto Pleeb The Weeb Blu-ray. Is a movie
now
like
there's
Kick-Ass.
A pretty meme, exquisite.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
They're like something you look at and you're like, what? Why did anyone make this? Like, what's the story here? And then you look at it and you're like, I don't know, just thinking about, you watch something like Kick-Assia, which I haven't seen, of course, but I can imagine, and you're not thinking about like the story of the movie. You're thinking about like, oh, there's that guy. Right. I know him from the YouTube. Like, what is he feeling as he's being directed by Doug Walker to do this fucking stupid shit right now?
That's like what you're supposed to think, because it's like you can't get immersed in the world of the movie. Like it's impossible. Like it doesn't even it doesn't make any sense.
And surely, and even a hack like Doug, surely probably didn't think anyone was going to be like immersed in the story. They like he must have known like this is a stupid.
I don't know about that one. I think he might have really thought he was making like a great movie.
I know. I feel like he knew he was making a funny comedy. But like
a funny comedy that's somewhat self-aware about its status as like a sort of like weird artifact that exists to bring all these internet content creators together into a single film.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a hype moment, like a legitimate hype moment for everyone who's fans of all these people to see a crossover. It's a comedy movie and it's not taking itself too seriously. That's the first one. To Boldly Flee, the last one, is way more like movie. Sincere. It's a lore movie, and Doug really thinks that this will be a great like magnum opus for his nostalgia critic character, and it's so painful.
Gib is so absolutely right. There's way more of like a understanding that Kick-Assia is a silly, low budget. It's just like we're all on screen at the same time. Ha, isn't that funny?
But
by the third time they were doing it, he was like, "This is epic. This is epic.
What?
This is
what? Fuck you." That's what Phantom's Revenge is. It's the ultimate send off to a classic character. And fuck you if you don't think that's cool.
Is the game gonna suck?
Thank God there's no more voicemails, or else the Nostalgia Critic would have had to bring even more voicemail characters together and take it too seriously.
Ben, saying that Phantom Horn is the To Boldly Flee... No, Phantom Horn's Revenge is the To Boldly Flee of the Slime and Punishment universe is not a good thing.
It's a bold statement. It's a bold statement.
I would absolutely describe it as the To Boldly Flee of
I hope the
Pro Crastinators.
final boss is the plot hole, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Total.
The
fucking first movie I ever saw that I was like, oh, what the fuck? Bad movies exist? I was maybe... I don't actually remember how old I was when it came out. It was Spy Kids 3D. I saw it in theaters. And I'm like, this is a movie made for me.
How can you not like Spy Kids 3? It has the guy in it.
The guy. I didn't know who Frodo was. At the time.
Fair enough.
I mean, even aside from that, it was a funny scene.
I don't remember. I just remember. Here's my memory. I walk into the movie theater. I sit down. The fat kid breaks his piggy bank on the floor, and then there's flashing lights, and there's like a boxing glove that flies out of a screen into my face. And then I walk out of the movie, and I'm just completely underwhelmed. Like, I think I didn't have fun. I feel like I had no fun at all. What is this?
I think that happened.
I feel like I was supposed to enjoy that.
I think that happened with me with the second Narnia movie, I think it was. We went to cinema and saw that, and I was like, oh, this is... wait, things can be bad?
The first Narnia movie sucked. Narnia,
how fucking old were you when Narnia?
I don't think I had even seen the first one. I had.
Oh yeah, those fucking old Narnia movies exist. I remember seeing one at a friend's house.
The TV special. It was a TV special. It wasn't a movie.
It was a TV special.
The one from the 80s.
No, I'm talking about the 200008 one.
I know. That's what you're talking about. That's why I said that one sucks, because the other one is. It has more heart, but it's like the special effects are awful. And
You've awakened the fucking memory in me, Gib.
Do you remember the beaver? Do you remember the beaver that looks like a
I only saw one of them.
Cylindrical turd?
I only saw one of them. I think it was based on the 7th book, or the one where if I go underground or something. There's like a character who like turns into a giant snake, and like it just fades, and there's like this fucking weird like styrofoam like rubber cylinder that's like supposed to be like some monster, and it just like flops on the floor. And I just remember laughing so hard. I was at a friend's house. I need to look up that clip. Holy fuck, I completely forgot about it.
They never even made Voyage of the Dawn Treader. The fucking cowards.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they
remember
did.
This one?
Wait,
what? That's the one I remember.
They did make a movie out of it, and I didn't watch it.
Well, they didn't do it with the old TV specials, and that's how I wanted to see it.
Specials. Darn.
No.
Look at her.
They did it with a crappy newster.
I swear to God, my parents read me the Narnia books when I was like a wee lad. And
me too.
I retained almost zero knowledge of them. Here, let me tell you literally the one plot detail I remember from all those books is there's a part where like this little rat guy gets on a boat and then he like sails off to the edge of the world, and that's all I remember.
Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
That's the only thing I remember from the entire series.
No, wasn't he like a dwarf? Wasn't it a... No, there's was
like a mouse guy.
Yeah. He gets in a little like bucket or something. Like the ship can't go any farther because like the sea, they're going to the edge of the world, but the sea becomes too shallow, and they're like, we can't go any further. And the mouse is like, I don't care. I'm going to see the edge of the world, or I'm going to die trying. I'm going to get in my little bucket, and I'm just going to keep going. See ya.
There was some shit like that. I vaguely remember that, because I just remember like getting that part, and I was just like, what the fuck? This is crazy.
That shit ruled. No, Voyage of the Dawn Treader fucking rules. My mom read me specifically the one about The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That was the only one
I do vaguely remember some from that one. That was an iconic classic book.
And then I got to school, and then we had a school library, and I was like, wait, there's more Narnia books? And I read them all, and they were great. Yep. Some of them were better than others. And Voyage of the Dawn Treader is the best one. And yeah,
now you're a Christian.
Probably
and now I'm a Christian, yeah. And... That's why they call me Ben Saint now. It fucked me up forever, yeah.
Voyage of a Dawn Treader, I really, really loved. I've read it like probably 7 times. I've read all the books like probably at least 5 times.
Oh,
that
wow.
and Magician's Nephew I really like. Magician's Nephew fucks. I love the fucking dying world with like the old red giant sun and shit.
I like don't remember that one very well. I remember that one as being kind of the boringest one.
It was it's because it was too intellectual for your young brain.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was. I was probably like 9, so sure. Why not?
I just remember them going to this world that's like completely fucked up and everything's dead and like the sun is about to explode and there's this fucking bitch there who's just evil and like trying to fuck everyone up and it's great.
I remember there's a green ring and a yellow ring and you can go to a magical forest with puddles in it. And
one ring to rule them all.
No. Puddles, forest with puddles. It's like a dimension of portals or something. It's like
the puddle dimension. That sounds like something from fucking Unicorn Jelly.
Yeah, it's like the subtle knife. It's like the amber spyglass when they cut holes in the dimension.
Oh yeah, I remember those books.
Those were cool books.
It kind of went off the rails as it went on. I liked the second book the most.
Yeah,
and then it just kind of got weird.
The first one is all about this one. Yeah, the first one is like it like ends with the revelation that like there's actually like this actually takes place in like a whole fucking multiverse and like everything you have sort of experienced up until now is kind of just like some bullshit that doesn't matter and like it's just one world among many and like fuck it, the real adventure starts now. And then the second book, a bunch of crazy shit happens, and then the third one is like we must kill God and
it's just kind of strange from there.
The weird church shit in the third book is like stupid. It's like dumb. I don't know. And then they kill God.
Ominous.
They kill God and they destroy hell and they kill the big angel guy who's really bad. No, they don't kill God. God's already dead and he's worthless.
He's an old feeble man who sucks.
And there's the angel who is basically God. We kill him though because he sucks, and the church is bad. We kill them too, and everyone dies. And they send him to hell, but then we're like, nah, fuck hell, and then we killed hell.
Wasn't he like a Christian though? So why would he say?
No, this isn't C.S. Lewis.
God is bad.
These books were written by someone who's like, I'm going to be the anti C.S. Lewis. I'm gonna like do Narnia, but I'm gonna make sin is good and fuck.
Did he
God.
actually do that? Because it sounds like he might specifically have set out to do exactly that.
Yeah, that is literally what he did.
That book was called Shin Megami Tensei.
My parents bought the books for me, and my parents are Christians, and they knew that this was what the books were about, but they still bought them for me and said, "Hey, just be aware, this is what the offer's like, but apparently the books are good anyway, so read them," and I did. And
that's pretty.
The second book was really good.
Pretty chill parenting, considering most people in America are like, Harry Potter is the devil; it'll make you Satan.
My parents were like that, like when I was really little, and then they got over it. Because they went to university and like studied religion and were like, oh yeah, never mind. There's literally no reason to be against that shit.
Genuinely, his Dark Materials is just like a very
His Dark Materials.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. I'm just like saying it because you awakened my memory.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. It's like, wait, Amber Spyglass, Subtle Knife, no, first one is Golden Compass. Golden Compass, Subtle Knife, Amber Spyglass, and the whole set is called His Dark Materials. The Alethiometer. Yes, the Alethiometer.
They dumbed it down on the title. I think the first book in English is just called The Northern Lights.
Yeah, it is. It is called The Northern Lights, which
that
I like
sucks.
That title
I remember reading. Yeah,
no,
well,
that
Golden
sucks.
Compass.
That sucks.
Golden Compass
shit.
was the movie that fucking sucked ass and was terrible.
Okay, well, in America, in America, they called the book. In America, they called the book The Golden Compass.
America always gets the dumb titles.
Northern Lights fucking
The Sorcerer's Stone.
That's bullshit.
So stupid.
Here.
Okay,
children can't know what a philosopher is.
Okay, yeah, that sucks. Obviously, Sorcerer's Stone sucks. But the Northern Lights doesn't even sound. It sounds like it's about like a journey to the fucking Arctic Circle. It does not sound like it's about
kind of
fantasy. Yeah,
Aurora Borealis.
Or in this time of year,
she walks into the Northern Lights and is transported to another dimension.
Delightfully devilish, delightfully devilish, delightfully devilish, delightful.
The author was like, he sat down and he's like, fuck C.S. Lewis. I'm gonna get a little delightfully devilish with my work of secular humanism.
But what if I were to take Narnia and reverse the thematic elements?
What if I were you reminded me of a fucking funny story from my childhood now regarding steamed hams and literature. Those two things overlapped in my childhood.
What if I made God an old bitch and disguised it as a work of something else?
Delightfully devilish.
Or I have to tell this story. It's funny. When I was probably like 10. I was probably 10 or 11. I saw that episode of The Simpsons, and I love steamed hams. Me and my sister were like quoting it at each other all the time. We thought it was so fucking funny. We thought it was the funniest fucking thing. We even taped the episode on VHS with a blank videotape and rewatched it a bunch of times. And then I had a creative writing assignment at school. I was at a tiny school. There were literally 4 students after me and my sister joined, and then later there were like 7 students. It was the tiniest fucking school you've ever seen. And for my creative writing assignment, I just transcribed steamed hams from memory, and I failed.
Yeah, you should have.
For plagiarism.
Did your teacher 10. Know what it was?
I don't even know if I did. I don't think they did. My teacher, her name was Mrs. King. She was like the oldest, fuddy-duddiest woman you could ever imagine. Like she thought everything was a swear word. Like the word like ass. You know, some people like you don't like the word ass. Well, she didn't like the word butt, and she didn't even like the word bum. Like that was like considered a swear word.
I know what you mean. There's like these old people who can't handle. They can't even handle the soft swear words. They can't even handle the polite alternatives.
Bum. You have to say bottom, and that's the only acceptable word. As one example.
What exactly was the assignment that you were like, I know, I'll just transcribe steamed hams from memory, and that will be that will satisfy my instructor.
It was just like, write a short story. That was all it was. Just write a short story.
All right, Ms. King, I have my short story here. It's called Who's on First?
I'm trying to imagine. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to imagine if I was like a first grade teacher or whatever, and like I assign my kids that, and one of them hands it back, and they've written steamed hams.
When you say you transcribed it, do you mean you were like, Principal Seymour Skinner says this, like character names and everything?
No, I basically just like, when me and my sister would just quote it at each other, it was just that. So it was like nonsensical. It wasn't like written properly.
It wasn't like grammatically. It was just like the sentences they say to each other written in
like maybe a description here or there, but mostly just the sentences. Yeah,
just the dialogue though. That's pretty funny.
Just the dialogue.
I'm trying to decide whether I think that like she just genuinely thought it was bad, or did you just like do a bad job transcribing it?
I definitely did a fucking bad job. Okay. I did not know how to spell Aurora Borealis.
So it's not that like it's not that she was
punchline.
Like. So it can't be that she was like a first grader didn't write this. This is a work of comedic genius. This is like this is National Lampoon level. Yeah,
it's like. Imagine your child just hands in like a professional like screenwriter level comedy scene. And you're just like, what the fuck?
It's just a steam of consciousness, if you will. Nonsense.
You know, I just want to go on record. The people sometimes will groan when you make an Aurora Borealis reference now, because that scene was memed like to high heaven and back. But just for the record, that scene is still incredibly funny. It's still like
I was so glad
one of the funniest fucking scenes ever.
I
love it so much.
It was not one of the Simpsons scenes that I like quoted all the time as a kid. I mean, it was a funny scene that was great, but it wasn't. I
like that whole episode, the whole like all the short stories and
28
stuff. Like
short films about Springfield. Yeah,
it's a classic.
I only saw that one like once as a kid. It wasn't one that I like remembered that well. I remember thinking that it was weird. Oh, you know, I mean, I hadn't seen what do you call it? Pulp Fiction, and like half of that episode is like a Pulp Fiction reference, and I didn't get it because
there's some very explicit references to Pulp Fiction. In
I haven't seen it, but I've heard of Pulp Fiction because my dad said it was a bad movie, and The director was just trying to be too cool by doing things out of order. Stop trying to be cool. You're not cool.
That's
I love that reaction. Some people go
Literally,
like,
that's why my dad didn't
they
like
get
it.
offended when you try and like do things in like, you know, non-chronological order. They're like, just fucking put it in chronological order.
Dude,
Stop trying to be fucking smart.
My dad's favorite movie is Braveheart. He believes a good film is one where the main character has like a moral, like takes a moral stand or something, or makes a sacrifice or whatever the fuck.
I mean, all right, sure.
I don't know.
He's just a guy that likes a good default movie. I can't blame him.
My dad's favorite movie is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles because he likes funny things.
I have never
That
seen
is a funny movie.
I have never seen
It's a good movie.
My
It's funny.
mum
I
has
think I've seen that.
never watched a movie more than once, except for The Matrix. She like
Wow.
never watches movies
that's
twice,
like
'cause she's
me.
I already know
I
what
guess
That's
happens.
like me. I've like
It's probably not that uncommon.
I like never.
But it feels weird to me.
I like never rewatch movies. Like I never reread books. I just didn't do it.
I'm a rewatcher. I'll rewatch
I did.
things.
I reread
I've seen
books all the
Office
time.
Space literally like 100 times.
I
It's not an
think the
exaggeration.
thing that I have probably rewatched the most times in my life is Fooly Cooley, and I've probably seen it maybe like 6 times.
Only
That's
6
good.
times.
That one's nice and short too.
Yeah.
Fully Cooley
Mine's
is
probably-
basically a movie.
Yeah.
Like not even as a
Mine's
kid
probably
when you
Cowboy
only had
Bebop.
like 10 movies on VHS and that's all you
That
had and you just
too.
watched them all the time.
that too.
Okay. Well,
I rewatch
Yeah.
stuff a lot less than I used to
Yeah, me too.
when I was younger.
I mean, I'm trying to think if there was stuff that I watched all.
Or replay games or whatever.
I didn't really have anything that I would like rewatch all the time as a kid.
I watched Treasure Planet constantly as a kid. That movie's cool.
Yeah, that is a cool
I
movie.
just kind of watched every movie that we had. I'd rewatch a bunch because we didn't have a lot and we didn't have good television.
It's just weird that like kids today never have to rewatch anything if they don't want to. They'll just go on their little phone or tablet and you see an infinite supply of new content.
But I
easily.
rewatch YouTube videos all the time too,
Fucking
though.
telephone.
Yeah, me too. There's plenty of YouTube videos I go back to.
I've been.
I could not tell you how many times I've seen
times.
Rolling Rocks with A-Press. You know what I mean?
I've seen that like 3 times.
Oh, sure.
I don't
You
how
know
many
what?
times I've
Actually,
watched Top
yeah.
10 facts you didn't know about Darth Vader's suit.
Oh my
that's-
god,
no,
dude,
that-
Simmsy, that video is fucking amazing.
There are a bunch
Sorry,
of
Ben.
I've listened to I've listened to all of Jenny Nicholson's videos multiple times. So just for
Yeah,
instance,
she has some really good ones.
Oh my god, on the
She has
topic
really
of Jenny
good
Nicholson,
videos.
when I was editing the PCP last week, I was grabbing clips from Journey of the Spark, right, for that segment where I talked about it.
Yeah.
In one of the credit sequences, Jenny Nicholson was voicing Rainbow Dash in Journey of the Spark. I forgot about that.
Really?
Yeah, it's funny that she was so
Yeah.
in the brony, like her brony community, like dissection video was really interesting.
mean,
as a
I work
non-brony.
with Jenny Nicholson on a few projects.
I'll-
I worked on Friendship is Witchcraft.
Yeah, that was one of the few videos from her I watched.
She was she was the voice of Kagan Phantom's mom in Phantom Review's Hearthwarming Eve. She did a voice.
Wow.
Yeah, just in the very. She has one line at the very beginning of that video, Lamau.
Yeah,
Oh, and then she did-
oh god,
Because we put Kimmy Sparkle in
Yeah,
one of
Kimmy
the
Sparkle.
in one of the music the song video the Cutie Mark Kerfuffle videos, and she voiced she read like 2 lines from Kimmy Sparkle
nice.
for that. Yeah.
I did an animation of Kimmy Sparkle like bursting into flames and dying horrifically. It was going to be in
Nice.
that I Love Compossible a Lot animation about John Delancey because I was on that project as well.
Why wasn't
and
it?
They cut it out. They cut it out.
Why? Sucks.
But
fuck off.
KP still sent it to Jenny, and she loved it. And when I met her at Fiesta Equestria 2014, she was like, "Oh my god, you animated that thing!" and she, was super like happy about it, which was cool.
When I met Jenny at the last BronyCon, we were walking to because there were like 2 buildings, and we were going to a room in like the secondary building, so we had to pass through like a sky bridge. And I was walking towards the sky bridge, and I was just unsure where to go. And I had just made up my mind, I'm going to ask the next person I see, like, is this the way to the building? And it just so happened that the person that walked out of the sky bridge was Jenny Nicholson with, like, 2 other people.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, okay. So I asked her, like, hey, is this the way to the building? And she was like, yep, it's right through there. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I kept walking.
Oh, so jealous.
and then, but then,
I believe Jenny Nicholson's met Ben Saint.
Yeah, right. You're jealous of her. You're jealous of her. Jealous of her. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
You should hear her tell that story when she's like, "Can you believe the time Ben Saint walked up to me and asked me where the Sky Bridge was?" I was like, "Holy shit!"
Well, and then so I was just gonna keep going, but then like the part because I was like at the front of the pack, you know, like other people were behind me. Nate was back there, and Michelle, and I think a bunch of the other people we were hanging with, and I think Nate stopped her to be like, "Oh, hey, I'm you know, we're these people. We talked to you this one time," and like he had a whole.
I'm Keg.
I didn't hear what he said because I was a bit too far away, but I turned around and I was kind of like, I saw him like schmoozing and I was like, yeah, all right, like I get it, but also like we're in a hurry, like we're going somewhere, we're going to a panel. But I didn't interrupt.
I made the weapon. He went, I made the weaponized thickness meme, remember that?
But I didn't interrupt because I'm like, yeah, all right, it's Jenny Nicholson, you gotta talk to Jenny Nicholson, I get it. But then, yeah, so that's the story of how I met Jenny Nicholson and BronyCon, Lamau.
I remember that. I think I was next to Nate.
Yep.
I was like, I barely have seen her videos, but I knew her from being Kimmy Sparkle.
Yeah. And from Friendship is Witchcraft,
and
right?
I think
Yeah.
I never watched that.
Really?
Still.
Are you... Wow. Oh. Well,
I always meant to, but because I never, ever look or watch or read or play anything that I say I'm gonna get around to that, I never did.
Then
It still holds
you didn't have context for Pinky's Brew.
Nope.
Wow.
I mean, I know that it's a song where she's like a gypsy making a potion.
Pinky's Brew and what's the other one? What's the other one about the other Pinky song? Gypsy Bard and Pinky's Brew.
Bard.
Yeah. Which I guess you're not supposed to say those words anymore.
What's
she
said,
appropriate word for that?
I don't know. I think you're just not supposed to.
You just don't talk about him ever.
Well, no pronouns. Do not refer to me or about me.
I mean, she said in her video that like, you know, it's a slur, and it's like, okay, but like it's the name of the song, and like kids on TikTok sing it, and they sing the words, and it's like, okay, well,
thanks, TikTok.
Cat's out of the bag, and there's ain't no getting off of this train we're on. So
there's a whole song about Twilight wanting to fuck her brother, and I animated part of it. It was great. That was the section I did.
Wait, you animated that part of it?
Yes,
like,
I did. They reached out to me. I did not know 2013. That. Yeah, I've been around.
I had no. Okay, Wow, I had the feeling like I've always known that like some guest artist, like someone like made that section, and it was you. It was you this whole time.
Yes.
The song.
I animated it in like
exposed
2 days or something.
It'll be okay. Wow. All right.
Every time OblivionFall speaks, he reveals a new great secret link to some other thing.
Always some kind of plot twist.
Yeah.
That's just so fucked up, man. That's just so twisted.
It is so fucked up.
It's twisted.
Messed up.
It's
It
deranged.
turns out
I would call it
of the Brony
unhinged,
community was just OblivionFall.
Yeah, I think so. I
Maybe.
think so. Yeah, true. Sad but true.
You make all those puppets. You're puppeteering everyone.
Dude, I get messages all the time. I never have to advertise my commissions, like ever.
Yeah.
Like I get like a few messages a week now from people being like, "Hey, do you still do those vectors?" And if I feel like it, if they have a really easy design, I'll just be like, "Sure," and then I get like $100 and then I knock it out in a few hours.
There's still demand for pony vectors, huh?
Yeah, there are. I give people a good deal.
I thought any and all pony fandom would be stomped out forcefully to make way for the new brony fandom, for the new generation of the show.
No,
they'll never die.
Does anyone even care about the new generation?
Did it start? I can't remember.
Yeah,
I remember hearing it's
the new generation. Okay, but the new generation like kind of acknowledges the old generation, and it like doesn't really invalidate it. So like you can
bronies, the next generation.
There's no conflict in being like a G4 brony and like being into the new one. Like you could a smooth transition of power.
There's no problem with being a G4 brony, but if you're one of those fucking G1 grandmas, we're gonna fucking kill you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my sister.
Dude, my grandma, literally, she's dead now, but growing up, I knew her as one of the biggest My Little Pony collectors in the United States. Like, I would go in her basement, there was like a wall of these fucking ponies. So I was always just associating My Little Pony with grandmas and grandma stuff.
I'm a little curious. Did she have anything to say about the brony phenomenon? I'm a little brony curious.
Asked her about the brony thing. She died in like 2015 or something, so she wasn't like she didn't get to fully experience it, which is can you think of a greater tragedy in life than being a My Little Pony fan and not getting to experience Friendship is Magic to the fullest degree?
Friendship is Magic came out in like 2010 though. That surely was around.
But she didn't get to see all of it.
Yeah, sorry. She was contemporaneously surviving with it. I just never asked her about it. I don't think she was ever like she never talked about the new show. She
was a big fan, but she was a big closeted brony. Like she didn't tell you about it. She never lived to see Twilight grow into a long-legged giant horse freak princess creature.
She lived just long enough to see Horseshoe Finale on her desk.
That's what she could check out.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Does she grow into a long, freaky monster?
Do you know Princess Celestia?
No.
Okay, well,
she's got a long neck.
The Princess Celestia is the ruler of the horses, but she's like a big horse. Like she's just bigger and longer than all the other horses. And at the end of the series, Twilight Sparkle fucking Pokemon evolves and grows up into a long freak like Celestia.
Only big boys can be in charge of society. That's the message.
It's the almighty tallest from Invader Zim. That's the rule.
It literally is. That's funny.
Is it like in Dark Souls how the more powerful you are, the bigger you are?
Yes.
Like you just get bigger.
Yes. It is precisely like that.
Almost all of my pony knowledge, besides from like watching a Jenny Nicholson video on that brony thing, comes from just like memes and animation memes I've seen from like Two Snacks, the cool animation guy. There's some pretty high quality animation stuff out there for bronies.
Two Snacks.
Okay,
did you
Two Snacks is probably most known for his VTuber stuff now, like the Ekombokum thing.
Two Best
it's
Sisters
that guy.
Play animations that were popular in the early brony fandom.
My brony knowledge comes from asking Ben and Gib things when I talk to them.
Oh, God.
As soon as you said the Ekombokum thing, I
That's
knew what
not
you were
actually from
about.
the show, but it's approximately
crazy.
what she looks like.
Yeah.
That's freaky.
Yeah. Yeah, she went through the fucking Junji Ito cave hole.
I want to see her kill someone with that horn.
I think I've seen taller ponies before, but I just assumed that they were adults and everyone else was kids.
No.
Nope.
The god queen of ponies is long, and everyone else is a little marshmallow.
Is squat and squeaky and small.
And Twilight Sparkle grows up to become queen of the ponies, and the old queen, I guess, dies or like retires to some hole somewhere
to a beach.
Yeah.
Do they not show her getting small? Does she get small once she loses the power?
No, I don't think we ever see what becomes of Princess Celestia. She presumably just goes away
small
forever.
Luna. We've seen what small Luna looks like.
Yeah,
could they coronate every?
Yeah.
Could they coronate every member of the community and make them all tall, and then everybody gets to be tall?
Probably not, because Twilight was able to become this creature through a fucking magical confluence of mystical knowledge, and it's probably like a once in a lifetime miraculous event that will never be.
Sorry, main characters only.
Yeah.
So she's the chosen one.
A little bit.
Is she the reincarnation of the son of the Sage of Six Paths?
Yes.
That's a Naruto joke.
Oh,
that's
a
right.
Naruto joke. I'm sorry.
That Applejack gif is awakening memories. Holy fuck, I remember that.
Remember when Naruto made a big frog appear?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was great. That was great.
Sure.
That was a great
pretty
moment.
cool.
Cybershell, did you ever see one called oh god, what was it the one where Celestia is like, you're a bitch who likes bananas. You know that one?
Oh my god.
It's triggering some neurons in my brain, but I can't remember
what it was called. You are a bitch who likes bananas.
To the moon,
You're a bitch who likes bananas.
I got a fucking T-shirt from my sister that had a meme referencing that on it, that specific video.
That was the shit. Now that was the shit back in the day. Whoa, that frog is so huge. What the fuck?
It's a really big frog.
I saw a thread.
He makes a really big frog.
I saw a thread on Twitter.
I found the video.
Oh, yeah, friendship is magic, bitch. There it is. There it is. I mean, it's a great video. It's really funny. I saw a thread.
The animation's so good.
It is. I saw a thread on Twitter about a guy who found a green tree frog in his romaine lettuce from Whole Foods, and it just lived. He bought romaine lettuce from Whole Foods, and it was in his fridge for like days, and then he pulled it out, and he pulled out some romaine lettuce, and there was just a green tree frog living in his refrigerator the whole time. And he's
a hero.
He
just
made
one of
it his
those
pet.
fridge frogs, you know.
And he made it his pet. It briefly escaped, but he found it. He found it crawling around his door frame. So you know, he got it an actual like terrarium, and he named it Toby. And that's the story. Now he's his pet frog.
That's a
heartwarming.
Did he say frog?
Did he say to the frog, "You seem chill"? You seem chill. You could stay, bro.
I get it.
I don't.
I guess because he was in the fridge. Wouldn't he die in the fridge because he's cold-blooded? Like, don't cold-blooded creatures need to not be in the cold or they die?
I thought it would just slow down his metabolism and like help him survive, honestly. But maybe
he wraps up in a little lettuce blanket.
I mean, being cold-blooded means they can be cold-blooded. It means they want their blood to be warmed by like the sun and stuff. But like, it would be worse if he was warm-blooded and then you locked him in the fridge, because then he would definitely die.
I thought when you're cold-blooded, you need heat or you die. Whereas like if you're warm-blooded, you can like generate your own heat. I thought it was like that. Am I crazy?
I don't think reptiles are real. I think it's just a conspiracy. I mean, they're so weird.
I mean, yeah, the reptiles are the government, really. Those are the real reptiles.
What, Simmsy, what is this?
You seem chill.
Oh, okay.
It's just an image I really like.
I love that, yeah, the HD trailer and just the horrible JPEG artifact. I don't know why JPEG artifacts are so funny, but they are sometimes.
Dude, I manually painted JPEG artifacts.
Because it looks like you got it from your grandma's Facebook.
Yeah.
Do you actually OblivionFall?
I'm just looking at pony images.
I did a fake picture of me, like I was like, what do you call that pose, like that meditation pose where your legs are crossed and you're like doing a thing?
Meditation pose.
Lotus position?
I don't know.
Avatar state.
I had my legs crossed and I was like floating off the floor and I was supporting myself with just my 2 pointer fingers. And the image was fake. I was actually sitting on a like a box, like a fireproof box or something. And I photoshopped it out by, instead of taking a picture, I actually ran a video where I sat in that position on the box with my fingers on the floor. And then I stood up and walked away and removed the box so that there's like an empty background. And then I like took different frames of the video and combined them to make it look like, you know,
it helps to do that on
video. I was doing a whole Captain Disillusion thing. However,
I was just going to say,
too clean. It looked too clean. So I got a green and blue brush and just painted in little like squarey little things around it to make it look more JPEG-y, and that made it more convincing.
Yes. Absolutely, crushing your like removing quality somehow like makes things more believable sometimes, which is weird to think about. But yeah, that's true.
I just watched some. I was just watching some Captain D the other day. I watched the one about playing in traffic.
He's a great tuber for sure, and he's one of those guys who's been doing it for like 10 years.
The tuber,
and like
he's been
go back and watch his early videos, and this has been longer than 10. It's been longer than 10.
In 2008, wasn't it?
2007.
It hurts my brain to think that there are YouTube videos that have been up for like 15 years, but you're absolutely right. The point I was just trying to say is that go back and watch his earliest stuff, and it's not like shitty. It's still good stuff. It's still good.
It's like exactly the same.
The highest quality that YouTube could support at the time, which is like 240p.
Well, the interesting thing about those old videos is that if you watch them now, they're actually 16:9, which is interesting because most videos from back then, people would add the black bars at the bottom, and then when we got widescreen, there'd be extra black bars. So there's just black bars on all sides. I
didn't even notice that.
He avoided that. He did like some weird like codec, like he injected some code into like the upload that like made it so that it was like properly 16:9, and when YouTube upgraded, like the video got formatted correctly. And he's like the only fucking person who did that I'm aware of.
That's insane.
That is pretty.
Yeah,
cool,
I don't even know how he fucking did that, but he had the foresight to do that somehow.
I know YouTube like allows different video resolutions. Like I know I've seen some shit posts that are just like very, very, very wide. But doing that shit back in the day was very impressive.
Yeah, back then, no, you had to. Yeah. It was just like fucking, you know, like the like quote unquote standard resolution, right?
God damn, that's. I sometimes wonder if he ever like regrets doing the face paint thing, because it's very cool, like branding, and it's recognizable, and it's just like it's probably just a huge pain in the ass is all. Like I wonder if he ever like because he can't stop doing it now.
I'm sure he's had moments like that, but
his face though, it's so distinct. Like you gotta have a visual brand. Like nah,
right? I like it. I'm not at all.
No, I'm sure he like is you know, it's like this is a pretty good, you know, it's a brand. It's iconic. I can't like stop it.
Yes.
But like I feel like he has mentioned that it's like it's very tedious, and it doesn't help when he's trying to like be punctual with like a fad and try to make a video about it. When he's got to do all of this work and editing and like 3D rendering.
I mean, how long do you think it takes?
Then also
that too. God, yeah. You can't just do a retake because you'd have to like. Well, I mean, you can't do a retake, but like, you know, he has to do the makeup every time he wants to do.
How long
anything.
do you think it would take him to get his makeup done? Like. Can't be that bad.
He's probably pretty good at it now.
He said he's got it down to like 40 minutes or something when it used to take.
That's still a long fucking time, 40? At least for me.
40 minutes?
Something. That's just me going off memory.
It would take a long time to get makeup. You can't just slap that shit on your face, especially like the black part. Like, you know, he does a good job.
Apparently, like, he's gotten faster at it. I mean, 40 minutes-ish is what I remember hearing, but I could be wrong.
I mean, looking at that...
Even if he was twice as fast, even if he only took him 20 minutes, that's still 20 minutes. That'd be such a pain in the ass, dude. I'm just lazy as fuck, because the thought of doing that is so, like, horrifying to me.
I had seen...
Like, having to do that every time.
I had seen Captain D's face. Like, I've been seeing his face for a long time, and only, like, this year did I, like, find out, like, what he does and, like, what his videos are about. I just never watched
only got
before.
into him... It was a couple of years ago for me, but like, yeah, I somehow managed to like, I thought you know, there's a million people on YouTube. You can't really be in touch with every popular creator on YouTube, but like, he's very popular, and like, he makes just good videos. Like, I would recommend them to like pretty much anyone, you know? So like, I'm just surprised. I agree. Like, how did I not find about him earlier? And I still found out about him a couple of years ago. So I was just like, damn.
I felt the same way. I watched the one about laminar flow, and I was like, damn, why didn't anybody tell me to watch this before? This is great.
Yeah, like I've never even heard of him till just now. So
check out his channel. There's some good stuff on there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
He didn't start getting well known until like 2015. That's when he
the first one I saw was the portal to like Sedona or whatever that weird thing was. Yeah, which is like, you know, I've always sort of like enjoyed a good debunk video, but like his like special effects videos are the real cream of the crop. That's the stuff I really like.
Yeah, for sure.
I always tell everyone to watch the one about the tape measure because he just edits himself in. Like, first he like removes the special effects, then he edits himself into the shot, setting up the special effects and like the wire rigs and stuff. And I'm like, how the fuck, really dude?
The other day, that one rules. The other day I watched the one about it was a short one about the trophy in the Great British Bake Off. You seen that one and how they?
Oh yeah, that's like a new one. That one was interesting. I like that.
I watched that. I was like, I can't fucking believe he could just do that. I can't fucking.
That's
believe
another
this
example
is real.
of Americans. That was like a legal thing or something. But like, other reasons, like American titles being stupid.
Very stupid. Very fucking stupid.
We can't call it a bake off. We have to call it like the baking show.
Because
or whatever,
Nestle owns the phrase bake off. Fuck.
It's so stupid.
Fuck off.
Fucking Nestle. Yeah. Fuck Nestle.
Is it Nestle? It might not be Nestle.
It was some. I think it was.
Nestle.
It was some company. It was someone
American
owns
something or other.
The phrase to bake off, which is stupid in and of itself.
Terrible. Nightmare. Yeah. I think maybe I just checked and I just watched like the newest ones that had gone up since the last time I had scoped it out.
You should watch every single one. They're all good.
I might have watched all of... You know what? I started to watch the one where he
including his, like, talks. His talks he does are also, like, impressively good.
I started watching the
one
about...
his live shows, like, require so much coordination and, like, setting things up.
I started watching the video about The Last Starfighter, and I got bored.
I like that one. I thought that was interesting.
I wasn't that interested in it. And also,
I like hearing minutia about special effects. So, like I said, that one, it did it for me. I just like videos when people talk about things they're really interested in, and you can tell he really liked that movie.
Maybe I should give that one another try. I tried to watch the one, where he had Beakman on it, because, like, I remember Beakman. I saw Beakman's World on TV as a kid, and I was like, oh my god, it's fucking Beakman. But there was, I feel bad. I feel bad to say it about one as esteemed as Captain D, but when he was introducing Beakman and they're getting really excited about, like, we should collab with each other, I was like, it's too corny. It's too corny. I'm cringing. It was very corny. I can't do it. I had to click off. It was just a little
I never
too
heard of
much.
Beakman before. So I'm bored. That one was a little like, I just was like, I liked that he clearly had a good time making it, but it's not one of my favorites.
You could tell, like, he was like, I can't believe I've got Beakman on my show. And I'm like, good for you. Good for him. I'm happy for him.
That's basically how I felt. So I was like, he clearly liked this one.
But it was,
so.
because I used to watch Beakman, and it's so fucking, it's so weird to see Beakman, but he's like 30 years older now. It's like, oh my god. What the hell? What's happening? Very, very just. But that really jogged a memory. Like, oh yeah, Beakman's World. He was like Bill Nye, but like goofier. Yeah, cool shit. Do people know about Beakman? Surely some people.
I've never heard of him. I'll be honest, I'd never heard of him outside of the Captain D.
Yeah, I wasn't aware, to be honest.
Okay. Oh well. I remember when I was a little kid, I thought he was like Bill Nye, but better.
Clearly, people remember. Captain D remembered. He's gonna make sure all the new kids remember who he is.
I thought he was funnier than Bill Nye.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of, like, British equivalents of, like, ooh, science is cool, kids, but I don't think we had, like,
Brainiac Science Abuse, hosted by Richard Hammond.
Oh, fuck that. No.
Ham? That's food.
I remember that.
I think we had, like, Horrible Science and Horrible Histories, but I don't think they were shows back then. It was just books.
Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah.
Harry Potter wasn't a scientist. He was the exact opposite.
He was a sorcerer from hell.
He wasn't a sorcerer, he was a philosopher.
Oh, get fucked! Yeah. In America, he was a sorcerer, yeah. And it made us really mad.
Did you know that the Harry Potter books in the UK are entirely about philosophy? They're not anything to do with
They cut out all mentions of magic.
Yeah, there's no...
It's completely different, like, setting. Like, Harry Potter goes to Harvard and he thinks about things instead.
Yeah, I can't believe they localized
in America,
Harvard
they
as
decided
Hogwarts.
to turn it into magic because they don't know what thinking
Nobody
is.
in England likes the movies because of that. Because
English people are all wizards.
The Nietzsche lesson.
Book 1, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Book 2, Harry Potter debates Noam Chomsky, and so on.
The Chamber of Nietzsche.
Yeah.
I should commission
Potter
a
and
dub
the
of
Chamber of Philosophy. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Philosophy.
The Philosopher of Azkaban.
I want to hear what Cybershell would commission a dub of.
Oh, I was going to say commission a dub of Full Metal Alchemist, but every time they say Philosopher's Stone, get them to say Sorcerer's Stone instead. Or, like, do a video for review where it's like, I just don't understand what's going on in this show. What is a philosopher? I don't get it. Why don't they localize it better?
Remember when Adult Swim just aired Full Metal Alchemist, but they just dubbed a bunch of fart sounds into it?
I have always appreciated the really stupid and, like, even unfunny pranks that Adult Swim has pulled, just because
I think
you're never going to see another channel do anything interesting like that.
I couldn't fucking believe it. I think it was an April Fool's joke, and on April Fool's they aired the first episode of Full Metal Alchemist, but they just put fart sounds into it at, like, funny times when, like, it was like, oh, haha, like, during an awkward pause, like, she farts, like, Lamau.
That was someone's job.
Yeah.
Turner network.
It was great.
Subsidiary who owns Cartoon Network, so add in the fart sounds.
I love it. I hope networks do more things like that. What a man! That's like I don't know. Does that even exist anymore outside of Adult Swim? Like a fucking network with like editorial control like that they can just like do stupid shit and it's funny. I don't know. That's what
the internet's for now.
That seems like
we don't have
that seems like such an outdated thing. That seems like so old school. Like some dudes running a magazine, just like making a magazine out of their garage or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, TV doesn't exist anymore.
I don't understand. Do kids today watch TV? I mean, they watch TV in the sense they'll watch shows on like a streaming service, I guess, but I don't understand how network television is still afloat.
Yeah.
Boomers.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess all boomers are still watching TV, huh? And that's
There's
a pretty
more
big
boomers
market.
than there are kids, because as soon as you're like 19, you're a boomer now.
Yeah, they lowered the age of boomer. First they lowered down to 30-year-old boomer. Now it's like anyone who isn't,
people
playing Five Nights at Freddy's is a boomer.
People still listen to the radio. Like, the radio is not, like, going
radio
away.
has, like, a long, easy reach. Like, it's really easy to broadcast. Well, it's not, like, super easy to broadcast things yourself. I mean, actually, it is pretty easy. Like, I don't know if you know, like, Review Bra, like, Report of the Week guy. He is, like, obsessed with, like, radio. And he has, like, a radio show that he hosts and stuff.
Wait, really?
And people just love that old technology.
Yeah. I did not know about that. That's very funny.
He's an old-fashioned kind of guy.
Yeah,
he gave me a shout-out on one of his shows once.
Really? That's awesome.
Oh, really? That's cool. I knew about his radio show, but I didn't listen to it.
Yeah, I only listened to it a couple times, but like it's just like interesting. Like it's also weird that like a normal person can have a radio show where you like play like copyrighted music and stuff. Like I don't understand how the rules about music on the radio work, but there's like some weird interesting shit going on over there.
Well, you pay commission like a little bit of money for each song you play. Isn't that
something like that? You can get like a license or something. I really don't know the details. I don't want to speak and like say a bunch of bullshit
like
that's not true.
Musicians back in the day, they'd get like a check in the mail of like, here's how many times your song was played on the radio in the entire world this week, and it's like, whoa, billions and billions of dollars.
Now it's like your song was played like 14 million times on Spotify this week. Here's
$14.
Yeah, it's like nothing. You get streaming rights are like it's a whole fucked up situation.
What?
I'm not a musical artist, so I don't even know.
Apparently the pay is actually pretty good.
You guys,
what is Review?
I think it's been getting better.
Someone posted how much money they make from each streaming service, and Napster was the most.
What? How?
Because it's a paid service now. And some music artists gets the most money from Napster than any other streaming service.
I can't remember who it was. I did see that.
Yeah, me neither.
Who the fuck? Like, how is Napster still a thing?
It was like
what the
it was
fuck?
like a mainstream artist, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Strange.
It wasn't like Drake or something, was it?
How come Napster gets to still exist, but I can't go like find a paid version of Kazaa and LimeWire? They couldn't cope with the changes.
Yeah, what were you gonna say about Review?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, like, what is his radio show about?
Like, he just like talks about his life and stuff. It's not like he's not talking about like food on it or anything. Like, apart from like Okay, I guess that is his job.
I guess my question is like, why do it on the radio? Why not stream it on like?
Why not do it a podcast where it would get way more views? That's just because that's just how he likes. He just likes the radio, like the technology of the radio. There's like it beams all across the planet. Like people in other countries can hear it, and he's like they send back like viewer reports.
People in other countries can see it on the internet. I don't.
Well, a lot of he's talking about like countries that don't have easy access to internet stuff. But yeah, like I do know what you mean. I agree with you. Like it's very old fashioned.
Okay, I mean, I'm genuinely curious. Like, does broadcasting via radio give you like access to some audience that like you could not reach via the internet?
Yeah, it does.
I thought
believe it or
not,
it
was the opposite. Unless it's like a global like network or whatever, like
I would think that if you were doing it radio, you would be like, you would specifically be reaching like a local audience. Like they would have to be like somewhat geographically near.
He like buys time slots with some fucking company or something that broadcasts it around the world. I really don't know the details, so I don't want to look into it yourself. Not just you, Ben, and people I'm talking to, but the viewer or the listener listening to this right now. If you don't believe me, look up. I'm sure you could find him talking about it on the radio show because he's that's one of the things he's interested in. It's just an interesting thing. It's just an interesting that, like, yeah, radio still exists.
Just imagine, like, imagine being
yeah.
Okay. It's just such a weird thing because, like, if you're Review Bro, like, the one thing you don't have to worry about is, like, how am I gonna reach my audience, right?
Exactly.
Like, that's the one thing you'd be like that's settled. Like your method of reaching an audience is you got it. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know.
Yes, he chooses to broadcast a radio show to, I don't know, some like a few thousands of people. Like, people listen to the radio, you know. It's not like nobody listens to it. But, like, yes, he literally has like millions of subs. He could easily have more people and get eyeballs on it if he wanted. I don't know. Some people just like certain things. I don't know. I sort of get it. I like some old technology. I like my old CRT TV. I'm never going to give that up.
I'd be curious, is it just about, like... Is it just about, like, loving the technology, or is it about, like, or is it about, like, reaching, like, a different community? Like, is, like, the community of, like, the radio listener, like, just a different attitude?
His parents said he didn't have a real job,
does not care who's listening.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both those things. Like, he's happy to get the people who would, you know, only listen to radio, but he's doing it because he likes radio. Like, I really do think that is the main thing. Like, he just wants to do it. That's his hobby. He just enjoys it.
Amazing.
He, like, listens to other radio shows too, you know what I mean? And, like, he's like, he likes the whole thing.
I mean, most boomer core people just, you know, if you're like a right-wing pundit, for instance, you just do a podcast, but you just, like, pretend it's a radio show. Like, you just you have the microphone and you set it up the studio so it looks like a Howard Stern like broadcasting station or whatever. You just pretend you're on the radio and otherwise do nothing differently. That's the easiest. That's the easiest. Too close
to your microphone.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. But I guess
I think some boomers
want the authentic thing.
That sort of ties in. Like, boomers are comforted by the fact that radio has, like, barely changed. Like, I remember listening to the annoying, shitty radio DJ morning host when I was a kid, and you can turn on the radio today, and it's the same exact annoying, shitty banter. You know, it's like exactly the same medium as it was 30 years ago, and like longer back than that.
I guess I can appreciate that. I wonder if I'll be the same with, like, God, I don't know.
I was already having my insane YouTube boomer moment about forums, you know what I mean, earlier this podcast, where I'm sure someone listening would be like, what the fuck is these guys talking about with forums? These fucking crazy old boomers.
What am I gonna have my boomer moment about? Is it gonna be, like, video game analysis YouTube videos? Is that what I'm gonna be like, oh, they don't make them like they used to?
Come over here, Timmy. Come watch Tokimeki Memorial
Gen
with
5 brony analysts. We're just not going to do it right.
Oh, they don't put the cartoon avatar in the bottom right corner anymore. How am I?
His arms aren't even crossed. How do you know he's mad?
How am I?
They do that, actually. It's VTubers.
Oh, I bet that media hasn't been the same since Rich got hair plugs. Really ruined the show.
I was thinking about VTubers. Yeah, VTuber is basically like, yeah, it's kind of
the next step.
It is the next
logical
step
evolution
of like the cartoon avatar in the corner. I hate VTubers. I hate them. And the reason why I hate them is because, all right, on the Endless War Twitter account, I subscribed to like 2 VTubers because they were slime-themed VTubers. One of them was like a marshmallow slime girl, and the other was like a little slime ball. And I was like, that's funny. It would be funny if I followed these slime VTubers on the Endless War account. So I did. And now my feed is nothing but VTubers. They're all getting recommended to me. And I hate them. I hate them so much. They are so cloying and desperate and annoying. They're all just like, oh, other VTubers, what are some relatable VTuber problems that we VTubers have to deal with? I'm looking for other VTubers to please follow me and play games with me, and that's all it is. That's all I fucking see. I hate them. Just die alone. Stop posting.
Let me just reiterate for listeners, Ben Saint hates VTubers because he chose of his own free will to follow VTubers that he didn't even watch on his Twitter account, and now they're putting in my fucking recommendations. What the fuck?
No, it's not just the 2. It's not just the 2. Now I see like hundreds of them. My whole feed is full of all these other random VTubers, and like, I don't want to see you. I just thought it was funny because these 2 guys were slime. I just wanted the slime, but now I have all this bullshit, and I just want to be pure. I just want to be free. Get it off my fucking feed.
How dare these fucking VTubers post about collabing with each other on my timeline?
I just don't want to see it. I just hate No fucking! They're just all like, oh, it's like, haha, ooh, we gotta be friends with each other.
You should use the endless for Twitter account to respond to all these, being like, would you just shut the fuck up already? Please shut up.
I go into all the comments and I'm like, please stop posting. I don't know why I'm seeing your post. I don't want it on my timeline. Please stop. Please leave me alone.
I mean, Ben, you could just block them.
No, that's...
No, he can't do that. Then he wouldn't be able to complain about it.
No. Mute them. Turn off retweets.
You guys are being uncharitable to me. I did not follow these people. These people, because I followed these other two, these just tons of others just keep appearing. I think maybe it's because those two like follow a bunch of other ones, and so I get like shown them because I follow.
Wait, you don't set your Wait, do you not set your Twitter to only show like recent tweets? You're getting random recommendations. I don't get that on Twitter.
I don't know. I didn't really fuck with the settings. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I do everything I can to avoid getting like random recommendations by the algorithm. I only want to see tweets in chronological order from people I follow, and that's
well, I'm getting recommended, and it's all just like, and they all just want to like collab and like share one another's audiences and like play games with each other and like build they're all like
a regular YouTuber
make connection. I know they're just playing the clout game. They're playing the clout game like anyone else. It's fine. I can't hold it against them. Just like Lindsay Ellis, I can't hold it against them. It's just annoying when I see it.
Hey, Oblivion, do you ever think about how much money you could make if you made like a Thalia VTuber and got like a lady player?
I have thought about it. I don't know who I would get to do it, though.
I think about that a lot with my characters, and I'm like, fuck, I wish I had a girl voice.
I was, for the record, I was being uncharitable on purpose to Ben, and I want to say he has some fair points.
I know.
Like, there is something very, like, there's already a weird parasocial aspect to being a YouTuber, okay? But it feels like VTubers are, like, aware of that, and they're, like, leaning into it on purpose.
They feed off
and exploiting it.
I'm being a little, like, obviously I don't have to read these posts, but I don't know, something about the attitude.
It's just content creation plus like an extra little visual thing. There are good ones. I've seen good ones.
I'm sure.
The problem is that most of them are streamers, and that's just not content I'm interested in.
Yeah. It's mostly streamers, and it's all like the same. Like, it's all the same product. But it's okay.
It's easier for me to like see the appeal when it's like I'm only seeing the highest quality VTuber moment, and I'm only seeing them animated by beautiful professional like animation level. You know what I mean? Like that's my only exposure to it because I'm not going out there searching for content. You know what I mean? But I totally get where you're coming from.
There's just something a little weird to me about like, okay, anyone who can like, it's like the barrier to entry to be a VTuber is not that high. You don't need like a hugely expensive rig to have what it takes to call yourself a VTuber, and so it's just a little weird to see like so many of them all just kind of trying to do. I mean, there's
I think I get what you're trying to say.
There's not that much.
It's weirdly corporate.
There's not that much innovation.
There's this weird thing about it.
It's not about being corporate. It's about the fact that how different can these be from each other, and yet there's so many of them, right?
Yeah, everyone just wants to be like, it's not necessarily about being corporate, but everyone just wants to follow that model, and no one wants to like do really creative, interesting things. Like, I mean, I guess I can't blame people for wanting to be a cute anime girl instead of like a weird, fucked up monster. But I want to see more weird VTubers.
There's just too many of them for me to be like, okay, like how many of them do there really need to be? How many of them do we really need?
Yeah, dude, remember Kizuna Ai? She was like the only one, and everyone's like, oh, look at this new thing. And then, there was like then there were a few of them. She was like the first one, to my knowledge. I mean, she was probably not the first ever, but like she was the first one to really blow up. Yeah. And then she just sort of fell off because of some reasons I don't give a fuck about.
And then there was Korone. Korone was
Korone, the dog one, and then there's like a couple others that got really popular. And now you're right. Now there's a million of these fucking people, and like it's like impossible. And like there's so many of them that have like over 1 million subs and stuff. And,
I have to say, I am disappointed in the NSFW like VTuber scene because Project Melody was also on there pretty early and got super popular, and she's got like this 3D model and stuff, and she does like porn streams. And I'm sitting here like, why are you not like, there are so many like good like fetish content that you could be doing that because you're like a cartoon character you could actually do it, like breast expansion or whatever the fuck, and just no one fucking does it. It's like, You're wasting so much potential. Like, literally, why bother?
Okay, well, she's got...
It's about the tease. It's about the tease, bro.
She's got, like, the full... Well, yeah, you have to deliver at some point. You have to deliver on the tease eventually. She's got, like, a full body rig. Like, her rig is obviously, you know, like, not something that your average schmuck could afford to be doing.
Yeah.
Okay, there.
It is a little weird that, like, I don't know. There's something a little strange about people trying to, you know, foster this whole parasocial thing where you're like, but it's funny because it's like nobody thinks that they're really talking to a cute anime girl. Like, everyone's aware that like, it's a shared delusion, right? Like, you know that there's a real human behind that screen. Like, that's the implicit understanding. You're absolutely right that some people sort of lose track of that, but like, that's my understanding, right? It's like you can't like get mad at a guy for simping over some VTuber when it's like his choice, I guess. I don't know.
When you have, you know, when the barrier to entry is low, to do a thing that lots of people, to do this parasocial thing, and lots of people try to get in on that action, it creates a, I don't know, it just creates a vibe of like, they're all just like, you know, to the untrained eye, to a kind of checked out sort of step back, like looking at it from a distance viewpoint, it just looks like this sea of like identical creatures, all just like kind of like just yammering, yammering in the same.
Almost like they're inspired. It's almost like they're inspired by the anime industry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You looked at those seasonal charts in the last few years? Holy fuck.
Like when it was okay. On the one hand, like, I guess it's good for things to be accessible. It's good for I like that the barrier to entry to things is low. So I like that things don't have to be corporate, right? Because those ones that got popular early on, they were all owned by like that one same corporation. I forget what it's called, but like, you know, Hololive, right? Like a bunch of those people are like the big names, and you know, maybe if the technology is more accessible, that's good. But I guess on the other hand, then it leads to this chatter, this community chatter that is so like, it's so much. Maybe we need to gatekeep more, is what I'm saying.
There's an underlying air of like loneliness and desperation in the entire VTuber fandom. For sure.
Yes, it's so bad. That might be what I'm picking up on. Yeah.
And I sort of get what you're saying with like the collaboration thing, like, because like all these early generation like corporate VTubers are popular and they're all collabing with each other, so it's just like, you know, making it even harder for newer people to get a foothold. You know,
because they all have lore and they all like exist in like a shared universe, and I mean, they have the same parent company, so they're all like, you know, they have these like, they're hooked up, they're keyed in.
It's funny.
It's all arranged.
They were like so ready for this because it's just a new version of idols. You know what I mean? Like, they even have like graduation ceremonies where they retire and shit. Like, it's literally just virtual idols at this point. Like, that's why they were so easily able to get ready and capitalize on it.
Merriweather, he tweeted the other day that like he never wants to graduate, and I didn't know what it meant. But then like in a tweet he clarified it. Like in a reply he clarified that it means stop VTubing, and I. It's like, right. Is that from like an idol culture thing? Like when an idol gets old enough, they graduate because like it's like you're too old now.
It's literally just idol culture.
I see.
You're too old now. You're 20. You're 25. You're 20. No one could ever.
Do they got
22? Yeah. 21,
do they
That's
even
why these
make
corporations
it to 25?
are so happy.
Yeah.
Because you can be an older woman and be a VTuber, and I think it's a little slightly controversial for some people because, you know, they get like doxxed and stuff, of course.
Yeah, because in Japan they only want to fuck kids, apparently.
I heard Corona was actually like 35 or something.
Corona?
Based.
Epic.
Good for her.
I legitimately think that's a good thing, like that like older people can, you know, it's not just like, you know, people don't graduate because they're getting aged out necessarily. It's more just like, you know, you have to keep your
They said something
rare,
bad about China.
You know, if
they
all just went on forever, it would kill hype and they wouldn't be able to pump the new ones as much. I don't know. I'm not like a VTuber expert. I'm really not, so I don't want to speak with authority like I really know what's going on behind the scenes.
That being the case, I don't really understand why they do graduate, because like what if you're a popular VTuber, like why would you stop doing it? Because like why
the only one I heard about who got fired or whatever is because they said something like Taiwan is real or something.
Oh yeah,
Chinese.
Some big one
mad.
Retired recently,
Graduate
and it was
to
like
the
they're never gonna fire you. They're gonna like make you go through the whole song and dance of graduating. You know what I mean? Because
you have to pretend that
fans.
nothing bad's happening.
Yeah. They're totally not sending you to the
no
glue
such
factory.
thing as a good.
It's so
system.
it's such an ominous thing where it's like it feels like a euphemism. Like we're graduating. It feels like they're getting taken behind the shed.
Yeah,
and
it feels like the Giver. Like whatever. Like, oh yeah, we're graduating them. Like, yeah, we're putting them out into the real world. We're sending them to a magical place. Creepy. I don't know how we got. How did I get here? Oh no, the brain fog. My COVID brain fog.
I'm so bad at remembering how conversations went. Your shrunken brain.
It was because you're talking about YouTube, the cartoon avatars.
Right.
Oh god.
Remember when
ages ago,
Guaragura, the most popular VTuber in the world, referenced the cum zone? I remember.
Wait, really?
That's
based. Wait,
that's awesome.
Did she do it on purpose?
Yeah. Yes, I was watching her Minecraft Let's Play because I saw a clip from it and I'm like, Minecraft, I'm interested. Minecraft Let's Plays are usually good like when they're first starting out. And it did. I think I watched like the first like 4 or 5 VODs before I got bored. And yeah, like she's like, oh, I'm gonna put you in my chum zone, like winks at the camera. And I'm like, ha ha ha, I get it. Chum zone, because she's a shark. That's funny. It's a joke.
I'll give her that. It's an actual joke.
And
in recent streams, she has like a chum jar that has like a miniature version of herself in it.
Chum jar. Okay.
Is she the most? Is she the most popular?
Pretty sure.
I know she's one of the ones that I see the most for sure. She's definitely up there.
I see her in English ones, right? I think she is like I checked the subscriber counts of a few at the time like a year ago, and she was like shooting up like past 2 million subscribers really fast.
I recognize her, so she clearly has some degree of.
I mean, I think she's genuinely like she genuinely has an extremely like pleasant voice to listen to. It's very soothing. And I think she definitely has voice training because she has very fine control over her voice when she does little. Funny sounds that go up and down in pitch. It's like very well controlled.
Her and Korone and maybe Amelia Watson are like the 3 that I probably have seen the most. Amelia Watson is like a distant third.
I watched some Amelia stuff too, briefly.
I know the shark, and I know Pikamee. I know those two.
Gargura is the shark. I don't know.
I know Pikamee because she has the funny face.
I refuse to learn their names. I only refer to them. The shark and the dog.
The shark, the dog. I know one of them's a phoenix.
I like this one's face.
Yes, I know that one because she's like the tea kettle one.
What?
She makes tea kettle sounds.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, her. She must not be a Hololive because she looks completely different than all those people. Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, there are like independent ones, and I think there's like some people are talking about forming their own little conglomerates separate from HoloLive and stuff, but
then hiring management to sort it out for them.
Yeah.
Oh no,
this one's really cute. Look at that. Look at that. That's precious.
That's Pikamee.
Okay, well now, I know her name.
We're the world's leading VTuber podcast now.
Amazing.
This whole segment was like Ben like fucking hate VTubers. I fucking hate them. Now we're like looking, like, oh, this one's all right. This one's not so bad.
Oh, but she's so cute though. Well, you know what? It's because I mean, when you're a successful VTuber, you don't have to project that like kind of desperate air.
Yeah, that desperate cloying.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
I feel bad. I feel bad because I know it comes from a place of like. You know, if you're trying to make it as a VTuber, you're in a really tough spot, and it must be really hard, and probably basically statistically impossible for you to ever like claw your way up to being popular from being a nobody VTuber. So like I get,
especially now.
Yeah, so like I get it, but I don't like. But that doesn't mean I like it. Yeah. Look at her go.
Why do they all put cat ears on? And ruin their aesthetic all the time.
This one doesn't.
Some of them do.
Okay. Well, no, wait, no. I just found a gif of her doing with cat ears on, ruining the aesthetic.
People like cat ears. Of course, everyone's going to put on the cat ears at some point.
It really pissed me off when I saw the shark one with cat ears. It's like, she's already a shark. Don't make her two things.
Here's a hot take. There's no such thing as a anime girl with cat ears that is good. The cat ears have never done anything. They're not good. They're not a good addition to a character design. Ever. Never. Not even one.
That one in, I don't like, what's that one anime? Oro, about the kid who fucks his sister.
Aurora Borealis?
Oh, Oraimu?
Yeah.
Something. It's like that's a
yeah,
short title.
Oraimu. I don't like Oraimu, but that one cat, that girl with the cat ears is pretty good. Isn't her name just...
The thing about cat ears is, like, you have to... Do they have the regular human ears below that? Do they have, like, 4 ears? Or do they have,
it's just sort of like the
side of their head?
Isn't it so cute to put cat ears on? No, it's not. It does nothing. It does exactly nothing. It's completely neutral. It just feels like...
Are you a fucking furry?
Did you guys see that they put the cat ears
I don't know why
Halo
there's such an infatuation with putting cat ears on a person. I don't get it.
Yeah,
a real cat is cuter.
I think at a certain point they were supposed. I think at the certain point they were supposed to like act like a cat and like nuzzle up to you and purr and ask for sex.
Real cats don't do that. That's why real cats are better.
No,
I guess I don't. I guess I don't really get why it's like the thing.
Yeah, I never like thought about it. It's just like so ingrained.
What about
like,
cat boys
culture.
are cuter?
Just like whatever.
This is
a thing.
What should be. You should like do it for more the animals than just cats and sometimes dogs. You should have like turtle people. You have a turtle, a shell. I'm a turtle girl. Like it's a new idea.
Entire like animes based around like girls being different sorts of animals.
I guess Japan
loves
a lot of
horse girl shows that have been a thing recently where they have like horse ears and all the
fan
artists draw them with big horse dicks, and I'm like, yes, this is good. More of that, please.
In America, we have bunny girls. Have you ever been to the Playboy Mansion?
True.
Yeah, we invented it. We
invented that.
As
God damn
always,
it.
we did it just like Disney and Tezuka. As always, America did it first and better.
Yeah. We invented furryism from
It's
Disney.
just something about like the ubiquity of the cat ears as a cute icon that I've just never agreed with.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, where did they had to like come from somewhere? Like, cat ears didn't just spontaneously like. They
added an armor attachment in Halo Infinite, which is the cat ears that you can put on any helmet, and
I saw that.
It costs like $15 to get them. It's insane.
And you better believe tons of people are paying for that.
Oh no, yeah, I play the game and I see fucking like 20 people out of like 30 that I play matches with have all bought the fucking stupid cat ears thing, and it's like you morons, you
honestly,
scumbags.
Genius move on their part, making it $15 because they knew they could just milk that one.
It's just triangles.
I guess. It's true.
It literally is just triangles.
People be really loving basic shapes. Get some squares in there.
They love the Kiki on top of the boba.
Oh, I know that. I know that one. That reference.
I suppose so. I suppose that's true.
I'm stating only the truest facts.
I'm getting hungry. I don't know about you guys.
It's muted.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you hungry. I'm going to suggest you some food because my final topic, it's the only topic I actually meant to bring on this episode, is I wanted to talk about some of the recipes from Clusterpunk Kitchens, especially the first one because it's actually fucking delicious and one of the best things ever. And I don't think anyone actually tried it after I suggested it on the PCP years ago.
I can't remember it, so yeah, please.
Well, it was...
Yeah, rehash it for us.
The recipe it's 2 ingredients. English muffins and Doritos.
Oh.
And what you do is you put the English muffin in the toaster, you butter it up, and then you put like 5 or 6 Doritos in there, and you crunch it down and you eat it, and it's fucking delicious. And everyone's like, seems sort of okay, but I have made this for like 7 different friends of mine, and every single time I hand it to them, they're a little skeptical if I take a bite, and then their eyes just light up. Their life has changed. Take a bite, change your life. That's where it comes from. Is people? I invented this in like 2011 because I'm such a genius of just putting random shit together, and it is fucking tasty.
Looks like a McDoritos, fucking like breakfast sandwich. And you know what? It sounds like a meme item. If I just heard that in voicemail, because Doritos and Mountain Dew, they're such like meme foods. But hey, if you say it's good, I'll consider trying it out.
Actually,
if I ever see English muffins. I'll consider it.
I don't know where to get
I
English muffins. Are they? Is it really just like a bread roll?
But you're English.
They don't have. It's an American invention.
They don't call them English muffins.
No, we do. We do have them.
We have them in New Zealand. We have them in New Zealand too, though.
Yeah, like
they're
basically anywhere you get crumpets, they'd be next to crumpets.
Yeah, they're always like sold next to the crumpets.
Like the worst crumpets that don't have the holes in them.
No, they're basically like if you've ever had a McMuffin at McDonald's, that's what they are. They're the McMuffin thing.
They're like really doughy bread.
Like all bread is doughy bread.
No, but like
it's like doughier.
Like not as fluffy. It's more like
stodgy.
Sticky. You know. Yeah, more like stodgy bread.
English muffins are fucking delicious. I love
them.
Are
they sweet or savory?
The only time I eat them is when I have McDonald's breakfast after
They're
work.
savory. They're savory.
So stodgy, savory, squidge.
I finish work at 6 a.m.
They're really good with butter and Doritos, and you put them together and take a bite, change your life. It's good. It's fucking delicious. Everyone watching this, try it at least once. You won't regret it. I promise.
You're not allowed to hate it until you've tried it.
I disagree. Yeah, I will hate it immediately. And forever.
No.
You got to change my life by force.
I've just been eating mozzarella cheese toasties recently, and I tried to learn how to make pancakes, and I'm shit at that. So that's another thing I failed at in my life.
Oh darn!
I can't cook. I can't do it.
I can't do it. I get a canny soup.
Man.
I mean,
cooking
the thing
is
about
so much
Clusterpunk
work.
Kitchen is Clusterpunk Kitchen recipes take zero skill whatsoever. I think the other one was macaroni and cheese with honey barbecue Fritos, which I don't know if you can get them outside of America, but I just mixed the chips into the mac and cheese, and it was pretty good. It's nowhere near as good as the Doritos.
Do you have any recipes that aren't just like make something and then put chips in it?
I guess it depends on whether you like the chips.
Make spaghetti sauce. The third recipe was make spaghetti sauce, with like ground beef and stuff, and put saltine crackers in it and use the sauce as a dip.
Fuck's sake, that's
every recipe is just put chips in a thing.
I sometimes sprinkle
which is also pretty good, but the first
Doritos on top of like a chili con carne, which is good.
What are we looking at here?
We're talking about Clusterpunk Kitchen, Ben.
And I said I was hungry, and now OblivionFall is torturing me.
I'm also hungry.
Ben, you have to put Doritos in an English muffin with butter. It's so fucking good. You have no idea.
Like crumbled up, or just
no, just like just grab like between 4 or 5 Doritos, put them like in an English muffin. You can like crunch it down. You don't have to crumble it.
I don't see
necessarily.
Why is that better? Why is that better than just eating Doritos?
It's a meal. It just tastes really fucking good.
I don't believe you.
It's a meal. It's a feast.
It's a meal.
Everyone I say this to, Ben, doesn't believe me, and then I make it for them. I give it to them. They take a bite. Their eyes light up. Their life has changed. Take a bite, change your life. It's real.
So you butter the English muffin, and then you put. What flavor Dorito? Can you do any flavor?
The nacho cheese works best. I've tried a few different flavors, but the nacho cheese works best. Or cheese supreme if you're in another country.
I know what all those ingredients taste like. I'm imagining them together, and I don't know if do they really like enhance each other that much? I don't know.
They really do.
Okay.
I hate
butter.
Supposedly they do.
I mean, maybe you'll hate it, but I've given it to like 7 people, and every time
I wouldn't hate it.
Oh my god, it's way better than they expect.
Okay, I mean, if you say so.
Well, now I'm worried I'm hyping it up, but I just really like it. It's like the best thing to have. It's the best way to eat both of those things, in my experience. I have butter, but if I had those three things, I would try it, but I don't. So,
have you ever been at a low enough point in your life that you've had pasta and beans? I've done that.
That sounds like an English thing.
Pasta and beans?
Yeah.
Or like just like
pasta and baked beans.
I mean,
all you got left. That's it. That's what you got to eat.
I mean, sometimes I just have like rice and beans.
I've had
rice and beans is filling and like it's very easy, and I don't think that's too bad.
Rice doesn't fill me up. Whenever I have rice, I get hungry again like half an hour.
You're eating shit rice. You need to get that good rice. I don't know what it is, but you need to get it.
I need the good rice. Okay.
Well, rice.
I need the friend rice.
Rice has the problem that most carbohydrates have for me, which is that I can feel like I can just eat an infinite amount of it and never stop being hungry. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Pasta and beans. That's like what kind of beans?
Baked beans, like in tomato sauce.
Oh, right. The English tomatoes. Okay. Because if the beans are in tomato sauce, it sort of makes a little more sense. Then like it's not like beans and molasses like we would have here. That would be disgusting.
Yeah.
More like...
That sounds gross. I don't think I've ever eaten molasses. I don't even know what it is, really.
It's sugary.
I know it goes
stuff,
slow sometimes or something.
Isn't it sugary, syrupy, like super sticky something or other?
Yeah, the beans, baked beans that you would get here, they'd be in a can. They'd have, it's sort of like a molassesy, kind of, sort of, maybe caramel. Not really caramelly, I don't know. It's like brown sugar. It's like a thick, sort of brown sugary kind of syrup.
Doesn't it go slow on a Sunday or some shit?
Yeah, it's pure molasses is very thick. It's thicker than peanut butter, basically. It's like you can't even pour it. It's actually, I think I tried like pure molasses. Actually, like gross. There's a scene in Over the Garden. Is it Over the Garden Wall? Where they put molasses in their potatoes, and I'm convinced that would be like vile, because like pure molasses is like it is sweet, but it's like sickening, like sort of like powerful flavor. Like you mix that shit. You don't just put a big dollop of it on whatever you're eating.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my molasses rant.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk about molasses.
You would use it as like a baking ingredient. You could like bake it into like a bread to sort of like give like a brown sugary like dark sweeteners effects.
Instead of take a bite.
The point is it would be terrible on pasta. Just disgusting.
Instead of...
Okay, I won't do that in the future if I ever get a hold of it.
Instead of take a bite, change your life, it should be take a life, go to jail.
That's it. Okay, yeah.
Take a life, get out of here.
Take a life, kill
a wife.
Kill people for no reason because it's cool.
Take my wife, please.
Take a life, take my wife, take it all.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take the rest, and there you have the facts of life.
Speaking of good and bad, should we move on to voicemails? We've been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, we have been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh my god, Eleazar, I'm so sorry.
Maybe it's about time. Have we gotten? Oh, we've gotten 2 more voicemails in the time that we've been going. So we should stop because we don't want any more voicemails.
I want to die.
Yeah. Well, you've probably got COVID, so maybe you will. So don't worry about it.
COVID, take me now.
COVID,
what a happy thought.
You're welcome. Okay. Let me just scroll down here. I will put the voicemails in the chat. First one is. Okay, the first one is like it's an emote. It's like an emoji, but like it's not displaying, so I don't know what it's called. Whatever. Here's the voicemail. 3, 2, 1, go.
What if your life is a computer simulation and you are the only one in it, so everyone you know is an NPC? Do you think this is a real possibility?
What sort of like 12-year-old question is this?
Yeah.
Yes and no. Next.
Wait. XKCD train car.
It's so basic. This is so basic. It actually made me upset.
Basic is right.
I don't think it's a real possibility, but I wouldn't care if it was.
Funny philosophical experiment. It means
I just want to know who is running this fucking private server with one player on it when they're hosting an MMO. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
True.
This is a classic XKCD.
Oh yeah.
This exact topic.
What if you're the only real one?
Yeah.
You are. We're just ghosts.
Okay, go ahead. I was like, here's my answer. Even if you're the only real person, you should still be nice to the NPCs because, come on, just don't be a piece of shit. Come on.
Dude, can you imagine being a solipsist and having no friends? The loneliest.
You really are the only one in the universe then.
If I was in a simulation on my own, I would say, like, why would they put me in such a boring scenario? Whoever's overseeing this.
Who
cares?
Dungeon Master sucks.
I'm sus about these hypotheticals. They're like, what if this thing that, even if it was true, wouldn't really have any bearing on your life? Like, what if reality is a simulation?
Right.
Like, who gives a fuck? I don't care. Unless I can break the simulation.
What am I supposed to do about it? Yeah, that's true.
Next.
Like, if you, okay, here we go. Next one is called, it's called Overcooked Vocalist. 3, 2, 1, go.
I didn't get fired. I resigned.
Boo.
No. Okay, that's enough.
This sucks.
Thank you.
That was nothing.
Thank you for the voicemail.
I like that one more.
That
That was a better one.
Fuck you for the voicemail.
Okay, next.
So, voice
I mean, it's more intellectually stimulating for sure.
It made me ask questions.
That was nothing. You people are insane. That was not. That was.
Is this really what
noise.
happens when I quit voicemails?
Yes.
Is this really?
This is what I said. No more good voicemails.
The average quality of voicemail.
Yeah, it's cratered.
This is my fault.
You were keeping the whole market afloat. You were like the capital that they pumped into the stock market to keep it afloat, and now we've lost it. COVID is running rampant. The Omega variant is I meant to say Omicron, but sure, yeah, let's go with Omega. It's fucked. This is what we got to work with. Next one is an image. Next voicemail is a picture. Okay.
It's Ben Saint's crotch.
I was approached by an odd-looking 30-something guy that said, "Fuck, dude, how tall are you? You're huge?" I said, 5'1" with my boots on. He said, "Want to join our yig movement to stir up more shit?" I took off my sunglasses and glazed hard at him and showed him my belt buckle. He screamed like a little girl and ran off. He knew an ass-kicking beatdown was next for him. Laughing, crying emojis.
Where do you get one of those belt buckles?
Yeah, why is it blue? Looks great though. I should make those.
Is that a don't tread on me
if
belt?
If you made those, I'd buy one.
This is the Gadsden flag. Yeah.
Don't Ben Saint on
now.
Angels.
Don't step on saints.
Angels sing my coming. Okay. Speaking of, the next one is called Cummy Ben. So here we go.
Let's go.
There it is. 3, 2, 1, go.
Please bring back Gummy Ben. Keto gummies are the best content you guys ever made. Please, Ben. I beg of you.
I am sorry, but I can't get the isomaltoligosaccharides anymore. And that's the only thing that's good. I've tried other things that...
Isomaltoligosaccharides good.
Everything else...
It's just not profitable at this point to make them.
I mean,
have to,
no, I mean, it was never...
Not profitable, but you know what I mean?
It was never profitable.
It may saved money for you in the sense that it was I thought the whole point of making gummies was you're like, I don't want to pay these gummy makers to sell me gummies I can make myself.
It sort of was about that, but then it became more about the fact that they were just good. And I would just, like, I liked that I could make them taste different ways than I would normally be able to get.
He was pulling a review bra and just doing something for himself.
Yeah.
God bless.
He just liked gummies, and he fell out of love with
radio gummies
because he couldn't get his Chinese chemicals.
It's not that it became too expensive that I couldn't buy it. It's that, like, just this, like, I can't... I think I've said this before, but, like, I can't find anyone who will sell it to me in, like, a reasonable quantity. Like, I can only find people that will sell me, like, a metric ton of it.
Then make a metric.
You should just buy a metric ton of it.
It's like thousands. I don't want to spend thousands of fucking dollars. It'll be like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer has the pile of sugar in his backyard.
Sugar.
Yeah, it's like that, but it's isomaltoligosaccharides for gummies.
But think about how much money you'll save on gummies over the course of the next 20 years.
No, it'll just get rained on. The rain will just wash it all away.
The gummies will just kill him.
Yeah.
He eats that many gummies, he'll just
killed
die.
for your precious acids.
I'm sad that I can't just buy like a normal amount of it anymore, but I have not been able to find a new supplier. And other like substitutes that I've tried, allulose tastes like shit, corn fiber tastes like shit. It all sucks. It's all bad. IMO is the only stuff that made any kind of decent final product, and it's just dried up. My source is gone.
A metric ton of Aigaluga-Mogul-Agasaccharides would be a good stretch goal for a new Kickstarter if you ever did another.
A metric ton. Yeah. Well. No.
I love the future where Ben is just throwing in gummies with like every
Oculus
package.
Rift. It's the new stupid thing that Ben needs but can't
Genuinely,
get.
Honestly, I would love to make gummies and like give those as backer rewards or just sell them to people or something. I would think that was really fun. I just would have to get stuff again.
Get a reputation as go to like an art like comic convention type situation. You could be the gummy worm guy. Just hand out gummy worms. People would love you. They would buy your thing. Everyone would be like, "Go check out the gummy guy's stand. He makes a shitty slime comic, but he gives out free gummies."
Oh, yeah, that's what I want everyone to say about me. I wanted to get do like a 3D mold. I think I talked to Smearg about this one time, and we never really went through with it because I was still ironing out like the formula, but. The idea at one point was that I could maybe make like 3D printed like gummy molds of the various like fruits and vegetables that grow in New Los Angeles City, like dire apples and phosphor poppies and stuff. And it was like you could just
custom gummies. That's pretty sick.
Exactly. Like custom like New Los Angeles City gummies that are like, and I could like concoct like flavors for like what each thing would taste like and stuff. Honestly, I would still do something like that. I just would need to get my fucking hands on. Okay, the other thing aside from not being able to get IMO is that my kitchen now is like shit. Like I used to have a slightly better kitchen. You know what? That's not even that big a problem. Like I could still do it. I could just get like some new like pots and pans and shit, and I could make it work if I wanted to. That's not really that big of a hurdle.
Stop getting this voicemailer's hope up if you're not going to return to the gummy arc.
I'm saying I wish I could return. I wish I could return to the gummy arc. Honestly, I kind of miss it.
He likes gummies. He just likes gummies. Okay, leave him be.
It's true.
There's literally some PCP fan out there who's just like, God, I wish Ben would make gummies again and talk about them.
I would like nothing more.
Ben is a fan.
I would like nothing more.
Ben, talk about making roses in Animal Crossing again.
That was a mistake. I should have never done that. At the end of the day, there's just not that much to say about it. It was like March. It was like April of 2020, right? We were all a little weird. Maybe it was later than that, but no, it was a time.
Everyone was a little weird. Some people transitioned. Other people's like made loads of roses in Animal Crossing.
We all had to cope. Yeah, some of us transitioned. Some of us made gummy worms. Some of us made Animal Crossing roses. We all had our thing that got us through. It's true. It's true. Okay.
Damn, let's go.
Next one is called. Oh no, it's actually called. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Benjamin Saint, you fucking grifter! How dare you release Pleeb The Weeb Blu-rays without my permission? You.
Mark Simpson.
I was waiting for it.
Doid Gazer is mad. Oh no, I made
Doid Gazer's weed.
Doid Gazer's mad. Doid Gazers. People should follow Doid Gazer on Twitter. They're pretty funny. I like them. They have responded to a few of my Blu-ray posts with some pretty quality content. Check them out. Check them out at Doid Gazer.
Doid Gazers gets the Angry Joe Badass seal of approval, in my opinion.
Is that a?
That's a thing he does. Yeah,
that's what he gave his favorite games. Yeah.
It's what he gives every game.
No, he gives like games like a score, and then sometimes a badass seal of approval.
Damn, I would.
Hell yeah,
I would do anything.
I, Angry Joe, am the badass, and I
don't sleep on Angry Joe. What a legend.
Yeah, okay, I'm coming around. I watched that Jar Media. Wait, no, did they review Angry Joe on the Jar podcast?
They have a series called is this as good as they say or as bad as they say, and they did an episode of Angry Joe where they talk about all of his content.
Jar Media.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you hated it.
That
I hate everything.
That's the one. I know, whatever. I don't care. I didn't even know he was in it. I didn't even know it was the And I Hate Everything thing until I had seen a few episodes. But I
Hate Everything is good, actually. That's my opinion.
I genuinely don't know. I don't watch it. But
I like him on Jar Media. I have not watched one of his main channel videos in years.
Yeah,
main channel videos are fun.
I only know him from being on a podcast with YMS.
Yeah, that sucks. Sidearm cast is shit, but his other podcast is good.
I haven't listened to it. I used to hate him because I hated his weird, angry cartoon avatar, but then I realized, like...
It's easy to hate that thing.
It has good branding. It's really ugly, so it, like, sticks out in your memory. Like, and I'm always saying shit like, why does everyone have to use a cute cartoon avatar? Why can't everyone have weird, ugly-looking avatars? And there's one guy had that, and I'm like, oh, I fucking hate it. It's ugly. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah, I saw the Jar Media. I think I probably started with the one about The Wall, and then I maybe saw one of their other ones about Doug. I watched their other one about Doug Walker, and then I think I was looking at their other ones, and I watched the one about Angry Joe, and I think that's the video. That's how I know most of what I know about Angry Joe. I know from that Jar Media video. Which
those are good videos.
Yeah, okay. those were pretty good videos.
I like those boys.
Yeah. Next one is called Tale of the Golden Witch, and it's a Vokaroo.
How? I was gonna ask how it's longer than 1:30.
Yeah, it's a Vokaroo. Okay.
All
right.
How do
people even send those in?
Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey there, people, I'm the Golden Witch, the internet's favorite ranting bitch. My videos are good, my channel is thriving, made some internet friends, and boy, we're vibing. Here I am at the PCP, we're getting along swimmingly. Gonna hire this guy who's fat and wears flannel, then burn all my bridges and fuck up my channel. Oh God, I am the American dream. This is a truly ingenious scheme. I've got a billion IQ perhaps. Gonna get rich and famous of my shitty raps. Ben Saint is a piece of shit. He always ratios me when I tweet. He makes me so mad and makes me farts, 'cause he actually makes some worthwhile art. And Gib just makes me squee and fill up full with jealousy. When I see her it makes me wanna flee, 'cause she looks so much more cuter than me. Oh God, I am the American dream. I have not lost any steam. Now let's ride the express. Quit content and be homeless. So I went down and bought me an RV. That was a lie. There is no RV. Moved back in with my folks. They don't know that I'm a massive joke. Then as a final likability cleanse, I tried to trash my former friends. It blew up in my face, as everything does. Now I'm seething with rage, but pretends to love. Oh God, I am the American dream. Fool, the PCP really makes me scream. And I'll do anything to get some yen. I lay away nights screaming, fuck you, Ben. Oh God, I'm so fantastic. Thanks to Ben, my brain's gone spastic. And my name is Golden Witch. Watch me now, I live in a ditch. And my name is Golden Witch. Watch me now, I have perfect hair. And my name is Golden Witch. Watch me now, I'm gonna be rich.
That was great.
Yeah.
I still don't understand how the only two types of voicemails you have are terrible and great.
yeah, there's no in between. No one just like asks a normal thought-provoking question or anything. It's just like there's just scream and like shit into a microphone.
Oblivion, that was you, right?
No,
I'm very proud.
I don't sing. I rap badly.
I'm very proud. I got to witness that.
That was amazing.
That made my
Do we have any idea who that was by?
Well, it's by the same guy who is sending voicemails under the name drydumpdecember@dustydumps.com. He's been sending for a few... That's all I know. That's all I know.
Just full credit to that person, because that was incredible.
I think maybe I think maybe Dusty Dumps is going in the voice grail for that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we feeling it? Are we feeling it?
Yeah. I'm feeling
Dusty
it.
Dumps.
Really good.
I'm thinking Dusty Dumps. Buddy, congratulations. You made it. Thanks for that voicemail. Great stuff. Okay. Next one is called Do you guys like Frank Zappa? I like Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next one is called Vaguely British Man is Upset. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, PCP. Now, a couple of episodes ago, you said you would put Kringus Bingus in the voice grail.
We did.
Now, that sounded great to me, but I checked the Google document,
Oh, God.
and not a single trace of Kringus Bingus's
I'll
name
actually do it.
is on that thing. So this makes me think you had something better to do. You were busy with stuff. I mean, that is just unimaginable. So put Kringus Bingus on the dock right now, or I'll be canceling my subscription to this show.
Okay.
No, don't.
All right.
No, not Vaguely British, man. We can't lose his patron.
Add Clusterpunk Kitchen while you're at it. You still haven't done it. Still never got added, despite the promise.
Was there a promise? I promise a lot of things, okay?
Dude, all right. When Keto Delito happened, everyone was crying, everyone was screaming and laughing and yelling voice grail, voice grail, voice grail. And then I checked the document and it never got updated.
You know what? That sounds true. I believe it. Okay, I'm in. All right, voice grail. Here we go. Kringus, Bingus. He's in. Dusty Dumps. Dusty Dumps is in. And all right, Clusterpunk Kitchen. Yeah, I mean, of course,
now he
Clusterpunk
can
Kitchen deserves it. Now rip. Yeah.
Posthumously.
Yeah.
It'll go on the war memorial.
Yeah.
There we go. The document is updated. We can finally rest. Okay.
Rest easy, heroes.
Yeah. Next one is called Ejaculation Station.
Oh.
There it is.
Nice.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hey guys, forgot to say this last time. Just wanted to say that coming without ejaculating is fine. You know, if you take estrogen, you can come without actually any semen coming out, but it doesn't hurt or anything. Feels fine. It's perfectly good. It's fine.
What?
Hi, Spork.
Hi, Spork. Yeah, hi, Spork.
Guys, we thinking voice grail on that one?
Wait, I have to say something or Spork's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Because I promised I would mention this the last 2 times I was on the PCP. Okay. I met Spork IRL. They drove up to my place. We didn't have a plan on what we were gonna do or hang out. They just kidnapped me. They threw me in their car and drove around the block once, asked me where to pee, and I pointed them at a Big Lots, and then they dropped me off back at home, and I showed them Road to Radcon, and then they left.
Cool. Cool story.
You guys live in you guys are both in the same state, right? Like you just live near each other?
Yeah, we're like 3 hours away, I think. But yeah, Spork just came by and we met. I spoke to her very briefly. We were like in the same area for like 20 minutes, and then she fucked off because she was just stopping by as a pit stop on the way to somewhere else.
Fascinating. Neat.
What a community.
Cool. Well, I don't know. The only time I come without ejaculating is if I've jerked off so many times that I just can't come anymore. But I just keep going.
I can't.
But I don't think that counts.
What that feels like.
Have you ever ejaculated without coming? Because that's happened to me.
I don't get it.
I
What's
don't
the
think
difference?
so.
Isn't that called pissing?
Yes.
Yeah, it felt like pissing.
You know, pissing is a very important topic today. I feel like it's going to come back
in our modern
in a big way.
era. Oh, okay. Shall we go to the next one, which is called X4? There it is.
Mega Man X4.
Damn.
X4.
Sure,
yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
He is coming. Indeed, still coming.
Without
he just
ejaculating.
got held up in traffic a little.
Stuck in
Okay, I'm glad to know. Yeah, no, it's good. It's comforting. Wouldn't want anything to fuck it up for him. Okay, next one is another image. Okay, here we go.
I feel like this is an old meme.
There's definitely been versions of this. Okay, the Soy Ben Saint has a year-long beef with washed-up YouTubers, works on game that few will play, buy my comics please, spends his 8 hours arguing with people on Twitter, COVID makes his brain shrink, those boobs are too big. That's not
Ben Saint
true.
would never say
That's
that.
the opposite of what I said. I'm saying that
is the
big,
opposite.
Yeah, big boobs need more representation. The ones who I'm seeing are not doing it. This guy fundamentally misunderstands the character of Ben Saint.
What about the last one on your side, though?
That was
Huh?
it.
What?
That was all of them.
Spends his days arguing with people on Twitter. Did you already read that one? Okay, I tried, but never mind.
I said that. Yeah, whatever. These are all true. These are all mostly true. Yeah, my brain did shrink due to COVID, but it's just more efficient now. The Chad Nate Bestman makes you fail No Nate November with Chad content, abandons his friends that don't generate him enough profit, only networks with people larger than him, weird utilitarianism pilled, visits family even with COVID, looks down on people less successful than him. I think this person just hates both of us.
Yeah.
So
I get to look down on Nate.
Oh, right.
Subscriber number smaller than mine.
Sub count, yeah.
Oh.
Got him.
Yeah.
Got him.
True. Kill him.
Actually, baby Nate.
If only. Wow, I can't believe someone with more subscribers than Nate Bestman is on the Pro Crastinators podcast. That's unthinkable.
Oh my god,
That's
I kind of forgot.
Crazy.
Cybershell's just one of the boys.
Ben, you only have guests on that are more popular than you. You fucking scumbag.
You?
Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah, but not on YouTube.
Everyone else.
Cybershell is like 2 Nates in a trench coat with his subscriber count.
That's true.
Yeah, but you know, most of my subscribers are Sonic fans, so do they really count as like a full person?
True. According to God, a Sonic fan is only half a human being.
Okay,
if that.
Well, I was hoping we could get to 3/4, but I guess not quite.
3/5?
3/5. Yes,
compromise.
That was the real agreement.
I think they agreed. Like when Noah's Ark and the Rainbow, I think they said Sonic fans will be 3/5, and that's just been the law ever since.
Of course.
Next voicemail is called... Where is it? Here we go. More ways to humiliate Trixie. Ideas for Ben. This
God.
2 seconds. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Kill her.
Now, that would be hilarious.
That wouldn't really be a humiliation.
That would just be like, ultimate
Voice
prank.
grail.
Ultimate prank. Yeah.
That's like the bit in The Simpsons where Homer's like thinking of revenge for Ned Flanders, and there's like the leftorium closes, then it goes further, and Flanders is dead, and he's like, no, too far.
Too far. Yeah.
It wouldn't be funny then.
Yeah. I think it might be a little funny. It might be a little funny.
Ben.
Okay. All right. Next voicemail is from. Okay, it's an image. It's from Big Booby Ben at baba.buoy.
I like the sound of that.
And here's
This better be good.
Oh,
damn. Those were good size.
No objectification without representation. Not loot. This is great. No, this...
That is good squish. That is unironically good.
It is.
Ideal size.
Nice.
Yeah.
Solid image.
I'm very excited about
I forget how I came across in that part.
My huge forehead! My huge forehead! I appreciate it. I appreciate that you made me a girl, but you didn't just like take the easy way out and give me like cute girl hair. I'm a freak. I'm a big egg-headed freak as a girl, same as it ever was.
Also, I spy that soft tum. Good detail. Good detail.
I see it. I don't like it. It's making me self-conscious. I gotta get back on my diet. I gotta get back. I haven't.
No, but when you have big boobs, you need a soft tummy to for them to rest on.
I haven't been able to lift in like 2 weeks because of COVID. I'm
because your boobs are in the way.
Because my huge
Ben's
tits...
self-conscious. This image is too accurate to reality, more than you realize, audience.
It's upsetting. Yeah, it's upsetting. Sad but true.
What are you eating
okay,
there?
Next one.
Is that
it's blue pills.
Blue? Oh, yes.
Oh, you weren't on last episode. We talked about eating blue pills and having huge tits. That was
I thought this was about when we were talking about
they could be gummies.
That what's her face from that video game. We talked about the cover art and booby representation.
Oh,
that was like
yeah.
the one before.
It is it is a continuation of that. The blue pills are related. I don't know. Whatever.
I require people to draw me with huge tits as well. Just saying that. I'm just demanding that.
Yes, whoever drew this, draw Gib next, please.
Next voicemail.
Trixie will never recover.
Next voicemail is not an RPG maker expert. There it is.
Oh no.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, so I heard you guys talking about that RPG maker. I haven't really dabbled in it much myself, but from my understanding, if you want something done in RPG maker, then chances are someone has already made a plugin for it. Like, for example, simply having 8-way run is still somehow not a standard feature, and it's absolutely the first thing you're going to want to look for to implement in your game. So many people have managed to reverse engineer plugins that work for RPG Maker, and a quick search should hopefully find you one that works. And then, of course, it's just a matter of debugging and testing to make sure that, it works. Just for reference's sake, Live 2D has been a real game changer for the hentai game scene. That shit even works for the old RPG Maker, not even VX Ace, which is the new one. Just look up any games made by Happy Pink. I swear they operate on Blackmagic or something. As an alternative, you can try Wolf RPG Editor. It's basically the same thing, from my understanding. Look up a bunch of plugins they're probably already made.
I mean,
there's a Toho fan game called Genius of Sapphires, which is made with a heavily edited Wolf editor. I think
I'm
probably one of my favorite RPGs in general. Very heavily inspired by the Saga series. So yeah, and indie RPGs have been easier to make than ever before. There's a lot of crap out there, but at the same time, there's some releases that put Square to shame. So yeah,
that's great and all. I'm not interested
good advice.
In plugins and shit. That's not real.
I
appreciate it.
Maybe, okay.
That could be some very good, useful information for someone watching.
I learned a lot this past year working on Phantom's Revenge, because I actually had to code it with GML. I think if I don't know, I can't even imagine a universe where instead of that I found plugins and dropped them into my game and modified it and it's ooh, does this plugin work? Does this plugin conflict with any other plugins? This sounds so stupid. I don't know. Dumb. Just figure.
Oh my god, Ben! I just reversed image searched that big booby Ben image to see if maybe it's been posted so I could find the artist.
Yeah.
And all it says is, "Did you mean objectification?"
Yes.
Related content.
I did. Okay, just don't be an idiot. Just fuck around with your coding language of choice, and just figure out how to do 8-way run yourself. Just like, don't be stupid. Just fucking be like, how do I do it? And think about it for a second, and then do it. Duh.
I just want to say, like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong if you just don't care about that shit and you just want to like make a game, especially if it's just a fucking hentai game, a hentai game specifically, then go ahead and use RPG Maker with plugins. But I agree with you, in theory, it's better, especially if you really want to make a game, to just, you know, actually make it yourself and, you know,
of your
use
code
Game Maker.
is important. If something goes wrong and you don't know how it works, you can't fix it.
Right.
I mean,
you don't want to be relying on plugins you have no idea how they work.
A hentai game, is a hentai game even a game? Like,
well, if there's a loose state,
like,
I don't want to have "is this a game" discourse on this fucking podcast.
Okay, but like, you're talking about like a visual novel, right? Like, there's no.
If you have choices, it's a game.
There's more than visual novels.
Okay, that's not what I mean. But like, there's no like coding, right? There's game design involved.
Walk around in high school, walk up to
There's
girls,
a lot
say,
of
"You
if
want
this,
fun?"
then that, so it's a fucking game. And it's
Then if
easy
you
to
would
do that shit in
RPG
RPG Maker.
You fucking idiots! I'm not trying to do a semantic like that's not a real game. Yes, I get it as technically a game, but like whatever. That's not like a game design thing. That's not something you have to like sit down and be like, how am I gonna achieve this? Like, no, it's just like. Yeah, obviously you can use plugins.
It absolutely can be.
Obviously you can use plugins for that because like you don't need it to do anything. Right? I'm right.
I don't agree. Like I've spoken to Four Eyes a lot about like potential like hentai game ideas, and a lot of them like would involve like actual game mechanics that revolve around sex in interesting ways. That are not. It's not just you lose and then you get fucked.
Ben is just
Like,
imagining
like,
the
more
most
than that.
basic visual novel possible, and yeah, to do that kind of shit, you don't need plugins or anything. But like to make an
basic
like
visual novels, obviously, but like you can like make RPGs and or things we have like sex stats and I don't know. I'm not smart enough to think of it, but
it's a lot easier to build that kind of game around an RPG Maker type framework than it is to like code a visual novel from the ground up.
Okay, sure. I guess I'm just like, all right. It depends what kind of project it is. Like, for some projects, I'm sure that like just putting together plugins to achieve a desired prefab format is like fine. Sure. Okay. Whatever.
I recognize a lot of the fucking plugins from like Lisa the Painful. Like, there's one where like you go in a room and the light like shines around you, and it's like really weird because it's like the only room in the game like that. And it's like, oh, I remember seeing that plugin when I was fucking around with RPG Maker.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh no! Don't tell me that a game that I like used plugins. That makes me.
Lisa is an RPG Maker game, and it uses plugins. I promise you that. In fact, he lists plugins in the credits.
The problem with using plugins, it's just a tool.
I don't know how to break. He didn't personally hand code every single thing in that game.
Even before I knew about the game, when I saw screenshots, I could tell it was made in RPG Maker.
I know it was made in RPG
I've
Maker.
used it so much.
Oh my god! I know it was made in RPG Maker, but like, okay, fine. I'm just okay. You know what? Here's what I think. It would be
if he knew how to code, he wouldn't make it in RPG Maker.
It would be a better game if he had hand coded that light effect.
Why?
Yeah.
Explain why.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
No, I basically just want to say for the I basically agree with Ben's advice that you should code. You shouldn't rely on plugins. Like, he's basically right. I just want to say that, but like I don't necessarily think it depends on the type. It depends on the type of game.
I'm being salty. Obviously, okay. I guess obviously for something like that, it doesn't matter. I'm just thinking about it in terms of the game that I've been making, and I literally can't imagine finding it useful because
it's not every project is the same thing.
I understand my game like inside and out. I know how all the pieces of it work, and to like just take a big like black box of code and drop it in there and be like, I hope it does what I want it to do is unthinkable.
It's sort of the equivalent of using things that some people would consider crutches in like drawing, like a stabilizer or whatever. It's just a tool that you can use or not. and it's fine. It doesn't make anything good
Yeah.
or bad. It just depends on what the final product is at the end of the day.
I'm not arguing from like a moral standpoint. I'm saying I don't think I could use it.
When an alternate timeline Ben who loves plugins would have had Phantom's Revenge out like 6 months ago.
Listen, I would have taken shortcuts if I thought it would achieve the effect that I was looking for, but I don't think it would have. So nobody else should use them either. There, that's what I think. Lamau.
I need to use plugins for like After Effects. I don't. I try to do everything from scratch using the built-in things, and it's slow and painful.
Aren't you making a game
a lot of
in
other creators
Game
just have
Maker,
plugins
first
that
of all?
make
Why don't you
things
program
shiny.
it from the ground up, Ben, like a real adult?
God,
his ass.
Game Maker. Why didn't I write it in Notepad? Why didn't I code my game in fucking?
Why didn't you code it in assembly? Why didn't you code it out of raw binary?
Why don't you mold it out of clay, you weirdo?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's all I can contribute. I don't know anything about game development.
Yeah, I don't even know anything about game development, so I can't even really have any insight
farm
into
that
this.
silicone yourself for that chip that's in your computer?
Did I
you ever see this video?
Mine that cobalt?
Put it in your
Yeah, I
fucking
was gonna
game.
say.
Did you ever see the video about the guy who like made a sandwich himself? Like he did everything. Like he grew the bread.
Right out of the ground.
Yeah, it was that episode of SpongeBob where
did.
SpongeBob he does the battle against Neptune, and Neptune like grows the wheat. He like divinely makes the wheat grow, and then he like transmutes it into buns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guy like did that with like an actual sandwich. Like he raised the chicken. Like he did everything himself. And like
Didn't he even like get the water from the ocean and purify it?
I forget the exact details, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did something insane like that. And the point is like he did all that. It probably cost him like $1,000 to do everything put together. And then he ate the sandwich. He was like, yeah, it was okay.
Of course it would be.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's an okay sandwich.
And the conclusion: this is why capitalism's good, because if you don't have it, $1,000 sandwiches.
I mean, yeah, markets are effective and
No, scale is what is the good thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Which
you don't like
scale does not belong to capitalism; it belongs to everyone.
Division of labor and all that. It's good. It's good.
Next voicemail.
Yes, next
voicemail.
Sorry, I've lost track. Here we go. This one is called.
Let's just start from the top of voicemails again.
Yeah, let's try again. Eleazar,
listen to the Trixie song.
Cut out
again.
everything so far. Huh? What?
Hello, and welcome to the Pro Crastinators podcast.
Next voicemail is called Hypocrite is a Leftist? Sad. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, looks like we got another gem from Slow Biden. First he wants to drink water, then he wants to take a piss. These leftist hypocrites, when will they stop?
I like it.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
it.
Wow.
I like how he said, take a piss.
You're welcome.
I saw a great Twitter post from Libs of TikTok. You know Libs of TikTok?
Oh my god.
Sounds delightful.
CC, do you know what I'm gonna say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know.
Libs of I mean, it's the point of the account is to post like, you know, liberals taking L's basically on TikTok. This post was that girl who makes like 7 figures a year pretending to be a dog. You know her?
I don't.
I am aware of this.
I don't.
She's
There's
like a
people mad about it.
She's like a fetish.
Yeah, it's like a fetish.
She's like a fetish actress, but I don't even know if she even like gets nude, but like she pretends to be a dog, right? She just has a leash and she acts like a dog, and people pay her an exorbitant amount of money for this. And the Libs of TikTok just posted this like aghast. It was just like, what the fuck am I seeing? And it's like a video of this girl like pretending to be a dog and like barking at another girl who like barks back. And it's like, bro, these are not libs. These are porn fetish actors, and you are watching pornography. What the fuck did I just watch? fetish pornography is what it was. That accounts great.
Libs have really gone too far this time.
The libs have gone too far. That account's great because it will just post like pictures of like people like committing crimes and be like, lol, liberals. Just like there was one of like a bunch of people like smashing a bunch of windows and like looting a store, and it's just like, oh, like crime is just by default liberal. Like I
be gay, do crimes.
You know these
That's
were liberals
true.
because they broke into a store. Like they voted for Biden. Like they loved Kamala because that's why else would they be stealing? You know.
I have a pee and drink water.
I don't think anyone likes Kamala who isn't like. Never mind.
Are you joking? Kamala was the first woman to hold presidential power while Biden was unconscious and sedated for a routine colonoscopy, and that makes her a girl boss.
That literally sounds like an episode of like Veep or something. Like that doesn't even sound like it should be real.
It is all too real. Okay, next one is called New Epic Voicemail Storyline. The Space Epic at pewpew.com. Oh boy, here we go. There it is. All right, 3, 2. Oh god, it's a minute. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, PCP, this is my new voicemail storyline. Get ready for this to last 18 voicemails. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Engross me. Driving around my spaceship. Yeah, I'm in space. And it's fucking sweet. I'm driving around. Yeah, okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, pew, pew, pew. Oh, fuck. I'm getting shot by space pirates. Holy shit. Can you... Pew, pew, pew. Oh, my hole. It's a big hole. Somebody's entering through the hole. Oh, my God. Who is it?
Hello there. I'm new iconic character.
Oh my god, it's a character that's going to be a PCP staple for years.
Yes, that's right. I'm Mr. Funny Man.
Oh my god, Mr. Funny Man. That is so cool that you came into my spaceship. Are you gonna rob me?
He's getting his accents mixed up.
We have to try to find a way to get along in this lonely spaceship here in lonely space.
Oh, jeez, man. Oh, God. I don't know how this
Mr.
is going to turn out.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man. Look forward to the following episodes, because this is going to get crazy, guys.
Yeah! I can't wait for
I'm looking forward to it. I was getting some Too Boldly Flea vibes when he was in the spaceship. That was my favorite part.
I liked when Mr. Funny Man made me laugh.
He was an iconic character.
Dude, he lives up to his name.
I love. You can't beat on a character introduction that's like, "Look at me, I'm an iconic character. You love me." Because it's like
true,
there's like subliminal marketing and advertising that's like superliminal. It's just like, "You love me. I'm great. I'm iconic." Like, okay,
oh my god,
sure.
It's true. Yeah.
I guess I do.
There was a brief moment where I was like, "Oh, it's not funny" when you said Mr. Funny Man. But now thinking back on it, I'm laughing inside. I kind of like it.
In retrospect,
Mr.
it was
Funny
a good
Man.
joke. Nobody laughed, but in retrospect, it was funny.
I can't wait to see what Mr. Funny Man does next.
I was chuckling.
I give it a 6.
I can't wait to find out. Alright. Well, it's gonna be hard to top that one, obviously. But the next one is called PCP Presents... Wait. Hold on. What... Where did I, sorry. I thought I downloaded this, no, I fucked it up. Oh god, I fucked it all up. I thought I downloaded the voicemail, but I didn't download the voicemail. That's okay. It's downloading. You guys, how's everyone doing?
I'm dying.
I'm good.
Okay,
Nobody
cool.
say anything. Let it be awkward for Ben.
No, it's too late. I got it. I got the voicemail. Bam. It's called... PCP presents The Wall, Ben Life. Dab. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Shall I rent a new place? Shall I grow a beard on my face? Shall I shit more on Beatrice? Shall I get into fights on Twitter.com? Paid for beginners, doing pledging of scum. Making games, good takes, learning sweet Blu-rays, churning cards, great art, delivers, kickstarts, slime face, lectures, bass, dry, dumping the waste, getting flashed as fuck, hating love, old stuck, yet gets no respect at all. On the PC Pod.
Ben Saint? More like Base Saint? Am I right?
Wow.
Wowee.
I hope we don't get a copyright slap.
it was an elaborate long con to get the video like strike.
Slap.
Oh, that's a bit. We might actually. We might. Okay.
Eleazar, pitch it down 2 semitones.
Yeah.
That actually did happen. Remember with the Tom porn.
Yeah, it did. It does occasionally. But it was funny. Oh, but I liked it though. Oh, but I liked.
I didn't realize you weren't allowed to like link to explicit things in the description.
Oh yeah.
I liked the part where it was about me.
Same.
I liked the part where it said the shitting on Beatrice. That made me happy.
Yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. Taking a dry dump on Beatrice.
Is that what I said? Oh yeah.
That's what I said.
That's what you said. It said dry dump. I remember it said dry dumps. But no.
I'm just combining the two ideas.
You're just taking. Wow, that's called a juxtaposition, and that's the root of all.
You're just seeding dissent right now.
You're just seething dissent. You're just coping dissent right now. Okay. Next voicemail is called. What is it called? It's called Mystical Hobo. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm the mystical hobo of Hoboken, and my question is this. Have either of you or any guests involved tried meditation?
Never.
And if not, would you? What do you think about meditation?
Never.
Do you think it's fucking cringe and bullshit? Or do you think it's a valid way to soothe anxiety in this modern age? Let me know.
Wow.
I only engage in negative meditation, which is like regular meditation, but I do it to get angry and pissed off about things. I never tried to meditate to calm down. That seems impossible.
I feel like the boundaries and like the rules of meditate, like it I feel like it works for people who, I don't know, don't need specific instructions, but when people say just feel the air around you, I'm like, okay, I feel it. I don't know whether I'm doing anything right. I don't feel it. I don't feel anything. I can't do it. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. These instructions are terrible. I can't get into it. No teacher has ever explained meditation properly.
I'll explain what it is and what about it works. Taking slow, deep breaths. That's it. That's the part that has an effect. Because that
I don't know. I think there's a little more to it than that. Like,
well,
I mean, there's probably a little more to it, but that alone will calm you down.
I know that like certain
meditation does involve
times, spaces, and like locations usually will calm me down. If it's like a nice sunset and there's a cool breeze and I'm not bothered by anything and I'm just sitting around, then yeah, of course I'll feel calmer. But like, I don't know how to like create that when I don't have it.
I think that part of meditation sometimes is about imagining yourself from the outside. Like when you're angry, like thinking about, like part of it can be like thinking about it from the outside, like from an observer observing your own anger and thinking about like, you know, why are you angry? And becoming an outside observer to yourself, and that is a great thing to be able to do.
Okay,
and if you can do it, it's very helpful in a lot of situations.
I feel like I do that all the time though, and that just makes me more upset because I sort of maybe I'm doing something different from what you're saying, but like I think to myself, like, why am I angry? Why am I so stupid? Why is my life so bad? Maybe I'm like emotionally compromised and I can't actually answer those questions properly, but I just end up like berating myself. Like there's another version of me is just saying, wow, Gabe, you suck, and here's all of the proof, and I have the receipts, and it makes sense, and I'm logically explaining why you suck so hard, and I just feel worse.
I tried meditation a few times, but I could never get like the fighting game input down and pull off the move, and I kept dropping the combo and failing it. Didn't work.
I lay on the floor once for like 20 minutes or maybe 30 minutes once in 2012, and I just lay on the wood floor and just felt the floor and didn't think about anything, and it was calming.
As I have mentioned before...
I can only do that... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I could only do that when I'm high.
As I have mentioned before, when I used to do kendo, at the beginning of kendo practice and at the end, we would meditate for like a few minutes. And the way that the teacher would have us do that is we would he described it as just sit there and just deliberately don't think about anything. And if you have a thought, imagine yourself like your mind is like the surface of like still water, and if any thought disturbs the surface, imagine yourself like taking the thought and throwing it away, like pluck it out and throw it away, and just like try to sit there with the least disturbed mind, like no ripples.
See, I've tried to do that before. Like I've heard all these things, and it's like I feel like the metaphors they're using to describe what you're supposed to do, I interpret them wrong, and then I do something wrong. Or I don't feel confident enough that what I'm doing is the right thing. I've never really felt like when I deliberately tried to do a meditate, I can't do it. I felt calm before, but like I don't know how. I get the feeling what like the things people say to explain it don't make any sense to me, and I can't make sense of them.
I get the feeling meditation is almost one of those psychosemantic things where, like, if you believe it, it'll have a perceived effect for you, like almost like a placebo kind of thing. That's probably a really mean way of talking about it, but to me, that's the impression I've got. Like, because I was doubtful of it and tried
what it is. I fully believe that's what it is.
Yeah,
and it's that combined with the fact that you're probably like breathing slower and calm, which does actually calm you down.
I mean,
whenever I'm agitated, I just take a deep breath, and that like helps. It's like a bit of that.
It's not
with placebo.
It's not just about being calm. It's not just like it's not merely about like becoming calmer from a state of upset. It's about like I don't know. I think if you do it right, it changes your perspective a little bit, and it gets you into a sort of a mood or a mindset that is just more focused and better and less stupid.
My form of meditation is playing the first 200 turns of a Civilization 6 game and then going to sleep.
That's
what I do.
You know,
I mean, good breathing exercises are also good for focus and everything else.
I feel like if there's anything
oxygen flow to your brain is
similar.
Important.
I think the only thing that's like been consistently a good thing to calm me down or focus, like if I'm having like an anxiety moment, is to go outside. Only if it's like really cold, it works. And I just lay on like the earth. I lay on the ground on the stone, and I just become really cold. I don't know why that helps. And then I come in and I'm shivering, but it's like now I can warm up, and now my brain is not like, I don't know, foggy.
Maybe.
I need one of those. I need those ice waterfalls to sit under.
What one of them good old ice waterfalls.
Get that installed in the back garden.
You need a Joe Rogan freezing cold flotation tank.
Is that like a sunbed? Like no, a water. What are those things called where you lay inside of a thing?
A sensory deprivation.
Deprivation chambers,
but like cold.
Sensory deprivation. Yeah.
I'm sure you could make
one. It's called a coffin.
I like the cool air. It's definitely something I appreciate.
Well, that's the last voicemail.
Wow.
Whoa!
I thought we were gonna go on for another 58,000 years.
And I would die and collapse.
No, there weren't that
There's no
many.
way.
But we are past the 8-hour mark, so
8 hours?
No, we really sorry, 5 hours. I meant 5.
I was gonna say.
No, I don't. It's because
well, you heard him. We have to go for another 3 hours.
We were at 5 hours and 8 minutes on my Audacity, and I fucked it up. I fucked it.
Can you imagine ever putting out an 8-hour episode?
I've done that.
Yes.
Well, not a PCP, but like arm retrieval. I think the last episode was like almost 8 hours.
Was it? God damn!
Went all the way through the night, and the sun was coming up.
Holy
moly! By the time we had finished.
That's a real ass podcast.
Since none of like this 5-hour bullshit. Since I imagine we're coming up on the end, I will take this opportunity to say, buy Pleeb The Weeb Blu-rays. Link in the description to check my tweet where I explain how to do it. Send me $35 to PayPal at iasucomic@gmail.com or 45 if you're foreign and not in America, because postage costs more. And that's it. That's how you get it. Get Blu-rays. I have 50 left, and I would like to have 0.
What a deal!
What a deal! It is a deal. It's not that bad. It's pretty. You can't afford not to. You literally can't afford not to. I can't afford you not to. Please help.
But you, the viewer, could technically afford not to do it.
No, that's not the right message.
Cybershell, shut the fuck
up. Okay, just reminding you.
I just want to say, if you're listening to the PCP in 2022, but you're like,
you got cash.
I'm not a real PCP fan. I'm not gonna buy Pleeb The Weeb. Like, who the fuck are you? Who's even listening to this?
Honestly, you're so right. You're so right. Like, imagine you'd be like, you're listening to this stupid podcast. You're one of the you're one of the 10% of people who are still here after all this shit. You're still 6 years later, and you're like, I remember the Pleeb and the Weeb, Radcon 2, but am I interested in owning an exclusive one-of-the-kind piece of that history? I'm ambivalent. Like, what's wrong with you?
Ben, now that you've said that, you need to check what this episode gets in the first week in terms of views, and then make print exactly that amount of copies.
I think you're right. Honestly, I would expect someone that's still invested after all this time. Yeah, I would expect the viewership to 100% be like, I'll pay anything.
You viewers, do you even understand, when you own this Blu-ray, you can just hold it in your hand and be like, just you owning that would make Trixie mad. Like,
that's
just
true.
Existing.
Honestly,
in your hands.
Do it like that. You got to do it like that live streamer, low tier god, and say, like, I'm not even going to start the stream or the podcast until you guys pay me enough money. Fuck you.
The fact that they are all coordinatedly, deliberately not saying anything about it makes it really obvious that, yes, they are definitely pissed off about it, and it would upset them a lot if the more that got sold. So
you really would have expected some kind of comment, right? Like, at least be like, "Oh, this is bad. Ben shouldn't have done this because he's profiting off my work or something." Like,
yeah,
I would expect something like that.
At least a diss track.
I think I do expect something, but I think it'll probably get maybe commented on in a Void Gazers or something. I think they will. I don't know.
They're doing that. They're doing a Q&A at some point, aren't they? They'll probably mention it at the end of that.
No, they are.
I just find it impossible to imagine that she's not annoyed. Like, there's no way that she's that's fine. I don't care that Ben's doing that. You know what I mean?
I know that she is, because I know that Riley would respond to the tweets that I've made at him because it's more engagement than he usually gets on Twitter. There's no way he doesn't see them. The only reason he wouldn't engage with them is if Trixie was like, "Don't engage with them, please." I just want to ignore it until it goes away. She's told him not to. That's the only explanation. Also, they've been deleting comments about it on their channel. So,
That's amazing.
Yeah, I've seen a few comments that have disappeared. So
the rise and fall.
Yeah. Oh shit! My headphones fell out. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to remind everyone to please give me money.
Can I also ask for money?
Okay.
I will ask too that you, the viewer, should, if you're not going to donate to Ben Saint for whatever reason, you should consider giving money to Laserbot because he could really use it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know Trixie's making like 3 times as much as Tails Gets Trolled is?
That sounds.
What the fuck?
That sounds about right.
Bad timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laserbot's making 3 times as much quality content.
I know.
You're right.
We're getting money from.
Infinity.
I just.
It's actually.
I just bit the inside of my mouth and I'm in pain, but I'm gonna soldier on.
Good work.
Thanks.
It's actually we actually need more money than usual because we have to pay all the artists still.
Yeah, I mean,
we have to divide it amongst ourselves. Well, I'm not taking any, but
that latest page, I forget what you said the artist's name was. Like that person definitely deserves to be paid for that.
I paid them. Yeah.
That's good.
There's been some really good guest art, so yeah, obviously,
yeah.
You know, it's easier to pay good artists than just to beg them to do free good art for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole reason the Patreon exists.
I would encourage people to support the ongoing and like you said earlier, Cybershell, like it's like wow, they're actually Tails Gets Trolled is actually putting out regular pages. Like that's kind of crazy.
It is, honestly.
Yeah.
Like because it was over, you know what I mean? It was like
it
really
was dead. It was dead.
Over at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, CC had to help revive it, and with the help of Laserbot and Embergram and a bunch of other people. Mm-hmm. But CC did a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, I guess this is a big deal to people, but Laserbot actually came back.
Oh yeah. I forgot. You probably haven't announced that on the podcast. Yeah, because he left the project, but now he's back on the project, and he'll do pages.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I almost was going to be like, when you first announced he left, I was almost going to be like, you could just not announce it, because maybe he'll come back someday. But I didn't want, I don't want to. You should be transparent. You should be honest with the people who are like.
People would want to know why is the art not his?
But part of me was hoping maybe he'll come back though. But I didn't want to jinx it and be like,
yeah,
because you never know what'll go on with those guys.
Yeah, I actually thought about that. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't say he was leaving because 5 million people retweeted that, and then when I said, actually he's coming back, nobody.
Yeah, it's not as exciting to people who aren't invested in the comic, Whereas he's leaving, even if you don't know anything about the comic, you can sort of be like, oh, that's big news.
I see.
Yeah. And they wrote the whole article about it on Know Your Meme. Whatever.
That is a shame. That is a shame.
He's back,
but what can you do?
It's fine. It'll be fine. He's going to continue doing pages, and most people, especially as the time goes on, that announcement will just fade from people's memory.
Yeah, I think it's already started to fade because people used to think the comic was canceled, but I think most people don't. Also, the Five Nights at Freddy's thing helped. I mean, the 5 Night at Funking.
Friday Night Funkin'?
Yeah.
Five Nights at Funkin'.
I don't know what...
Do you not know about that, Ben?
Well, I know what the game is, but...
There's a Tails Gets Trolled mod for Friday Night at Funkin'. No,
really?
Do you remember ages and ages ago, I was like, dude, Ben, you have the most viewed Tails Gets Trolled video on YouTube, and I have number 2. And you were like, oh, Pog. Dude, now there's some Friday Night Funkin' video with over 1 million views that
really?
Dwarfs our shit. Yeah.
Wow,
just search Tails Gets Trolled on YouTube right now, and you'll see what we're talking about.
There's probably multiple videos.
There's multiple videos showing off the mod that all have more than our shit.
Yeah, the first result, Friday Night Funkin' versus Sonic and Tails Gets Trolled 2.0. Yep, there it is. Okay.
I can't get mad at it, even though it's it's introducing a ton of new people to the comic. It's ultimately a good thing, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well,
but they are Zoomers, and they are cringe for not knowing about Tails Gets Trolled already.
Well, this is a shocking development. Damn. Oh,
you should have been on the internet for 30 years like we were.
Oh, you passed me, Cybershell. Yours is now the biggest. Yeah, it's Friday Night Funkin' with 1.4 million, and then you with just under 600K, and then my lecture with 530K. And then after that is Tails Gets Trolled is Back PCP episode with 22K. And then it's chapter 1 part 1 of, is it the audio book after that?
Damn, I wish the like the audio comic book or whatever the proper term for it had more views, like the Ultimate Tails Gets Trolled one. Although that one is sort of split because there was an original Tails Gets Trolled channel that uploaded the first 4 videos or whatever.
And that one's got 180K. Yeah, and then the Ultimate Tails Gets Trolled, the latest one has 12K views, which I think is the most. Maybe? I'm not sure.
I don't know what the view counts are like on Ultimate, but it's
that channel's only got 8,000 oh no, okay, chapter 8 got 57K. Okay, so some of them are a bit bigger. Okay.
I still think more people watch the audio drama than the read the comic, because I hear people say, oh, you know, the Friday Night Funkin' mod got me to watch the original.
To watch the original!
Yeah.
It's the game of the anime of the manga.
Well, I mean, if you live on YouTube, maybe you just think... I guess if you've never heard of it before...
YouTube is where all creative endeavors originate from. Yes, just YouTube.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I mean, as long as people are enjoying the content, you know?
Yeah.
Who cares if they watch it sub or dub, read the manga, watch the anime, you know? So we're all fans.
Speaking of enjoying content, is this the longest PCP episode now, or are we still not beat that last one?
It might be. It's got to be close. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know the exact count because I started my Audacity recording way earlier, so I'm at like 5:30, but I know we're only like at like 5:10, 5:15 is something like that.
I'm at 5:20.
That sounds about right.
I started right before.
That's pretty long.
Yeah, I'm 5:20.
If it's not the longest, it's probably...
I need to go get some food. I'm hungry as fuck.
Yeah, it's...
The guests are overruling you, Ben. The show is wrapping up now.
That's fine. That's fine. Good. That's what I wanted. Okay, well, any last words before we wrap up?
Apple.
Okay.
I said everything I wanted to say.
Yeah, me too.
Well, sort of, but yeah.
Patreon.com/OblivionFall. Titties are there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Twitter.com/Simmsy4. I'm not doing commissions anymore, lol. Just follow me and you can see drawings.
Just look at the fucking art, you idiots.
Yeah,
just
don't pay for it,
art.
just look at it. That's all that matters.
You'll draw my girl eventually.
Go to
one day.
giveandtake.site to see comics that I draw. They're good.
If you are seriously a PCP listener and you're like, I've never been to, Red Gibbons comics. What is wrong with you? Like, seriously?
That would be pretty fucked up. Fortunately, I don't think there's too many people like that. I mean, I hope not. Okay. Fucking... Alright, I guess that's it. We've had enough. I've had enough. No more.
Enough!
Goodbye!
Enough.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm supposed to be working
right now. I'm supposed to be working right now, but I'm not working. I'm doing nothing.
No, we're not doing a whole fucking sing along. It's already gone. It's already faded out. It's ended. We have to sync. We have to sync at the end.
I got a deadline.
I'm gonna die of COVID before it's finished.